we're good. I tested it.
Okay, cool. I was like, I didn't hear myself.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for day 2. They were doing the final check-ins for everybody for the Heat 2 of World Championships. So today they're going to be having Heat 2 of the World Champions. I think there's about 43 players that signed up, depending on who does show who doesn't. And then they're also doing the team event today, and I think they have like 30. No,
I haven't checked the numbers for the amount of people, but
let's take a look.
I do think we have the stats up for that.
Let's see.
So
This was for. But yeah, there's quite a few teams that are signed up for it, and it'll be interesting. So. Interesting to see kind of what happens with that, because like a lot of people that played yesterday, so there's 32 teams signed up as of right now. Of course, this might change with players dropping and everything like that, but a lot of teams along with that. So there's between the team event and the Heat 2, there's roughly about 90 players playing today.
Yeah, lots of Star Wars to be had. I mean, it is technically Friday, right? So it's a Friday morning cartoon.
Yep.
Is that what we've got going on today?
Friday morning cartoons for sure. A little bit of Clone Wars action happening today. So yeah, and I kind of wanted to go over what we saw here yesterday. Some of the big surprises. I guess for me, like the one I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, Kiati, you're probably going to see a lot of him. He's probably not going to do that great." So like looking at the top 2 players, they both brought Kiati Mundi. The first and second place, 2 of the 4 undefeated players had Kiati Mundi in their list.
So something that I personally, as a character, am not a huge fan of Kiati Mundi, but something I do like about Kiati Mundi is the playstyle and his kit, and it makes him a very interesting piece to bring onto the table. And I knew he was going to like unlock some new pieces for Republic that a lot of players hadn't been seeing. Like one of my personal favorites to play is Plo Koon, and ever since I've been had Kiati Mundi, it's only unlocked the potential of that character so much more. So it's really exciting to see that he's unlocking new combinations people didn't realize were there, and it's kind of like sneaking up the charts on win percentage. I just had a couple stats from yesterday's tournament, yesterday's set of games that I wanted to go over.
Sure.
The 5 most brought primaries, we had the Mandalorian, brought by 21 of our players. The next best was Iden Versio at 17. Right there was the last 3 of those top 5 were Kiati Mundi, Moff Gideon, and Armorer, all brought by 15 players. So we had a lot of popularity out of Kiati Mundi, which is pretty crazy considering he only came into the game just a couple months ago.
Right, yeah, it's very awesome to see that he's brought. I mean, but I think everyone was looking for that piece to kind of unlock the Galactic Republic, and we're finally getting there. It's been a little while, like people have been wanting us to get to that, and I think he's finally bringing it home. But yeah, Armor and Mando, that's all we saw on stream yesterday, all day long was these guys.
I mean, it makes sense considering the play rates. So we talked about the most brought, but the most played yesterday was the Mandalorian at 43 games.
Yes.
Brought a lot of the time yesterday. We had Iden Versio at 35 and Kiati Mundi at 32, which those seem familiar. One thing we're going to see different between the bring rate and the play rate is that Moff Gideon is still there at number 4 with 31 games, but the number 5 most played unit yesterday was Vader Jedi Hunter at 28 games, which at least in our local meta, I feel like I haven't been seeing him as much. So to see him back on the table again, I feel like is another result of Kiati Mundi.
Yes.
Because if there's one thing that people might remember, Vader 1 is Republic.
Right.
He might not be a Jedi, but he's still Republic. So if you're getting a wound with Vader Jedi Hunter, that's kind of what he's good at. You're still getting that heal and a dash out of Kiati Mundi's identity.
Yeah, so he definitely does pair well with Kiati Mundi, much to the chagrin of Aubrey, who just does not want to admit that he's in the Republic. But that's all right. We'll get past that with him. But yeah, so a lot of good information as far as that's concerned. A lot of, like I said, I think that we kind of saw a lot of what we saw, what we expected to see was Mando's. I think not seeing Kanan up there was kind of surprising as one of the top 5s. I think a lot of us were expecting to see Kanan along with PLC, and we didn't see her at all yesterday, or at least not in the top 5.
And at least not on the stream table.
Correct, yeah, so we didn't see her. I know she was definitely brought with into the event for sure. But just not nearly as much as I think we were expecting to see her, and as like some people were probably expecting, because Kanan was brought in 22 games with a 55% win rate, so that's not too bad. And then Princess Leia with 21 games and a 52% win rate, so they did well on the day.
I mean, 55% win rate's actually very good out of Kanan. I know that me personally, I struggle sometimes with Kanan, but that's because I like to get creative with my lists and try something new that not a lot of people have tried, and that my win rate reflects that sometimes. But I wanted to point out a couple of things. The most brought units that we saw when people had entered their SPT codes for the tournament. Top 5 most brought non-primaries were the Dark Troopers at 18 players, the Imperial Special Forces at 16, Gideon Hask for 15 of those, the Rebel Commandos for 14, and the Death Trooper Escort for 13. Those were the top 5 most brought secondary and supporting units.
Not a surprise there, really.
The only thing I was actually very surprised about was the mission choices.
Right.
That the most picked that entered into the stats was Sabotage Showdown, which I feel, at least in my games, I haven't been seeing as much of recently. A lot of people have been avoiding that recently. I know a lot of people that I play with really like Never Tell Me the Odds, which Shifting in Priorities and Never Tell Me were both brought by 10 players. Again, that's just by what we had entered by SPT code. So,
yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a flex there, but I mean, yeah, Sabotage Showdown was surprising. Those were we saw that in the first 2 games on stream yesterday. Was that both of those were Sabotage, and then we went to the last 2 were Never Tell Me the Odds. So, good morning, downvoting, and good morning, Daniel. It was great to see you guys here in the stream again.
Welcome in.
Welcome in. Yeah, exciting for day 2. I'm excited. Like for us, like a lot of our locals are here and playing in day 2 today. I think like there's like 6 of our locals that flew from Arizona to play.
Big conflict of interest. I have a lot of people that I know personally and play a lot of games with and help practice for this tournament. So I'm very excited to see how well they do. But if they end up on this table, it's going to be tough because I have to have no opinion.
Especially because your brother is playing.
My brother is here today. The Raider Bros not trademarked, but
but yeah. So no, overall, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, and then I know you were also looking at like the win percentages for the games yesterday too.
So some of those names that we spoke about earlier, Mando, Iden, the Mandalorian, though the most brought and most played, ended up with a 49% win rate yesterday. Iden Versio with a 51. Ki-Adi-Mundi, straight across the board with a 50% win rate. Moff Gideon with a 48% win rate, which is kind of surprising. I feel like the Moff and Iden combo that a lot of people have been playing is the one that we thought would do the best and have the most success, but to see them right on the edge of 50 means that just like everything else in the game, they're kind of doing as well as you can expect as a balanced character.
Right.
2 standouts that we wanted to bring up of names that we mentioned earlier. At a 54% win rate, we had Vader Jedi Hunter.
Right.
He's played so much, and it's nice to see that a model brought into the game so early is still having such a successful win rate and standing out against the most popularly brought characters. And then above that, at a 56% win rate, we had the Armorer. And it makes sense considering all 4 of the games that we streamed yesterday, she was on the table, and she was putting in work every single time. So it was very exciting to see how well she did.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the top 4 list, the top 4 undefeated players, I should say, every single one of them brought the armor. 3 of them brought Mandalorian. So, and there is a Vader in there, and then like there's only, and surprisingly, there's only 1 Iden in all of the undefeated players. Only 1. So going into the top 16 from this side, that top of that bracket's really going to be armor heavy. There is 2 Ki-Adi-Mundis, first place and second place in the bracket, are both have Ki-Adi-Mundi as well.
I think that just goes to show that I might be on the right track when I'm making my lists, because I do love listening to our podcasts and what people say, but I also like to come up with my own lists, and it kind of shines that yes, people are bringing some of the popular characters, but they're also bringing them there in their own way. Like yesterday for that one of the last games when Scott was playing, he brought Armorer Dooku, and me personally, I'd never seen that combo before, which I thought was a pretty fun and unique list.
Yes, I mean that's kind of what we want to see, and we want to see these fun, unique lists that are going to come out and get played. And I think that's like, especially like I think we were talking with Accuser earlier today, in regards to the list that he played, and he was playing against Brady, who ended up playing a Hondo with Guarm and Bounty Hunters. And then on the other side was just the Han box. So that was just really cool to see that like someone's actually innovating, even if they're not going to be the top table. Brady went 2-2.
A man of my own taste.
Right.
Bringing Hondo with Han Solo, that was something that I've done before, and I'm telling you guys, you got to give it a shot. Get creative with it. It's very fun.
Yeah. I mean, like, and that's, I think, the biggest thing about this game is we always want to make sure we're having a good time playing it. Yes, this is the World Championship, so you're going to have like a lot of people that are here trying to sit there and be the best in the world, this year. But at the same time, I mean, there's also like, today's a team event. It's all about having fun with it. People are all dressed in the same. There's like many people. I saw people that were cosplaying as the Endor Rangers, like
oh,
the
cool.
Forest Rangers for Endor.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone dressed up in one of the other events as like an Imperial officer, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, so last year, Brady and Kevin were dressed up like some Imperial officers as well.
Cool.
So they won't be here for the team event this year, but they definitely were able to sit there and play, like dress up and stuff like that. So it's a fun, and this is where everybody brings their boards, like their display boards with all of their models and everything like that. Like last year, Matt Serrano, he brought his he brought the barge and had that as his display board, the big
cool
Jabba barge.
Yeah.
So yeah, very cool stuff here. So
I even made sure that I brought even though I'm on here talking and working on Eyes in the Sky, I brought lists, made sure they were fully painted and ready to go. And because I was doing that, I didn't have enough time to get creative with it. I had brought up the idea to Todd that I wanted to make my own Hondo hat and wear that on the stream, but the time got to me and I wasn't able to do it. But who knows? Maybe next year.
Maybe next year, without a doubt. So yeah, I mean, we are about 15 minutes away from the estimated start time for today. Like I said, a lot of players here today that are playing in today are again well-known players. Iceman Dean is the top-rated player for this coming into the event. Sarah Cruel, Josh Lee from Nevada, he's going to be coming in. He's basically, I think a lot of people know him from the rogue support side of things. Matt Booker, who actually won Adepticon last year, the returning champion, he's going to be back.
We are very familiar with his
game.
He's
one of our locals, so he's going to be back. Chris Sampson, I think some people know him. Red Wolf, like a lot of the people that everybody knows from all of the different Discords and everything along those lines. So there's a lot of known players, and like I said, we have a lot of our locals that are definitely going to be playing. But again, you look at the Longshanks, and from player 34 through 49 that are registered, so we have 49 so far registered. Of those players, none of them have a Longshanks rating at this point in time, and 4 of them have the new tag.
Wow.
So again, we're getting a lot of new players coming in, which I love to see. A lot of people that are wanting to come out, hang out, learn to play the game, and like actually enjoying playing in the World Championships. That's a nice part about having an open world.
Well, on top of that, it's kind of exciting to see that all these new players and unrated players are coming in to the biggest stage possible. And who knows, we might actually be able to get one of them on the stream. If they do well enough, I would be excited to see that happen.
Yeah, definitely would be excited to see. I mean, like, and looking at, like, just even yesterday, there's a lot of players that maybe, like I said, the new players were probably a little bit at the bottom of the thing, but they still, got the experience of playing. You were probably getting paired up against some of the better players in the world. I mean, when you think about it, there's a lot of players that, like Phil Accuser from Rogue Support, very good player. He went 2-2, so you probably had a chance to play against some players that if you were like 2-1, 1-2, you might have ended up getting paired against somebody. Jesse Aiken from Hello There, he went 2-2. So you had the opportunity to play against some of these really good players because it was just that stacked of a field yesterday.
I mean, that goes to show what we were discussing in Game 3 yesterday when we were both talking. There's one thing in this game that can prevent a really good player from moving on, and sometimes that's just dice.
Right.
Which is part of this game is that it's a random draw. You have cards, you have dice, and there's not much that you can do. We see you too, Apex. We see you too.
Yep, and there is plenty of Parmesan to go around for Sarah. We know how much he loves that, so I'm sure there will be Parmesan packets being thrown down on the table, especially if he's on stream. But yeah,
I mean, there is a pizza place just down the street, so we can go ask for a couple extra packets and maybe dust them off.
Yes, we're in Wisconsin. It's not known for their pizza as much as their bratwurst, but there's still enough Italian places around here where we can sit there and get some pizza and get some packets of Parmesan to sit there and make sure that he's taken care of and well nourished for the remainder of the event today.
Well, I have kind of said the pieces that I wanted to about yesterday's games. I'm going to get ready to get working on Eyes in the Sky here. I think I'm going to pass the mic over to Aubrey whenever he is ready. So
I mean, we're no big hurry or anything like that. I'm excited. I did finish, and he looks like he's completely finished up here. I did finish up Vader yesterday.
Did you do the broken mask?
I did do the broken mask. You can see there.
So good.
Yeah, I definitely did the broken mask. I put a couple pictures up on.
Is it just me, or does this Vader look taller than the other ones?
He feels taller. I don't think he is, but he definitely feels taller. But no, I like a very amazing sculpt. I love it. I'm really excited. I'm going to go probably over to the Monument Hobby side and see if I can get some of the cool paints that some of the new Atomic Mass games.
So the first 2 streams of the day yesterday I had off, and I was just kind of exploring the convention. I walked away with spending quite a bit of money on a few different things, but I made sure to walk away with that box. I walked away with Kit Fisto, who just released. They had the first Contact mission pack here, so I was able to pick that up. I'm very excited. I'm going to be doing a local tournament for that when we get back in town. So I got a few Shatterpoint things, and I did end up walking away with the Monument Hobbies paint set. I noticed they had a really good orange in there. That will definitely help with the color of Vader's eye when I get that broken mask going.
Yes.
So, I'm going to go pass this over to Aubrey.
Sounds good to me.
I'm going to step out, but thank you guys, and let's get some good games today.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for some games today. Like I said, we are going to try and be completely unbiased today, but it might be a little difficult for us, especially since we have so many of our local players that are actually going to be playing in today's event. But yeah, looking back again yesterday, so the way it's going to work, the top 16 are going to be put into a bracket going into the top 32. So seed number 1 will be playing against seed number 16, 2 against 5, and so on. So Major Smexy, who was the 16 seed, squeaking in as just over the last Blair Fritz, who was the last 3-1, the only other 3-1 left out of the bracket yesterday, basically is going to be playing Cody Hawkins, who was just on a tear yesterday. So, and then we're looking at Qui-Gon Jinn. We'll be playing Scott B. Is the 3 seed, James Howard, the 4 seed, Blitz Monkey 5, Damio Matt at 6, Duncan, also known as Godliness, is 7, Dr. Chronox Rex is at 8, Kyle Tablebound Russell is at 9, Sean Piccone at 10, Kevin Caldwell, Sith Emperor Kevin, also known by that, at 11, Justin Tao at 12, Darth Danis at 13, O'Reaper 84 at 14, Blastomech, who is one of our locals, Holden, he is at 15, and like I said before, Major Smexy at the 16 seed.
It goes into the history books that we run around. I cannot help you. Okay? Our judge staff can help you with a lot of things in the moment. The second we write it to history, there's nothing I can do about it anymore. Okay? So if we're going to run pairings, after that, anything that happened in the last round, I can't touch anymore. Okay?
Use mine and I'll put it up on social media.
Today, we have John.
Alrighty, so yeah, basically they're doing all of the introductions of the judge doing his little morning spiel as he gets ready to go. But yeah, if the results of yesterday are anything like the results of today, then we're going to be in for a really good day. Like probably a lot of armor again, a lot of Mando based off of what we've seen. Ki-Adi-Mundi basically showing up and everything like that. So yeah, I mean, we'll see if the Vader 1 still shows like he did. He showed up really strong yesterday. As like I said, really surprising that he had such a good run, especially because there's so many people that are not that are maybe down on him. Like he's been out for a while, but I mean, it shows that he has the longevity. That model definitely has the longevity that we've been hoping he was going to have. Yeah. So again, like 21 players bringing Mando. I mean, I expect to see the same with the Iden. Like I said, the biggest surprise that I saw maybe was that PLC and and Kanan were only brought 11 times. Hera only brought 9, seems pretty on par there. Maul only brought 7. So again, there's like a lot. Of the ones that were not brought, we didn't see a single person bring Ahsoka. We didn't see a single person bring Chirpa, which is not that surprising to me. And we didn't see anybody bring Luke Skywalker. So again, not too surprising by any means, but we did see it. So one person did bring Queen Amidala, did play 3 games with Queen Amidala. We did have 2 players bring Cad Bane. So I mean, it was nice to see that. It was nice to see that we did actually have, someone who was a Queen Amidala player wanting to sit there and put the reps in with her and play with her. We know that she's not the best thing out there, but you know what? You play what you like, and that's, I think, a good thing to do for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think players are showing that they, if you put in the reps, you will be able to get good results, except maybe with Chief Chirpa.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the highest stage, I mean, when you're looking at this is the World Championships, you're going to have the most competitive players here. You're probably, like, Ewoks are not rising to that level, but I don't think there's, but right now, you never know. There might be someone that actually puts in the work, gets there, and finds a way to work it out. It might be a mission pack coming out that might, in the future, that might help work with them better. We don't know. I mean, like, everything is always changing and everything along those lines. Like, there could be one release that comes out that maybe has an Ewok in it that just changes the entire aspect of it. Like, look at what Cam has done, Cam and Shaq-T have done.
Does that mean that we might get the TV Ewok movie Ewoks?
I don't think that's canon, so probably not.
Come on.
I think we can go without. I think people would be okay if we didn't really bring that up anymore. I don't know if that's something like many people have probably lost out of their brains for good reason.
Okay, but what about the holiday special box?
Oh,
when are we
there
getting
we
that
go.
one?
Yeah. That and the Ewok cartoon too. Yeah, I mean, there's always the Droids cartoon. There's a lot. There's a lot of things you could that are.
I don't want to remember
this
anymore. I'm
yeah,
sorry
exactly.
I did this.
You brought it down. Disney will make it canon. They will make sure it is. They're definitely. What Disney can do whatever they want. I mean, like that is the what it ultimately comes down to. So yeah, I mean, but no, exciting. I'm waiting to see what happens. One of the things is like it might take them a little time to get pairings. There are a lot of people on the same internet using that. I mean, when we're looking at the data that Longshanks does provide for us, there was a lot of units that maybe only played in 2 games and had 100% win rates. I mean, so Asajj Ventress brought in 2 games, won both. She had a 100% win rate on day 1 of the World Championships.
Huh. Okay.
She's coming back, folks. She's coming back hard. And Grand Inquisitor was also only brought in 2 games, but won twice. Queen Amidala was brought in 3 games, like we said. She went 2-1. The one player knows how to play some Queen Amidala. So, like some of the little obscure ones that you don't see a lot of play, Hondo went 2-1 yesterday in his games that were played. The only loss that they had, I think, was the game that Accuser played. So Hondo went 2-1. That was with Brady, one of our friends from California. He ended up playing him like all day, it looks like. So
wow,
way to go, Brady, with the Hondo. We're going 2-1. Cad Bane also went 2-1 yesterday in the 3 games he was played. So pretty darn good, I would say, for them and what we saw out of everybody. Like the small sample size people like really gave it a whirl.
I mean, I was still excited to see Count Dooku putting in some work, and I mean that I was not expecting the Duke Meister, but there he is.
Yeah, I mean he was brought, played in 6 games, went 4-2. So he definitely had a lot of good play there. He did pretty great as far as all of that is concerned. But I mean, like I said, the big story I think as we were going back to that, it was the armor. The Upsal Mandos really kind of dominated day 1 as far as the amount of play, not necessarily how they did it. And I don't think it was a surprise to you and me to see Cam showing up, Kiadimundi. Showing up. I think he has play. I think he just needed to be unlocked, and I think a lot of people found the ability to unlock him and everything along those lines.
It turns out force cost reduction is a great mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, who would know that force economy was an important thing as part of the game here? So
Wait, you need force to play the game? I don't
Sometimes.
understand that with my Mandalorians.
you don't need it, Aubrey. You don't need it. You can play without it for sure. But like
Just burn all of your force on Asajj on your first turn.
that is ideal in my world. But like I said, I am an Asajj lover and everything. So and I'm okay with this. I will accept it for what it is. But yeah, no, I mean, they're looking great.
Yes, Life Day is canon. It was in the Lego one of the Lego which Lego movie?
I don't know. I don't watch.
Come on, you don't watch the Lego movies?
Like if a
You have
cartoon
children.
if a cartoon is gonna be on in my house, it's not the Star Wars Lego movies. I'm sorry, they do not watch those.
You have to indoctrinate them early, Todd.
I try to. My 8-year-old will sit there and watch Clone Wars, but the Legos she's just not into. If I have Clone Wars on, she'll sit down and watch it. But the Legos, she's not into it.
Okay, if I have to pick between the Lego movies and Clone Wars, you made the correct choice. That's fine.
Yep.
That's fine.
So like as Jake and I were talking about a few minutes ago, we were looking at the top two, the number 1 and the number seeds going into the top 6, the top 32 on this side of the bracket. Both of them have brought Ki-Adi-Mundi, one paired with Luminara, one paired with Mace Windu. So it'll be pretty interesting to see. I mean, now they are not. The Escape Your Destiny happened yesterday. So now going forward, they are not having to sit there and play one pair or the other. They both have, on the opposite side of things, the Mandalorian and Armor, so an Oops All Mandos list for that. So it'll be interesting to see what they play going into the top 16, or the top 32, the top 16 of their side of the bracket, what happens. But looking at the top 4 of their 3 undefeateds, Oops All Mandos shows up 3 times.
Yeah. No, I really enjoy playing Mandos. They have a nice play style. Armor has made it so that one of the weaknesses of Mandos, which is the paying two for a jetpack, hurts you
Right.
so much, and a lot of times you had to do that with Mandos to stay in the game. But Armor's ability makes the Mandos extremely mobile all throughout the game, all the way down to Struggle 3. So
Right.
it's great.
And as Jake and I were talking about yesterday on stream about how they are really good on Never Tell Me the Odds simply because of how well they are able to move around. The mobility really helps with that on such a spread out objective and everything along those lines. So definitely fantastic. I do enjoy all of that very much so. And like I said, the one thing that we saw that Dooku showing up by Scott B's list as the only other undefeated player who did not bring, the only player that didn't bring Mando, pairing his Count Dooku with the Armorer.
Right. But that list was a lot of fun to watch. That was I wasn't sure how well it was gonna work, but I also was not going to judge the person who was 3-0 in Heat 1 yesterday.
Right.
And it worked really well. So I like seeing these different flavors. I wonder if we're gonna see other pairings where people are putting Armor with honorary Mandos,
Maybe. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening with that list for sure. I mean, and like kind of looking at like Scott B himself, I mean, like I know he's played in quite a few GTs and everything along those lines and had a lot of success in playing. So that'll be interesting to kind of see, like he's put the work in with the list beforehand before he brought it here. And it definitely showed when he went 4-0.
I know. I'm actually dreaming about now maybe trying them out with the new Ahsoka. I think that might be fun. Do like Armor.
Dooku? Oh, Armor.
No, Armor. No, Mandos. Focus, Todd. We're talking about the Mandalorians. This is the way.
You go all over the place, so it's like sometimes I just got to make sure I'm following you just in case.
No, Mandalorians. Because sometimes one of the few weaknesses is that Mandalorians are great at chip damage. They consistently put in some damage, but they don't tend to one-shot anything. So Ahsoka would bring a little bit of heat to that list. So we'll see.
Yeah, it definitely will be interesting to see like that. But yeah, like I said, he definitely did play in a couple of GTs. He played in packs. So there is a lot of good things that he has done with that list and a lot of games that he's played and everything along those lines. So like I said, looking at like his results from packs, you see that he's been playing that Armorer Dooku list a lot. Like that was his primary list that he leans into. So playing through the top 16, I would expect that he's going to be doing that again as well.
Yep. Again, take what's working for you and run with it. I mean, I like the Mandalorians because I part of why I moved away from Republic, other than they were having some tough times, is I am not good at keeping track of those coordinated fire triggers, and Galactic Republic lives or dies by those coordinated fires. So you got to find what works for your play style, and that's the great thing about this game. We've got enough models now that you can adopt different strategies. You can figure out what works. If you need more DACA, we got Iden for you. Just pew 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 everything.
Yeah, she can definitely shoot like crazy. So I mean that's definitely one to go. And it looks like pairings are now up. Let me put this into the chat so people can look at the long shanks.
Go. Yeah. It sounds like pairings are up, so we're going to get somebody over here soon. And I'm so excited for you all to see this table. It's such a pretty table.
Yeah, I like this one here.
The color scheme is just great.
Right. And if you want to continue the conversation, you can definitely, we have a free Discord for those of you that are in Discord. Here's our Discord as well for those that are excited about jumping in the Discord and talking with us and everything along those lines. We talk about a lot of local stuff, but we also do talk just roster building and everything along those lines. So got those two the links for you right there in the chat.
It's probably just on the floor by the bed. It's somewhere by my stuff.
All right.
Oh, well.
And we'll work on getting our pairings and everything along those lines. So typically they just send us table 1. Oh wait, it looks like it's still.
So again, just give us a minute. Don't try to refresh Longshanks right now because it is grinding through all of the tournaments.
So yeah, Longshanks is taking a little bit of time here.
Yes, the judges just announced that we need to give them a minute. Sounds like there's some technical issues. Of course, we've got a bunch of people all trying to look at Longshanks at the same time.
Yeah, I mean we have 48 players now that are signed up for the day 2 of the World Championships. On top of that, you also have the team event that's going to be happening today with 32 teams. So that's another 64 players. So
Yeah.
just in this area alone, in the 2 events, you're going to have 100 players playing. Over 100 players playing.
112 is what the judges announced.
Yeah, so 112 players just playing a Shatterpoint, not counting the learn-to-plays that are always happening all day long, not counting any other things, because yesterday they did some beta testing of the legendary encounters, which hopefully, as the beta testing goes, they'll get a little farther along and be able to sit there and get those released. Because I know that's going to take some tweaking. You want those characters and those legendary ones to be powerful, but not overpowered. But it seems like they had a lot of good testers, and because it was right off of our stream area, so you could see there was a lot of people, for like AMG people, working through it and helping them kind of work through the minutia of actually doing the beta testing that they were doing. So live beta testing, live feedback really seemed great to help hopefully bring that format to the forefront. So maybe in 6 months or so we'll see it. We never know.
I was over there talking to the staff a little bit, and game design is hard, Todd. You got to tweak some things, you got to figure some things out. It sounded like they had some new moving pieces, and they were getting some feedback because some abilities were maybe a little confusing for players. They're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and that's one of the things, like with devs. I mean, the devs, developers are always going to have to work and everything along those lines.
2 players, your process has finished. You can check for your table pairings. Team tournament players, we are still grinding with Longshanks.
All right, so yeah, so it looks like they do finally have pairings up. Maybe, I don't. Like I said, Longshanks, with the amount of players here, like not just us, but then you also know that Marvel Crisis Protocol also uses Longshanks as well. And this is this is World Championships for both. So that we are going to run into seeing a lot of that happen. So they're working on getting the pairings up here for us, and then once we get all of that going, we'll get all the players set up and get moving and everything along those lines. So I'm not sure if
they're sending Robert Ashley
Okay, so Robert Ashley and Spitfire. I'll see what his real name is, but those will be the table 1. So that we're definitely going to start out with those.
Yeah, and we got our.
Red Wolf is
Robert
starting off against Iceman Dean at table 6. That's going to be an interesting pairing. Probably to keep an eye on that.
Nice.
Matt Booker going up like the defending champ, starting out against a new player, David Wittick. So that'll be interesting to see, his start to defending his title. I think like probably a lot of people have their eyes on him as far as what they're going to do. So yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what some of our players, the players that we have. Like a lot of these players are like more the players that we know. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens here.
Yeah, we had a lot of new players that came in on Thursday, or at least players who didn't have a rank in Longshanks at least. So today it looks like it's going to be a little bit stiffer competition, I think, for some players.
Yes and no. I mean, we were kind of talking about that earlier. There's still 4 players with the new tag. There are quite a few players that don't have a rating as well again today. So yeah, we are going to be running into that as well.
All right, looks like we got at least one of our players, and the other?
Yeah, looks like they're coming around.
Yep, there we go.
So yeah,
All
so
right.
we do have Robert on one
say hi.
side, and I think Spitfire are Charles. And basically, we're just kind of getting them set up at the table and everything along those lines, letting them kind of get settled in. Because, I mean, like, especially when you're at a convention, like moving all of the stuff, you want to make sure that you have. You want to make sure that they have all of the information and everything like that, and they're kind of getting settled in. So definitely want to help them and get kind of coordinated at the tables, but definitely let them get started and everything along those lines, so they're not meeting the hitting time, because that's the last thing you want to do in a game, especially on stream, is hit time. All right, but yeah, getting all settled in, and then we'll take a look at what happens here. And then once we get there, so let's take a look at their list. All right, so Robert is going to be bringing Sabotage Showdown as his mission. He has Vader 1, Padawan Ahsoka, and the ARF Troopers, along with Kiadi Mundi, Shock T, and the Caddy Box, basically, and the Padawan Learners. And then General Obi-Wan Kenobi with Rex and the Clone Commandos, and Hunter, Wrecker, and Omega, and Echo, and Tech. So an all Galactic Republic list coming in on his side. So we'll see what he decides, because he can definitely play whatever he wants. This is round 1. He's not list locked or anything along those lines. And then let's see if we can find Mr. Spitfire's list. All right, and he is playing something we would kind of expect as far as that. He's got a Hera, Ezra, Rebel Commandos, along with Kanan, Callus, and Chopper, and then Iden, Vader. So Iden, Gideon Hask, ISF, the Iden box, along with Vader 2, Stormtrooper Sergeant, and Dark Troopers. So yeah, and he brought shifting priorities. So it's we're either a shifting or a sabotage, depending on how the dice play out. So we'll go ahead and wait to see what they end up doing here with all of that. But yeah, players are kind of getting settled in, and see what we can do here.
Yeah. So what do you think the players will bring, Todd?
Let's see. So I would not be surprised to see it Iden right off of the bat here, especially looking into Galactic Republic. Like, there's no reason to have you don't have to have the Spectres here. So I would expect the Spitfire is going to end up bringing the Iden Vader list for sure.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the way that you want to go. As far as for Robert, it's interesting. I think bringing the Kiadi Mundi probably, I still think is kind of the best out of what he has. Kiadi for sure. Maybe Obi-Wan for the hunkers. A Kiadi Obi might be pretty solid here.
Ooh, that could be fun. yeah. No, I think that's interesting. I could also see him. Let's see, where's his stuff again? Show me because I want to see the rest of the lists besides the primaries. Do, 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 do. You could also see him just try to engage in his own war of attrition and just aggro this out with Vader.
I don't see
know.
like a Vader Hunter or something. I just don't see it. I don't.
Oh
see,
no, I mean I'm thinking like Vader Cam.
Vader Cam could work too.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're wanting attrition, I don't think you just want to have the Padawans are going to just get beat up. You know, like that's the whole thing with that. I mean, Cam with Vader makes sense in a lot of ways though too, simply because you can basically have the force reduction that you get with Padawan, Ahsoka, and with the Arfs. I mean, they do pair well there. In all honesty, like when I played, the last time I played into Kiadi Mundi was this way.
Rob has selected Obi Hunter. Charles has selected Iden Vader.
Yep. So Iden Vader was the choice. Yeah, and you said it was Obi and Hunter. So Obi Hunter, which you got your hunkers, you have Hunter that can move and kind of attack in. So I think that was either way. I think it kind of made sense. I mean, he's gonna probably have an uphill battle as the Republic character into Iden Vader.
Yeah.
Is ultimately what we're going to see. But I think that's going to be pretty outstanding as far as what the game's going to. I think you have Rex, you have your commandos, the clone commandos anyway. You have, and then of course you have Hunter and Wrecker and Omega. I mean, so you get the Wrecker bubble. You get a little bit of the dice fixing, so to speak. You get Tech and Echo. And the Techo is great with Obi-Wan because of the hunker and not losing the hunker because they get an extra dice from attacks and defense as long as they have a hunker. So I think that's pretty solid as far as all of that is concerned.
And then can we see the Iden
Yep.
listing?
But yeah, right now the players are kind of just getting set up.
Yeah, they swapped sides, so they had to take a minute to reorient.
Well, swapping sides and also like kind of just getting kind of set up where they want to be and everything along those lines. We'll get you to the table side here in a few for the deployment and everything along those lines. But as far as the Iden list, I mean, like I said, it's the Iden box. So you got Gideon, I mean, and then you also have the ISF, which makes 100% sense. And then looking at the Vader 2, again, that was with the Sergeant, and then with the Dark Troopers.
Excellent. Okay. Shifting.
All right, and they are going to be on shifting priorities.
The real question is will we see a turn one Iden, right? Because that's what happened the last time we had Iden on the table.
That is the ideal play for them for sure.
And good morning. And you are welcome. We are here to see some good Shatterpoint games today as well. And yes, we're trying to keep things interesting for you here. You know, it also helps me changing out the table, keeps me from scrolling a little too much, huh?
Yeah, I mean, but they definitely want to do that. The people here at Adepticon put in a lot of work, you know, to make sure that the tables look fantastic, and we want to make sure that we are putting all of their hard work onto stream, because that's something we definitely they don't get enough credit for all of the work they put in all year long, putting these models together and everything along those lines.
Oh yeah, the tables here are very pretty, so I'm hoping we get to showcase as many of them as we can. Because just looking out across the hall, there is so many goodies to look at. If you go in our Discord, you can even see Disco Lando.
Oh, we have pictures of Disco Lando here.
Oh no, I took a video because that is an expensive experience, Todd.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the team event's got some goodies.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and shoot over to the table side. They are setting up all of the points for shifting priorities. That way we can kind of see what's going on over here for everybody. And good
shifting
morning to
priorities is a
you, Jay.
classic.
Thank you for watching. I mean, we're excited to be here, but definitely excited to see all the viewers in here watching the games. Going to be exciting. This is the day that decides who makes it to the top cut of the World Championships. So looking at the top 32 from there.
The table is so pretty.
Yeah, they did a great job with this. Like the purple and teal accents on the gray, the dark gray with on this Coruscant map is just amazing. I mean, the Coruscant map just shows a lot. And I think we got a better setup than yesterday. We now have the high tower right.
We can see the whole table,
Yeah.
Todd.
You have the tower right in the middle
Yeah.
of the table, so it's not
Yeah.
really blocking views there. So we did shift some stuff around to hopefully get you a little bit better overview as everyone gets kind of everything set up over here.
Yeah, and you can't quite see the sides of the buildings there, but man, the paint job is so pretty on this table. Just the contrast of colors, but that's one of my favorite things about this game is how much variety you can have in your terrain, from the paint job to the setup. No table is ever going to look exactly the same as any other table, and we're going to keep showing that off throughout the weekend. So looks like we're getting to deployment.
Yeah, definitely. Like I think they got set up pretty quickly here, which is fantastic. We got that one. The center objective is going to be right there, smack dab on the top of that tower, which will be interesting. So some pretty decent elevation. Actually, interesting. A lot of the points are down on the ground here with the way that this table got set up. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how this plays out with that. I mean, we might have to shift some stuff around just to kind of get a couple more elevated points depending on the map that you're playing on. But I think
some of that does have to do with where the objectives are going to be. Because like if this was sabotage, that one would be up and over a little bit more. So then it would be on the point. If it was never tell me, yeah, those would still be on the ground a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think it's too bad, but it's like, I mean, you're going to have like odds, you're going to have some more elevated points, so it'll be interesting to kind of see what they do here and how this kind of plays everything out. But yeah, I mean, overall, looks like they're getting good. They're kind of...
We're moving the force tokens around a little bit, everyone, making sure you can see what's going on a little better. No.
Yeah, no.
Well, both, because that one's hanging off the edge.
Yeah, we can see it a little bit. Perfect. Yeah, that way you can see their force. They both have it kind of at the bottom of the table there, so you can see as they flip it and everything along those lines. But yeah, looking great. Like, yeah, Nick. So that's one of the things. Rooting for Nick Rader. I think he's just Nick Rader in here as well. I would say that Jake is probably rooting for him as well. So objectively, if he's on stream, we might end up having him. Simply because Jake, who is the person that was doing the pregame with me, that's his brother. So he is definitely rooting for Nick as well.
Well, I mean, is he rooting for him or against him? I feel like there's going to be a little bit of ribbing
happening. He's rooting for him to win, but he's also rooting for him to make a mistake so that he can never let him live that down. Is really kind of what that comes down to.
Sure. Trying to bring up... Okay, chat. Chat, why are we... My phone is thinking really hard about whether or not I get to see chat. There we go. Oh, hey, we have the better half of Nick Rader in the chat.
Oh, what's that?
They're saying we have the better half of Nick Rader.
Something, chat?
Right here.
Hi, Saba. Happy to have you here.
Hey.
Savannah.
Hello, hello. Don't worry, we will specifically give updates on Nick Rader for the chat. No worries.
Yeah, we do. We are a little partial to some of our local players, but at the same time, we're partial just to see some great games. All right, so here we go. It looks like we are getting deployment going on. So Iden has been placed on the bottom of the screen over there, which means that basically Vader will be up top. And Obi is going to be matching Iden on this side, so definitely going to have the hunker tokens matching Iden's side where Obi is. And again, that's going to be Obi with Rex and the Commando. So basically, everyone, he's going to have all the far forward people with Iden, really just making sure he's hitting every point that he possibly can. And that's the beauty of Iden, is you can just spread out everywhere. All right.
The only thing I'm sad about is we can't do an immediate recreation of the Kenobi Vader fight. That's all. They're gonna have to do some work here if we're gonna have
a little bit of work. So Aubrey, one thing I'm noticing that when he deployed Iden, the supporting units are not at range 1.
So famously, apparently, you can deploy them up to range 3.
Up to range 3.
But doesn't that also mean you could deploy them below range 3?
You could. Is there a specific tactical reason why someone would want to do that?
It would be to avoid immediately getting murdered by Obi-Wan.
Avoiding murder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, I guess I can see that. Obi-Wan is not really known for his murdering of anything, but sure, we can try that.
Hey, did you see what happened to General Grievous? There was definitely some murder there.
There was, but it took a while to get there. I mean, he didn't. We could go back and watch the Clone Wars and see all the interactions that never really amounted to much.
Fine. So those of you who don't know the story, someone may have distracted me in the middle of a GT so that I deployed my Rebel commandos at range 1 instead of range 3. Who was that, Todd? Do you remember?
I don't know anyone who would.
Who was the judge who came up and was talking to me in the middle of my deployment?
It's not my fault. Well, here we go. We got the handshake. If I remember, I'll bring that up. We got the handshake. Sportsmanship remains intact for this game.
Hey,
and
there we go.
Here we go. A pretty exciting game here. Yeah, Jilly, I'm a Obi hunter, or at least a hunter person. I like to pair hunter with Lord Maul. That's a fun one. Just if you ever give it a chance to try it, it gives you a little more. You lose the hunkers, but you get a little more murder in there with that, so it's kind of fun. Iden's going to be really good in this tournament. I mean, she's just solid, and I think we've kind of all expected that. Good morning, Mr. Pink. Always great to see you. Thank you for joining us, buddy. I'm excited to have you with us in stream, my friend. All right, and they're just shuffling up their decks here, and I think we're off and running.
Yes.
Did you see my message to bring my deck box?
He couldn't find it. He brought mine instead.
Does it matter?
Don't worry.
What was in the deck box? The only deck boxes I know on top of that, Star Wars Arena deck boxes.
No. He's got a green one.
All right, yeah, looking at basically the first reveal here is Gideon on Charles' side here. So Charles definitely going with Gideon. Pretty. And it looks like we're going to have a move action here just to kind of get Gideon up. I mean, not the best activation, but again, it's always good to get your scouts moving forward so that you can get that Gideon dice really where you want it to be. So it looks like he's going to move, do a covert operation so he can sit there and climb up the ladder to get right next to that point, being at within range 1 of the egress point, obviously. And then looking to see probably if he's got a shot, and it looks like he is definitely within range. And the camera angles can definitely play a little bit with what we can see and everything like that. So it might be out. So lately I had determined that he is outside of range. And so basically just takes cover and gets that hunker. Basically taking the back front, so controlling the middle point and the bottom right. Is so the top bottom on the left hand side and the top on the right are your two actives, and of course with shifting priorities, the 3 down the middle. All right, so it has control of 2 points. Of course, first player does not score. And Commandos is the reveal for Robert. Kind of looking to see where the best way to go with these guys are. Of course, they do have scale, so they can just go ahead and do a scale, but as much that doesn't. A climb action scale is going to be about the same thing. There is a ladder if you wanted to try and get up. Might be looking. I mean, it might be ideal to go with them, just to sit there and get onto that bottom center point, because then you can definitely get up there. Maybe put a couple shots into Gideon, trying to like work on putting a little bit of damage into him. So it's a move action, takes the one kind of up the center there.
I am interested to see how Republic Commandos do in this matchup, because I haven't seen a lot of them lately.
Yep. And then a climb action as well. Looking to see if he can spend a force. It looks like he's not really too concerned about going on to another point. Okay, so it looks like he's just going to start with an attack here.
Let's see. I have to actually look up the Republic Commandos
So
combat tree.
Pretty rough roll there for Gideon. 4 fails, 2 expertise, 1 block.
Oof.
Yeah, kind of brutal.
That is not what you want to see in your first combat.
Yeah, looking at 2 crits and a strike, basically being able to go through on this one. So 3 down the tree with the first attack by the Commandos.
Definitely a good start from there.
So 3 damage, pin strain onto Hask, healing the strain.
Makes sense.
Healing the pin, so keeping the strain. Again, the roll a little bit better here. 3 fails, 3 expertise on that.
More expertise this time.
More expertise this time, yeah, definitely a little bit better. Only the 1 crit going through, so that's definitely worthwhile there.
Yeah, so just going to be 2 more damage.
Mm-hmm. So 5 damage total, able to heal that other strain based off of the expertise. So just 5 damage. Not too, coming away pretty healthy after all things said and done.
Yeah, it's hard to keep conditions on Gideon. Yeah.
But yeah, overall looking great. I mean, a pretty decent activation, and then they do end up moving the Commandos over onto that point.
Yeah,
I don't think they actually even got all the way over there. Just out of range 2, so not necessarily able to secure that point. So only securing the 1 point, scoring just 1 on the one struggle on the struggle tracker, 1 cube on the struggle tracker. So yeah, it's like I said, this is a tough one. You really kind of don't want to let it slip away from you, and only scoring 1 when you don't have priority can be a little brutal.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be a tough start.
Yeah, and definitely, and Charles automatically pulls the ISF. I mean, which means that he's going to be able to move forward and basically put a couple shots into those Commandos. So the Commandos might be in a little bit of danger right now.
Yeah, this is where you're going to see that low health pool. Even with protection, we've learned while they can hit pretty good, that they can't necessarily take a hit.
Yeah, it's still pretty rough for them, but I mean we'll see what happens. I mean, on the ISF, they do hit pretty hard. Gideon's right there now, so they're gonna get that strike that's just gonna be thrown into there. So, yep,
that's what you expect. Focus sharpshooter attack.
Yep. So he would have spent he spent the force to basically covert operations in. So we're looking at 3 blocks, 2 expertise on the defensive roll. A couple of different fails there. But he does convert to, looks like 2 crits and a strike
Wow.
from his expertise, plus the other strike. So it looks like he's probably going to block. Yeah, 5 blocks is going to block all of those. You're going to get just the crits to go through. So it looks like 2 crits going through with the first attack by the ISF.
Yeah, so it looks like it's probably going to be 2 damage and a pin. We'll see. That's what Jake's here for.
Yeah, I mean, we'll decide which. But if you're only going 2 down, it's going to be 2 damage and a pin no matter what.
And then...
And again, well, 2 fails here, 3 expertise is going to basically give you a couple more blocks. But a good offensive roll here, looking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. So
yeah, this one's gonna go further down.
Yeah, much farther down with this ISF. You're looking like what, 5 down the tree? So it should be the full tree. It looks like.
Yeah, I don't think the Republic Commandos are coming out of
Oh
this.
no, here we go. Yeah, 5 down the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's gonna be like another 7 or 8 damage, depending on what you're out.
And with their protection, so I mean, they should have only taken 1 in the first.
Yep. Wounded pin strain.
Yeah, and then that pin did another damage there. So definitely a wounded. And using their ability, the hunker ability to basically remove the pin and the strain. So basically, they will just be wounded. Don't need to worry about that when they stand back up. But your coordinated fire now is a little more expensive.
Although, to be fair, the Republic Commandos, they just do the damage with their coordinated fire. So, I mean, it's nice when you can get it, but it's not as impactful as, say, when your ARFs go down and you're like, oh, now do I really want that exposed.
Right. And of course, now moving on to that point at the bottom to secure that now. Yep, hide an identity to get onto that point. So now you're scoring 3 points. And Robert's really going to have to he's going to have a pretty impactful activation here on his next activation, or else he's really going to be hurting, falling too far behind. So because we score 3 points by Charles here, moving it 2 down there. So with still only having 1 point, he's really going to have to get something going. Now he has Hunter. Hunter is a pretty decent pull here.
Yeah, with his double attack, and he's got a lot of movement.
Double attack, he's able to move one of the batch up. I still don't think he's going to be able to get somebody as far up enough to get to that center top point just by the activation, but at least he can move somebody. That's what he looks like. He's going to send Wrecker up the board, which makes sense. You want that Wrecker bubble pretty far forward. You want him in the center so that he can give that protection steadfast bubble that he gives.
And you can definitely see why Charles wanted to start on that side of the table, because it's the ingress points on that tower are just a little bit harder to reach for Robert.
Correct. Yeah, they a little bit better to sit there and get on that side of things for sure. Quincy, welcome back, buddy. Glad to see that you're in here.
Hey, hello, Quincy.
Yeah, and again, today we will be doing another prize wall giveaway at some point in time, probably later in the day, but we will be doing AMG Atomic Mass Games has donated once per day every item on the prize wall for Shatterpoint, and they will be mailing that out to one winner every day. Dion from one of our listeners and one of the people in chat yesterday was able to win that. So hopefully we'll get some people back there.
Somebody just came over to check out our Momentous Struggle shirts. Just so you know, we will have those on tomorrow, so you could see them as well. So took a shot into Hunter took a shot into Gideon Hask. We're going to getting results now.
So 3 damage and expose, which will end up wounding Hask. 2 and expose and no wound. Okay.
Okay.
So that should take him to a total of, I believe, 7.
Wait. So not wounded?
That's what I believe he just said.
Okay. All right. All right. Gideon had a near-death experience there.
Yeah, it seems that way. Now the question is what? So basically, that was the end of their scoring. Just 1 point is the problem again. He
Yeah,
did not
no,
get that. So now we have Iden coming up. I mean, it is this.
Iden's going to put a lot of pressure here. Yeah.
And potentially this can really get away from Robert right here, if he, like, based off of just like how fast of a start the Iden squad has had. I mean, he's had the entire Iden box, so he's really been able to just lock down the bottom half of this mat, and it's really going to hurt Robert unless he can get some kind of a turn within the next activation or two.
Right, and it didn't help that he had to send Hunter towards that center objective instead of getting a chance to secure the top middle objective. I think he would have definitely preferred to be able to use his turn for that, but I understand why he went at Gideon, because I mean that wound would have been pretty good chance of
Yeah, using a force for covert operations, which 100% makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So because she does make her a move action, that will trigger Hunter to sit there and be able to get a little bit closer. And what we're looking at right here is basically kind of to see where Hunter is. Can he maybe in the future make that five dice attack, being able to just come striking forward? So yeah, leaving Gideon alive on 1, I think was a little kind of painful there for Robert. If he was able to flip that point, that would have been, I mean, that's ideally what I think he was looking to do, because if he would have taken out Gideon, if he would have wounded him, he might have been able to get close enough to sit there and do that. Again, the commandos being down already, though, also hurts.
Shooting Tekko.
All right, so shooting into Tekko is going to be the call here. With her covert operations, we were looking at a 10 dice roll into Tekko. Basically just 2 blocks, 2 fails, and expertise here. So we'll see what conversions happen. I do see a couple of crits in there, a couple of strikes already. Yeah, so we're looking at 4 crits and 5 crits. 5 crits, 3 hits. So yeah, all those crits going through. I think Tech and Echo are going to be going down.
Wow. Oh boy. All right.
That's just, yeah, pretty brutal right there. I mean,
I know I said more DACA, but that's a lot of DACA even for me.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking at what, 7, 8, 9 damage probably.
Oh shit. Oh boy. Ooh. This is
just putting them down in deployment is going to be rough. They didn't have a chance to get their any hunkers or anything like that. Yep, damage exposed pin, which was kind of what we were expecting. That's wounding them in deployment before they're still in the order deck.
Oof. If I was in Robert's shoes right now, I would be feeling pretty rough. Okay, and then with the Iden trigger, Hunter is going to get a strain as well. Wow. Ugh.
So no damage on Hunter, but yes, the strain is going to hurt because, any of his active reactive abilities. Now if we see Vader move and he wants to move in response, that's going to do 3 damage to Hunter just to move him again.
Guess what, Todd? It's Shatterpoint time.
And here's the biggest thing with the Shatterpoint. I think this is it's a big card for him to pull for sure. He definitely
Robert needed this right here.
He needs it right here. He can definitely swing some points because it's up against it for Charles is all the way up against his momentum. He really needs a 3 to secure that top point and swing the middle point. I mean, personally, what I would probably be doing if it was me, going with Hunter.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because
the
then
strain makes things a little awkward, but
Little, but-
Hunter is the best chance I think of affecting
Right.
more of what's going on.
But it's
No.
doesn't look like that's who he's going with here.
Mm,
Because
yeah.
what I was thinking is if you went with Hunter, you could move again. Okay, so spending 2 force to keep a low profile. He is going to go with Techo.
Oh.
Interesting. So keep a low profile with the 2 force with them. What I was saying, I mean, and I'm not at the table. And punching Aiden.
Ow. Okay.
And that was just a solid defensive roll by Aiden there.
Yeah, that's a
Basically
tough.
all their blocks. Every dice
Ooh.
converting to a block. So, but still got a couple crits going through here.
Sure. Anyway, what you were saying about Hunter, because you've played Hunter Obi.
Yeah, I mean, like,
and-
because Hunter's unactivated ability right off the bat is going to sit there and be able to move. You could have moved Wrecker on up to the top point,
Right, that's what I was thinking.
and then he could have healed and then done like the knife fight to dash and get right there next to somebody. I don't know. There's 2 models up on that bridge. He might not have had enough room to get up top to actually put the attack into with the knife hunter.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I maybe would gone a little bit more into the tank with that one. But I mean, like I said, I think he might also just be looking at, okay, what do I need to do for struggle number 2 at this point?
Yeah, because this one, there's just too much momentum on Charles's side of the table. Really time to start setting up for the next one. Oof, got the heal and reap. Man, it is hard to keep them down.
So after both of those attacks are said and done, Aiden's going to be having 7 damage on her. She had some conditions, but was able to sit there and reposition to remove a pin. So basically, like,
And heal
all
the
said and
strain.
done, and heal. So basically, when it's all said and done, she just basically walks away with 7 damage, still alive, surviving the Hunter, or the Techo attacks there for sure. Yeah, looking pretty solid at this point in time for Charles. I mean, it was only moved one way.
Yeah, no, now he gets an opportunity to just set up for the next struggle too.
Correct. And being able, and this is a great way to set up for the next struggle because basically he has Vader. You can just have Vader move, secure that point up top.
Yeah, and then
maybe
just
take
shuffle
cover
back
or
in.
something, and then just
Yeah.
shuffle him back in. So you'll have him for the struggle too. So he's ideally just in a great place. Yeah. So yeah.
Yep, just like you said.
Move and take cover.
That's
Shuffle him back in.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Very straightforward. Makes sense to me because now you still have Vader for later.
Mhm.
No reason to go up and try and attack anything in the middle. Just
Yep.
spread out your squad and get ready for the next one.
Exactly. Now here comes the flip. Like hopefully Robert gets something to really kind of help him out.
Right. Because notably, Charles still has his Shatterpoint card.
Yeah, Shatterpoint and Vader still in the struggle in the order deck for Charles. He's in a really fantastic position.
Yep. So now Charles is up 1 struggle. They are getting all the objectives set up for struggle 2 here.
Great.
And it looks like it's going to be the 2. No, never mind. I'll let him finish first.
So
Hang on.
it's basically the kind of the triangle. You have the
Ah,
on
there
the
it is,
right
the
hand side.
triangle.
You have the top and the bottom, and then the center one in the middle. Pretty decent position overall for Robert. He's got control of the top point for sure.
He can
it
easily
look-
he can pretty easily get to that one on the
He could-
bottom right. as
Exactly.
well.
Now the biggest thing is the roll was not in his favor because it is
Oof.
the 1 point on the other side is the priority point.
Oof, Robert is not getting much
He is
of a
not getting
break
much
here.
love here, no.
Yeah.
Now, here is the question of how he wants to go about this. He does pull Wrecker here. If he wants to go with him, Wrecker has his Bulldoze move, take cover. He could get all the way to the other side of the board if he wanted to. So he put him into reserve, not wanting to move him,
Yeah,
going with Rex. Rex will sit there and be able to move Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I would move Obi onto the point and then send Rex. Let's see who's available.
Oh,
there.
what is? So no, he's not going to move him. He's going to end up using that to move Wrecker.
Oh,
Okay, move Wrecker a little farther forward. Get that. I guess maybe move that bubble of his a little farther forward.
yeah. Okay. I mean,
I mean, I'm not going to second guess it. I mean, like one of the things I think another option that he could have had is he could have moved Obi-Wan with that to put Obi-Wan on the point.
right. That's
Moving your primary a little farther forward can always be nice.
yeah, that's what I would have done. But it looks like he's just gonna move.
Well, I think he's going to be just out of range of Hask. We'll see. He did measure out.
no,
No,
looks,
maybe just
he
in.
must-
And
Okay.
like, so right here, so Rex is going to go. Move, attack. He only needs 1 damage on Hask here. So
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
needs 1 to go through.
It would be. I would be very surprised, especially with that exposed, if Gideon survived this.
Yeah.
But
The expose does go away. One block. Yeah, so 3 go through. Definitely going to sit there and get what he needs to with the Rex there. I mean, ultimately, that's the biggest thing that he was wanting.
yeah. I mean, it's just unfortunate that he had to use Rex's turn to.
All right. So he does wound him, does reapply expose. So now that is a wound. So now we have 2. Each player now has a wound with the commandos being wounded, Gideon has being wounded. Other than that, Hunter on Robert's side still has 5 damage. Iden is sitting on 7. Nobody else has any damage on him other than that, though.
Yeah, it's again though. It's just tough that he had to use Rex
Right.
to finish off Gideon, because really Gideon should have gone down earlier.
And Gideon's clapback is happening right here. And it was a solid dice attack. He got 3.
I know, I know.
5 and a strain on 5 dice back into
Oh.
Rex. Everything's coming up
Wow.
Charles right now. Everything's
Wow.
coming up Charles.
Wow, I don't. Okay, all right. 5 in a strain. Yeah, five in a strain on that attack back. Wow. I mean, that puts Rex in a really rough position for the rest of the struggle. Like,
Yeah, it's
ooh.
like I said, everything's just coming up Charles right now in this one. He's just running over.
All I have to say is so uncivilized.
Very, very much so.
Whew.
All right, and here comes the Shatterpoint now. I mean,
Okay, all right.
oh my
And
goodness.
it's staying on the shield.
It is
Okay.
staying on the shield.
Okay. Todd, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Like I said, I'm feeling a little rough for Robert here. I'm hoping he can at least get. I don't like seeing people lose 0-2.
Well, right. It's just tough because we know how
With
how much it
tiebreakers.
how much it affects your overall rating in the tournament.
All right, so he's going to go with Iden here with the Shatterpoint. He ID10 tangos the droid.
Yep. So those hunkers get removed. It's just this is a.
Yeah, the hunkers are gone. Just two. At least no fails here. He's got 2 blocks, 2 expertise, so that is going to help quite a bit. Only seeing one crit right here, but still not getting a whole lot.
Yeah.
Looks like 3 through, so not too crazy.
Yeah. Good morning, Brandon. Welcome to day 2 of Shatterpoint here at Adepticon. It's not recording. Why not?
I forgot to hit it.
And you can't start recording.
Which turns into a 5 damage and expose. Might be
Don't mind us. We were just checking something with the stream.
But yeah. So yeah, good overall. Iden doing what Iden does.
Yeah, I almost wonder. Oh, hey, Antonio. Buenos dias.
Are they down? I thought they were already down.
They're alive. They were wounded and then
Oh, okay.
Oh. Now you're going. Let's see. No sé. My Spanish is muy pequeño. Yeah.
Paquito, I think, is small. So basically, with that attack, just to kind of rewind here, Iden ended up going with the Shatterpoint, went back into Teko, who ended up waking up from the other Shatterpoint, did 5 damage to them. So they already have 1 wound and now 5 damage again.
Wow.
And they have not actually. Their card is still in the order deck.
Wow. Oh boy. So, Antonio, we are doing great, but we're feeling a little pain here. Robert's having a pretty rough time. Iden is doing Iden things, and the dice are not going in Robert's favor.
Not at all. So here goes, but Wrecker's here, so Wrecker's moving to that back point.
Okay. All right.
This might be okay for him. This might help him out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that those are the Dark Troopers.
So 3 damage to shove, couple dashes basically is
Okay.
going to help out Robert here.
All
So
right.
he's going to take down
That's
all 3
good.
points with that. So it should help him to kind of move forward here.
Yeah. This definitely helps this struggle for Robert. There we go. Sorry, Antonio. I'm working on it. I work for a library in a neighborhood where I definitely need to practice my Spanish some more. Took it in high school, but yeah, that was a long time ago. We're not going to talk about how long ago that was.
But yeah, so basically 5 damage into the Dark Troopers that are just sitting on that back point over there that are still in the order deck as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The flips are definitely have been in Charles's favor from the order decks, right? It feels like every time Robert does something here, the pushback is almost immediate.
Yeah, but I think Robert is able to really came back here. He scored all 4 points on this one, so it's putting him back in a better position. Now what we're looking at though, Stormtrooper Sergeant was the pull.
Right, so we're gonna see some movement there, and
see. The one thing is, does he really want to move the Dark Troopers who just had some damage put on them, or not? And I don't know if he's really going to want to do that or not. But I do see he flips a little bit of force there. Looks like he's going to use move the ISF.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is try and challenge that point that hello there Kenobi himself has.
No, it's not Kenobi. Rex is
no!
on that
Oh no,
point.
it's Rex. Oh,
Rex is
I
on the
keep
point
forgetting
above.
because that's what we would have done. My bad.
But
My
again,
bad.
like I said, this is the World Championships. There's a reason why we're on here streaming and commentating and not actually playing. So
Yes. Thanks, Brandon. I feel better. And yeah, I do need to practice some more, Antonio. Today might not be the day though. I'm a little tired.
You're a little tired every day. You say that like that's it's not
There are
abnormal for you to
some
be
days.
tired.
There are some days where I get enough sleep. It's great.
I don't know which days those are. I have not known. I mean, I've known you for about 6 years now, and I can't recall a day that you haven't been sleepy in the morning. So
That's true. I have been awake enough today that I probably will wake up earlier. I woke up 2 hours early today, Todd. Just wide awake.
no, that's good for you though.
No, it's not good for me. Sleep is good for me.
So what we're looking at here, so we do have Stormtrooper Sergeant that did to go ahead and move the ISF forward. Basically, now looking at this, Vader 2 is still in the order deck. What got shuffled back in. Then he also has the Dark Troopers still in his order deck on Robert's side. Looking over at Charles's side, he's only got Teko, who basically is almost ready to be removed from the board, and Obi-Wan.
Yeah. That's the other tough thing. You really want to take advantage of Obi-Wan's patience by reserving him, and there's a strong chance that Obi-Wan
happening.
might just be on the bottom of the deck here.
Yeah.
Like, we're running out of cards here. Yeah. See, Brandon understands. We do our podcast so early. There's no chance I'll be awake. All right, so we got a coordinated fire strain from the Dark Troopers as Sergeant attacks it. Wait, who's Sergeant attacking? Jake.
Looks like he's probably attacking into Wrecker, as far as I could tell here.
Yeah, more than likely.
I don't see who else he could really be attacking into based off of where he is on the board. So, especially as it looks like from what I can see, he's right next to Wrecker. So he's probably just going to punch him right here.
Let's see.
Really not a whole lot there. It was pretty lackluster. I mean, and depending on what side he is on, he might be able to get a little bit of heals. So it looks like 1 damage and 1 through, I think.
1 damage, expertise healed off the coordinate strain.
Yep. So just 1 damage, coordinate the expertise of Hunter heals that strain.
The Stormtrooper Sergeant healed 1 damage on the Dark Troopers.
And 1 damage comes off of the Dark Troopers, which again are still in the deck here.
Man, we're seeing a lot of heals on this table.
Yeah,
He's taking care of these conditions.
Well, Wrecker does have, like, just on his expertise chart, has the heals. I mean, if you flip over to the Omega side, there's a lot more heals over there as well defensively.
Wait, I'm sorry. Don't you mean Omega?
Depending on what part of the world you're in, that is true.
Well, in the show, they used both interchangeably. This is
Right.
like when they couldn't get Han's name right in Empire for some reason. Han, we got to go back for Han.
Right. But yeah, so, I mean, looking at it, he takes the 1 damage.
Yes, N7, the order deck has been brutal.
Alrighty. So here's Tekko. They're going to hunker and then punch Iden, so basically take cover. Tekko, again, hasn't seen a lot going on this match here. Pretty decent roll, though. I mean, we're looking at pretty decent roll here, looking at everything. A couple of crits after conversion. Yeah, so you're looking at 2 crits, 4 hits, 1 damage, just 2 blocks, so 4 down the tree plus a damage from the expertise. So this should put Iden down.
I mean, they're feeling pretty angry after getting hit so hard in deployment.
And they very well should be, because they are just... Yeah, so 4 strain pin is going to put down Iden.
That's something at least.
Yeah, so that's going to get him the momentum, plus scoring the points is going to be a win for Robert here, which is fantastic for him. He needed this win very, very badly, just to kind of bounce back. And the follow-up attack by Echo. Go ahead and put this on here, because that is a foregone conclusion that Robert is going to tie things up with struggle. 5 through.
Wow.
Tech and Echo
came
were
out
pretty
swinging.
Yeah, Tech and Echo were pretty angry about how life was going for them right now, and wanted to go down swinging, because this is they depending on how struggle 4 goes, we might not see them anymore. 4 strain pin pushed twice onto the ISF.
Wow. Alrighty then.
All right. So, right now, basically, yeah, what we didn't want to see for poor Robert is that Obi-Wan was the bottom card of his order deck.
Yeah, that's not what you want Obi-Wan.
All right. Using the hunker to dash, basically.
And there goes Struggle 2.
Yep, Struggle 2 is now done. So, what we're looking at now as we go into Struggle 3, Obi-Wan is in going to be the next activation for Robert.
And then we still have
Vader,
another Darth Vader and a Dark Trooper.
Darth Vader and Dark Troopers is what we're looking at for.
We're gonna have some heavy hitters here for the start of Struggle 3.
Yes, yeah, it's depending on how this flop goes, it might be a little rough here.
All right, so just taking a look at what objectives are getting set up. Looks like
Yeah,
bottom.
Teco was definitely taking some notes about that angry young lady with the hammer.
Yeah, they might have borrowed that hammer, I'm thinking. So it looks like it's going to be the bottom left objective, the center objective, and then the center right objective here for struggle 3.
Yeah, so no one's on the expertise point at all.
Yeah, no, it's not Obi-Wan. Who's right there? Somebody's there.
I believe that is the ISF that are up there on the but they're
Okay.
down right now. Gideon is down right now. So I think the two people that are close to where the priority point might be down, needing to come back up at some point in time. Oh, the ISF are not down.
No, ISF are up.
I don't know if they're quite within range 2. It's going to be pretty close on that back point, which just happens to be the priority point.
That's a tight one.
Pulling Dark Troopers here is kind of rough. I mean, they are able to move all the way over to that bottom point, though.
Okay. Which unit is on the right objective?
So Dark Troopers looks like they're, one moves to the, basically kind of looking like they're going to take 2 points here. Like they're going to be able to move, and probably looking at jump boots here after this. Yeah. So they're just going to jump up onto that center point. The other one is going to jump to the bottom point at the bottom, basically taking those 2 points right off of the rip.
Yeah. So just confirmed with Jake. Yeah, that is ISF. Not.
Yep.
And
scoring all 4 points.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scoring all 4 points. This is Robert's really going to have a big comeback. Expertise
and
is the back point.
And the priority.
Obi-Wan's not getting there.
No. Well, I mean, if he had his patience, there'd be a tiny chance. But no, not when he's still in the play.
Yeah, Obi-Wan might be able to take this back point scoring 1. Here's the bigger problem that you're going to run into. You have Vader at the top, and you know he's in there. Anger, hate, aggression, down, punch, and just swing a lightsaber at Obi-Wan.
He's just going to shove him right back off. This is
right.
I mean, he will have the hunker at least, because it looks like what he's going to do is hunker, probably hello there. Yes. Yep.
Take cover, hello there. Put an attack into the ISF that should put ISF down. And it looks like someone was able to get a ticket to go and get the I Am No Jedi con exclusive box. Last force coordinated fire to do a damage. 2 expertise, 2 fails. Lots of dice on Robert's side. This is really kind of what he needed to do, to sit there, because he needs to pull that point. It would have helped a lot more if he had the priority point. Looks like at least 3 crits in that roll. No, 2. 2 crits.
ISF's not locked for this world.
And that's kind of what we expected here, is like he was going to be able to go there. So only 2 blocks. Yeah, ISF should be going down. The bigger thing is, can Obi-Wan stand up to Vader here? On this clapback.
I have a
Yep. Disarm, exposed, pinned, I believe he said.
Yeah. They got the rainbow here. ISF now has every condition on them because they had a what is a strain from earlier.
And strain, and I think they had a strain and a pin on them already. You know, they removed the pin, so yeah. So basically, putting a pin, disarm, and expose right back on them, still with that strain.
So Obi-Wan's doing as much work as he can, but again, like we said,
he quadrupled up on all of the experts or all of the conditions there. Went ahead and put them down. So scores a momentum. Gonna move it back. It's another momentum for not coming back. Now here's like I said, the biggest thing here is there are multiple paths for victory. Well, really just one. He needs to come back. He needs to wound Obi-Wan. He's scoring 3 points right off of the rip. If he can go down, wound Obi-Wan, and flip that point back,
I mean,
then he wins the game.
If anyone can, it's Vader.
Right. So it is a path for victory. It might be, I mean, in your anger, hate, aggression, move, attack is really what we're looking at happening here. Yeah. I don't see any other options.
Nope. This is pretty academic, everyone. Pretty academic.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like it's really just now at this point in time in the hand of the dice. But Robert has played Charles has played a flawless game.
ISF completing their Infinity Gauntlet. Nice. Oh man. Yeah. Nope. Here's Daddy Vader.
Hunter is triggering his strain, but moving on to the point with his reactive.
So yeah, Hunter
Oh.
triggers strain to move on to the point, which is
Okay.
fantastic. That keeps him from being able to flip the point even if he wounds.
Lore battle, he's punching Hunter.
So instead, basically, he says, "Well, Hunter, if you're going to come over here, I'm just going to punch you in the face instead." Which basically, he's a little bit easier to win because there's already damage on Hunter. I think there's 5 sitting on him right now.
I mean, it is hard to keep up with a Jedi.
A lot of dice.
Oh my word.
It's just a
So-
lot of dice.
So I do wonder here, since it's a foregone conclusion, do you think there is a world where you go into Obi-Wan instead, try not to wound Obi-Wan, then Vader comes up again and go after Hunter? What do you think? I don't know if that's right. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, potentially, because then that like the next turn, you have an easier target. Like especially because let's say you were able to get enough shoves to push him off. Potentially, I could see a world where that is, but he's also in such a good position. I don't think it matters at this point.
Right.
4 blocks is going to block quite a bit of it actually, but it's still going to be enough to put Hunter down when
Yeah,
you're
it
looking
looks
at
like
Vader
4.
swinging a lightsaber. 4 going through is still going to be enough to put Hunter down.
Yeah.
That exposed there because of anger, hate, aggression.
Yeah, anger, hate, aggression with putting the expose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if he put the expose on him beforehand, that means that he should not have converted that block. I don't think it really matters at this point.
No, it's the expose from the Vader gets.
Oh, the Vader gets
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, a little confused, but that's the Vader getting exposed.
Yeah, so that definitely is like that puts Hunter down.
Iden trigger heals the expose, gives someone disarm.
Yeah, I didn't basically because of the wound. Iden's going to have her trigger. It just automatically heals that expose off of Vader. And so yeah, I mean Charles just has had a fantastic game at this point in time. The with Robert getting that, he's still in the hunt. I mean, basically, when we looked at yesterday, everybody except for one person that went 3-1 made the cut. So he
Yeah.
just has to win out at this point in time.
Yeah. Having a little bit of
All
goofy.
right, so-
It's, oh my word.
Worst possible point again.
Just every break that Robert could get is just not
Yep.
lining up.
Yes,
and Brandon, you do make a good point. Like, he did refresh his deck. There is a chance he hits Hunter here again, so he would come right back. Looks again. That's what's great about this game is there's so many different lines. There's different options. There's lots of ways that players can come back. Although
So here we go.
this could right now. I was gonna say right now.
He has Wrecker. Wrecker's able to bulldoze forward. He's not going to get in range to sit there and get the shove off though, and I think that's would have been beneficial, especially because it's the Dark Troopers that are over there to do that. So now he's going to move. He has all sorts of the Force available because he just refreshed his deck. You might be looking at like a I wasn't sneaking or a haha yeah. Or I wasn't sneaking into like an attack and a haha yeah. I'm not sure.
No, Todd. You got to say it the way Record would say it.
No.
Yeah. But I don't have the voice for it. You got the.
I don't know if I have the voice for it either. I hear
Ah.
myself differently than I think everyone else hears me.
No, chat. Please inform Todd of what a sultry voice he has.
He's not sneaking, so he's doing the
Yeah, I wasn't sneaking is basically what he was doing here to try and put some damage onto the Dark Troopers because at this point in time I do not believe they have anything on them. So 2 damage onto the Dark Troopers. Soften them up a little bit.
Yeah. The thing is that like we needed Macho Man Randy. Sure, Brandon.
Now
sure.
he's going to punch into him. Basically 2 blocks, 2 expertise, 1 fail. Really needs.
I'm trying my best. I'm not Todd. I can't pull off the voice.
That's pretty funny. So basically 4 blocks here. Like that was about as good as you could hope for on here. But 3 down the tree with Wrecker is also pretty good. I don't know if he's going to get the shoves to get him off the point. I don't believe he's got enough to wound him.
Yeah.
So the only way is if he has enough shoves, and I don't recall him having that many shoves.
3 down to 2 damage. No pain or immune. Shove.
Yeah, so only 1 shove basically. So it's 2 more damage because of the protection that they have. They're immune to pin.
I mean, looking at the distance, that might get them off the point. It's hard to see from here.
I think he's just in.
Is he just in or just out?
I don't know. He just put that down pretty quickly. Oh, no, he did. He got him off of the point.
Okay.
That scores him
something.
3. So clawing back, but again, here we go. What he only has right now only has that center point. Rolling for priority is going to be the expertise that Record just, so the point that Record just took back.
Okay, so
we got Stormtrooper Sergeant.
That's something. Okay, all right.
So with Stormtrooper Sergeant coming up here, probably one of the weaker activations. I mean, because what you're looking at, ideally, if he wants to flip that point back, he would have to come back and move Hunter off of that point. You're not going to be able to really challenge the second point. He could go ahead and move somebody. So yeah, here we go. What he's doing is moving the Dark Troopers back onto the point to do something. They're going to take some damage, but it's not going to be enough to put them down. So they are going to be healthy.
Yeah, and then moving that other one over to help Vader out.
Help Vader out. It should be off of the point. I think there's going to be too many bodies. Yeah, he's not going to be able to. The body. Well, maybe.
Trying to tell. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. It looks like we're trying to figure out what's going on here. This is definitely a tight.
Yeah.
Next 48, so 1, 3 ones in, plus 1, 2. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah. So that's interesting. All the 3 ones are in, and then plus 1, 2, 2. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so basically kind of just check in. Not quite sure if he's in enough. If he is, you have one. He would break the tie there basically because you have Obi-Wan in there. So I think he's just about close enough. And then Stormtrooper Sergeant just basically kind of moved back down onto that point. Basically scoring 3 again.
All right. This game. Oh, and it's staying there on the bottom left objective.
But Shatterpoint here.
It's Shatterpoint time.
Shatterpoint, I mean, you could. A lot of options here.
All of the options, one would say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so if you were to go with Wrecker at the priority point, he could just bulldoze. It would push Stormtrooper Sergeant off of the point.
Yeah, and then attack. And
then you could also push. Yeah, so that's kind of what he's looking at, I think, is what he's going to do is kind of bulldoze to right there. It shoves both of those characters back. So now he can, if he gets one shove on.
Well, bulldoze can't push the Dark Troopers, right?
It's a shove, not a push.
Oh, that's right. I always forget.
It's a shove, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's see.
Wasn't sneaking, just wounded the Dark Troopers.
And I wasn't sneaking, just wounded the Dark Troopers.
Okay, there you
go. So
go.
basically, at this point in time, he's pushed one off of the point. I wasn't sneaking, and now wounding them can actually put another damage right there into, or put his irregular attack into the Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Yeah, I have to say I'm really appreciating the play from Robert. He has been behind for much of this game, and yet he's kept composure, and he's doing his best.
He's
under
fighting
these
the best he can.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, he's fighting the best he can here.
Because the way this game has gone, might have rattled another player.
Yeah, I mean he stayed focused. Yeah, he's outside, so it is going to be a range attack at this point in time. So he focuses his attacks. 2 blocks, 2 expertise by the Stormtrooper Sergeant. 1 fail there. The fail will probably convert. There's 2 fails, actually. Probably turn that into another expertise, so he's going to have 4 expertise, so he's going to have his full expertise on this one.
Oh, boy.
And on the Wrecker side, 4 expertise on a range attack is 2 crits and a strike. So basically going to be 3 crits going through plus the damage.
Expertise chart also gives the damage and a reposition.
So just waiting for the final result here.
4 damage, disarm, strain, and a shove.
Right.
And I think that's, about the best you can do there.
Oh, yeah.
Flipping it back, though, scoring another 3.
Oh, and the momentum cube goes flying. There we go. There we go. So let's try that again. There we are.
All right.
So scoring 3.
Scoring 3, going back to Charles here at this point in time. Priority's the broken all the way in the back. He has only gotten the sergeant at this point in time, so it really kind of just depends on... Okay, Dark Troopers again.
Wow.
That is pretty ideal for him in all reality.
The order deck has just been strongly favoring Charles here. Like, it feels like this has been happening a lot this game. Something happens, and then, just wake him back up.
But Roberts managed to almost fill up his entire momentum on his side of the board.
Yeah, I've been watching that. This is still an open game.
Right? Paying for jet boots at this point in time. And basically going to move him up on top on an elevated area. Interesting.
Wanted to take a shot as opposed to a melee.
Yep.
Oh, going after.
And shooting into Tekko.
Oof, because remember, don't they have 5 damage?
They do.
Yeah, so, oh boy. Yeah,
so
that's going to...
An exposed Tekko here basically means they're...
Yeah, it's almost a...
1 block.
Whoa.
That's just
Ooh.
brutal there.
Ooh.
1 block because of the 3 expertise. That exposed really hurt them there.
Remind me, Todd, have you ever clubbed a baby seal with another baby seal?
I can't say that I have.
Okay, just checking.
But that does get him the momentum on that side for that wound.
Yep.
That is going to put them down. I don't know. This might be it for Charles. He might have found his path to victory here. Because, yeah, he definitely will. Because, basically the wound gets him there. All he has to literally do is just... Yeah, pin, jump, disarm. So he basically just can jump right down onto that point. It does wound him. So basically, no matter what, he's going to flip that back point. Because he's scoring 2 at and that'll score him 2 because it's priority. Plus, he already has the middle point. There's 3.
Yeah.
That's the ball game.
Yeah. The rest of this attack is just going to be to finish things off.
Yeah. Robert made a game of it. Like I said, it was a rough start for him.
Yes, he did at least get one of the struggles. So that definitely helps with his overall record.
Right.
Because that's one of the important things in Shatterpoint. You do not want to come out of a round 0-2. You want to try and at least get a struggle. Yep. As we said, everything happened. There's a handshake.
But Robert played well. He came out like his order deck was great. The order deck was great for Charles. Ideally, he just had the pulls came in just the right order. But yeah, ideal. So back here at the desk, basically like I said, it looked like great game. Iden just came out strong. She did. Being able to get all those early goes for Gideon. I think it was Gideon into ISF into Iden was just fantastic for him. So basically kind of moving everybody up. He had the Gideon dice on lock right early because he had Gideon straight up in the middle. He had ISF going up. So it just made it to where he could just win things so fast.
Yeah. And I mean, I still, what could have been? I still wonder if Kiadi Mundi might have been the better option here because the when you get wounded, you have the force reduction. I mean, it's impossible to say. It's not my list. I've played 0 games with actually any of these exact lists, so not gonna try and fault anybody for choices, but I do wonder,
Hunter Obi's strong. I mean, it really is. I think um, the biggest issue that you run into is the hunkers just aren't going to be enough into Iden. Iden just they just roll so many dice that it doesn't really matter how many that you're rolling an extra dice for the hunker token in some cases.
Right.
And
Well,
that-
and not to mention, Iden has the ability to remove hunker tokens. There's that came up at least once in this game. It's just tough. Yeah, Mr. Pink. That it did not help that. Yeah, that order deck flip, boof.
yeah, I mean, the order deck was definitely in the favor of Charles in this situation. So that definitely did help. I mean, but like I said, Robert made the most of it. He really did put a lot of excellent play into that there. So no, I mean they're finishing up right here. Let me go and take a look, see what we're looking at for the rest of the field, because most of the games should be kind of finishing up. We haven't heard Mission Critical get called yet, which is pretty amazing. So this game went fairly quickly. A couple of quick activation. I mean, I thought this was going to be a quick struggle 3 by Charles, but Robert definitely made a game of it for sure. All right, yeah. So we have not too many games. It looks like so far Dean won his match, and Brendan Johnson won his match as well. So games are still playing. As far as we can see, only 2 games completed as of this point in time. Ours makes a 3rd one. So a couple of just quick matches happening. We'll keep an eye out on all of that. But yeah, as of right now, just Brendan Johnson going 2-0 with Vader Iden over Vader and Grand Inquisitor, and then Iceman Dean with a pure revenge list, looks like, with Kanan and Mando taking out Kiadi and Anakin, 2-0 as well. So 2-2-0 wins right off of the rip in Longshanks as of right now, and another 2-1 win here on stream. So yeah, we'll wait for some more information to show up and start coming in here. But until then, I think we'll take a quick little break, and we will be back shortly to kind of discuss where the results are of round 1 and then go from there. And I will see you all in a little while, my friends. Bye-bye. And stay tuned, I should say. All right, everybody, just back. We got a ways to go before we get to round 2. They just went into mission critical, but I just wanted to come and talk to you guys because I like you so much, and I just wanted to hang out and kind of talk about where we are, kind of give a state of the tournament. We have quite a few games still going on at this point in time. I will go and throw the long shanks in for those who may have missed it from before, so you can kind of follow along at home, almost like you're here, and that's kind of the goal anyway. So like if you wanted to follow along at home, you definitely can. We want all of you to hang out. Like I said, now I'm working on building Ahsoka. I did build Vader. You probably can't see this closely. I do have, if you go on Facebook, I did post some pictures of Vader being done. So he's all set, kind of paint's getting 100% cured. Now I'm working. I got Ahsoka going right now. But a huge shout out to like the partnership that Atomic Mass Games has with Monument Hobbies. Oh my goodness, two unique sets of paints that were designed with Atomic Mass Games to sit there by Monument Hobbies. They call it their Cosmic Paint Set. It's just amazing. So 2 sets of paints specifically kind of designed with washes and paints just for the Atomic Mass Games models. So I'm excited. I'm going to be using those to paint Vader. I'm hoping I can get through everything in between streams and everything, but I don't know how far I'm going to go. But definitely going to get some paint on Vader as soon as I can, but I want to get Ahsoka built up quickly. So yeah, like it's awesome to see these 2 sets. Big shout out again. Their paints are amazing. So if you didn't know already who Monument Hobbies is, you definitely should be paying attention to them. Their paints are, I think they're the best in the world, but also they're kind of local to us. I mean, so I support them anyway. They're local to Arizona. They are based right there in Phoenix, Arizona. They do a lot of their mixing and everything locally as well, so they are fantastic. So yeah, look forward, pick those up as soon as possible. I think they're only available right now here at the convention, but they will be on their website shortly, so definitely keep an eye out for the Monument Hobbies paints for sure.
Yeah, if I remember right, I saw as part of the ad that they're going to be available later, but you can pick them up now while at the convention.
Right. So I ran over there. Luckily, like they're right on the other side of so the convention's divided into 3 areas. They have 3 separate halls that have like a air wall in between. AMG's on one side, then they have the vendor hall in the middle, and then on the other side is Warhammer. But then when they take that air wall down, they're literally right on the other side of the air wall from us. So I ran over there in between matches so I could pick up these paints.
Yeah, I was there for some people might know this, I was there at Rope Drop yesterday for the exhibitor hall. I was making sure that I could walk away with an Ahsoka box as well. I wanted Fulcrum, one of my favorite characters when watching Rebels. I love the Vader as well. So I wanted to grab that. Grab something for some other games, but the number one thing that I wanted to grab after that was the Monument Hobbies thing. But the line for that set of paints was arguably longer than it was for the Ahsoka box, and that I found pretty shocking. But I mean, it's a great paint line, and I could completely understand why.
Yeah, I mean, so if you are here, while I was over there talking, they said that kind of the line dies down after lunch a little bit. So if you have time, if you're local here, or if you know people that are local here trying to get the hold of those paints, that's the best time to go and do that, is when they are on, when they're doing that available. So 100%, that's the best time to go.
Talk to your friends that are at the convention. That way you can actually walk away with a box yourself.
Exactly. So yeah, I put the long shanks in. We got quite a bit of time actually going on right now, but I wanted to kind of take a look at what the spread was looking like as far as the models, because we got the next round isn't scheduled to start for about another half hour. So 18 players again bringing Mando, 20 this time bringing Kanan. So, and like Kanan being the favorite bring so far today, followed by
looks like Iden.
Yeah, Iden in there.
And I'm seeing Iden Moff at 13, Iden at 15. Mando at 18, yeah. Pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, but I'm not seeing as much armor. Only 9 players brought armorer today.
Yeah, 13 Ki-Adi-Mundis. So again, he's pretty high up there. So not surprising that we're seeing him. So yeah, everything kind of looks on par. A lot of the...
But if we look closely, I am seeing that one player did bring Hondo.
Yeah, one.
And this is an important thing to point out.
Well, we were looking at that. The one person that brought Hondo yesterday went, I think 3-1 with Hondo yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know,
That sounds about right.
there was that sounds about right. Yeah, 7. No, I think he went 2-1. So it was 67%. So yeah, I mean 67% seems on par for a normal Hondo.
Oh yeah, a true Hondo connoisseur will understand that he is the best model in the game. He just requires a little bit of finesse.
Fair enough. But there's a lot of models that didn't even get used for this one. We did have fewer players, like about 7 fewer players, but no Count Dooku, no Mace Windu, no Mother Talzin, which is a little surprising to me. I still think she's got play.
Padme, CT-9904.
Chirpa and Luke are the carryovers again from before. We're not seeing them.
But
So,
nobody with Veers today either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that a lot of people had a similarity in choice. Now, out of my preference of choice in Republic at the moment, I'm only seeing 3 people brought Plo Koon. He hasn't been played in a game yet, as we are aware on timing, but looks like for today the most brought mission is Never Tell Me the Odds at 12 players. Sabotage Showdown at 11, and then Shifting Priority at 8 for those who logged it. So that's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, definitely pretty exciting to see. I mean, I'm actually, it's fine. Yeah, pretty excited to see like all of this that's going out. It's pretty interesting as far as like, I mean, and then looking at like the non-primaries, the Rebel Commandos at 19, Dark Troopers at 15. So a lot of brings of Rebel Commandos, which we would expect to see.
And then right under them is also Gideon Hask and the Inferno Squad.
Right.
Being
ARF
brought
troopers.
A lot. ARF being much more popular than they were yesterday.
12 choppers.
I'm a big fan of Chopper.
12 choppers, 12 Ezras, 11 Callus. So yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of Spectres today is going to be, I think, the big one.
When I was talking to my brother, a lot of the predictions on what we would see in the most popular brings for the game was likely going to be Kanan and Iden. We've been seeing a lot of that popularity in Arizona. So we were just curious on what would be brought here, and it looks like our predictions got mostly accurate, at least for today's heat, where I'm seeing a lot of Kanan, a lot of Iden, and a lot of Mando.
Absolutely. Oh, and like one thing to keep in mind, if everybody's watching, definitely tune into. I know for sure it's going to be on Twitch for the Boys Over Professional Casual Network. They will be live streaming the reveal tonight at Adepticon. So you definitely want to keep an eye out for that. Again, Professional Casual on Twitch. I will find their Twitch and throw that into the chat as well, just so that everyone has that, because they're definitely some of my favorite people.
I mean, I just barely met them, and they're so nice.
Yeah, some of the greatest people. If I can type anyway, but I'll get that in there. I'll get that in there for everybody so that you all have the link. I will double check that they are going to be on one or both. I'm not sure exactly which one.
I know that I was talking to Izzy about this yesterday, but what are some predictions that you are looking for the reveals today? Predictions and or wants and needs.
Predictions, I'm so bad with predictions. Like I know I hit it out of the park last year when I was like, oh, we're going to get an armor box, and we did.
Nice.
And I called it exactly. I'm like, it's going to be armor with Paz Vizsla and some covert bandos. So I don't know this year. I know that we're going to have to get something, I think, more with a little bit more of in the Separatists. I think we're going to get probably like a Nuke Gunray type. Like his own Nuke Gunray, very similar to kind of like the Padme box where you're going to have Nuke Gunray and somebody else, another Nemoidian. And then
he does have that Nemoidian in front of his in the Phantom Menace. It
Correct.
could be those two with the droidicas.
Yeah.
I personally, on the Nuke Gunray side, I'm right there with you. I think that would be a really good prediction. Mm-hmm. Something that I thought would be neat is, let's just theory craft here for a second. Let's make him an 8. Let's make the droidicas a 5.
Yeah.
And then the secondary is a regular tac droid, because we have 2 super tacs at the moment, and we don't have one of the regular tactical droids.
Okay, I could see that. I think that would make a lot of sense. I mean, again, like I don't get any information. I'm not a play tester or anything along those lines, so I definitely have no knowledge as far as what they're going to be doing or anything along those lines. But I think that would be good. A BX series commando droids, yes, with Admiral Trench would be amazing. I would love to see like some commando droids with Admiral Trench.
I did see your message earlier, Quincy. I did see 3 people brought Freedom Fighter Leia. I did see 2 people brought Logray. I like the Yoda prediction as well. That was in discussions yesterday at dinner, is Yoda and Palpatine dual box as a potential. I'd like to see them fighting in the Republic Senate room, just like in Episode 3. That'd be really cool. I like the BX Commando droids. I could see them with Trench. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that would be a good little add to it and everything along those lines. Sorry, I want to sit there and get Ahsoka and Vader together so I can start putting paint on them as soon as possible. So yeah, I'm working on the cleaning up the base right now as we go. So
this is my off the wall crazy prediction, and I've said it yesterday, but I would love to see, as many people want, they want more Mandalorians, but the ones that really got me hooked on Mandalorians was Pre-Vizsla from the Clone Wars. I'd love to see Pre-Vizsla, and the reason I bring that up is because even from the core set in the very beginning, Bo-Katan has been marked with the Death Watch tag, so I'd love to see Pre-Vizsla do some stuff with the Death Watch.
Right. That is, yeah, because we have had that, and it's like there's a lot of those tags where I think we haven't seen yet where like any use of them, and it'd be really nice to sit there and like get it to the point where it's like, okay, now we know where this tag is. And I'm sure AMG, like they've said in multiple interviews that they build, like they have a 2-year plan, so they're out 2 years. So 2 years from now, we still they're getting to that 2-year point just about now from where that is. So that it is very possible that we will start seeing some of that stuff.
So what you're saying is that once the game released, we've kind of seen all that they had planned out from release, and now we're seeing stuff after we've had player input and release.
Correct.
Cool.
Yeah, that's the way that I understand it from some of the interviews that Will Schick has given and things along those lines. So that's it. Like I kind of think that's
Shadow Collective is another good call.
Yes.
I like the Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Padawan, and Panaka. I would love to see Qui-Gon Jinn. I think that'd be a very fun unit.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people have been calling for Qui-Gon from the start, pretty much, as far as what they're wanting for that. So I think I would love to see a Qui-Gon coming out as well.
He's one of the better representations of like what it is to be a Jedi and what it is to represent the Jedi Code. I would love that pick.
Yeah, I absolutely would love to see Qui-Gon showing up. I think you could do something with him. Yes,
Cal
I know,
Kestis.
Cal Kestis, yes. Aubrey, I don't think is going to...
Aubrey, is that your prediction or is that your hopium?
That's his hope, yes.
Yes.
Okay, understood.
That's,
Do you, with your heart, believe that he could be revealed tomorrow?
I mean,
tonight.
We got Iden. So, I mean,
We
that's
did
a
get
video
Iden.
game character. So I'm hoping.
I mean, I would not be surprised if it finally comes out. He is such a favorite. When it comes down to it.
A Gungan box. We need our primary Jar Jar Binks.
Yes.
So that way there's people like me who enjoy Hondo. We can have the people who enjoy Jar Jar just as much, just running around.
I would say that I would expect Jar Jar to be a secondary if we were to get to Jar Jar.
Captain Tarple will have Yusa and Big Doo-Doo this time.
Yeah. I mean, he does get secondary energy, but we all know that he is the hidden Sith Lord. So
God, here we go with this one. The conspiracy theory is still alive and well. Darth Jar Jar is not a real thing, but it's all right. I know everyone wants to make
but
it
you're
lore.
saying there's a chance. Lego proved it.
Yeah, Dr. Afra has definitely been a one that a lot of people have been talking about as well. I would not be surprised to see that at some point in time. All right, let's...
I know we mentioned it yesterday, but one last time. Daimyo Boba Fett with Fennec Shand, Kersantin. I think that'd be a very fun one as well.
I do not disagree. I think that would be an amazing one as well. I'm just going to do a quick check on kind of where we're sitting. Looks like a lot of games are starting to come in, so we get at 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just 5 games outstanding at this point in time. Sarah Crew's not done yet. So he's still playing. Jakester, who made the top 8 at at LVO, is still playing. He's kind of on the slower side of players, so I'm not surprised to see that one. And he's playing against Evan as well. And Evan must play faster Rit. That is literally his tag. Is Evan must play faster Rit is playing against Jakester. So like, I worry that game is
the
going to
Born
go to
matchup.
time. Yeah, I'm worried that game is going to go to time no matter what. So more than likely, we're not going to see this one starting for a little while here. Looking at some of the notable wins, Matt Booker, defending champion, is one. Mike Mountain, Iceman Dan, Dork Esquire, Brendan Johnson, Rizik Sage, Dan Lopez, Spitfire won on stream. Lamb Chop, another one of our locals.
I was about to say locals. We have Lamb
Chris
Chop and Chris Sampson.
Yep. Matt Brunson, Zeus, just basically everyone would probably know him from, oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank? Goonhammer? Is it Goonhammer? He's one of the other ones. I can't remember. Craig Norick, Nick Coleman, Merlin, Bahulin, Jeff
Holland.
Holland, Jeffrey Gradis, Will Mauer, Chris Powell, and Chris Sote, all winning right now with, like I said, 5 games remaining. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be pretty interesting stuff here, man. We're doing great. Need Jawas.
So that's something that my brother and I have talked about. I think would be a really fun unit box, would just be the Tatooine supports. We can get Jawas, Tusken Raiders, Gamorrean guards. What else could we get? Let's get a Bantha in there. Maybe a Dewback Rider.
Just some random stuff that like
Let's get the Ugnaughts.
Right. Just stuff that's fun to paint, basically, is what we're looking at.
Well, we need the Ugnaughts, so that way we can get Rebellion era Hondo and Melch.
Okay, that's an interesting take.
I will say that was one of my favorite things is when I went to the Arizona GT. We had Plummer there.
Yes, we did.
And we were kind of just talking about the game, talking about Star Wars, and I made sure that as part of my conversation with him, I went up to him and said, hey, when are we adding Melch to the game? He's an auto include. You have Hondo, we need his best buddy.
I don't think that went over like the way you thought it was going to.
He laughed it off. It went exactly how I expected it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't see that happening. Yeah. No. No, because like on my phone it's in color. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay, so question for everybody in chat, because I have some of the facility people saying that we are coming through in black and white.
would love an update if you guys are seeing this in black and white. I believe it's in color. I did see Savannah, who was on here earlier, I believe she sent us a photo to our family chat, and she has it in color as well.
So I hope we're not, but he said he is like 100% saying that we are not in, that we are in black and white for some reason. So I don't think we are. Okay,
Someone said if they give us Yoda, it'd be really funny to put him on a 30 mil base. A lot of messages saying seeing color. Cool.
Okay. So I don't know
and
what's
Quincy
going on.
added the U to color, just so you are aware.
Ooh, fancy. But he's from overseas.
Oh,
so that's,
I know. I just needed to make it apparent.
Yes. Because he's fancier than us Americans, and I get that. I approve. I approve of the fantastic, wonderful people that are overseas. You guys are amazing. And Quincy, thanks for watching. All of you, thanks for watching. I mean, like, the fact that like people actually are tuning in and listening to us is kind of crazy.
And the fact that how early it is, it says 9:17. That has to be wrong.
That's Arizona time.
Oh, okay, understood.
Yeah. It is 9 o'clock where we're from, and we are.
We just heard the announcement that it is time for round 1, so we will be getting those scores updated very soon.
Yep. So we will see what has happened with some of these matchups. Do we know what happened with your brother? I didn't call out his name, so I'm fearing the worst here.
I believe I did see that he did lose his game 1.
So that is unfortunate that he did lose round 1. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing the Raider on stream yet. There he is, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Went 0-1. So unfortunate
How
for
many
that.
ones did he get? That's important for tiebreakers. He just passed by it. It's at the bottom. Walked away with 3 wounds.
Walked away with 3 wounds.
That's not bad.
He did win his second struggle. So that's like, as I said on stream a couple of times here, the biggest thing, if you're going to lose, you can get away with 1 loss. I mean, he's going to have to win out here, but he cannot be an 0-2 loss. That really is what's going to hurt you.
I am seeing 1 victory point out of him, so that does mean he at least walked away with 1 struggle, which is good for the tiebreakers.
Exactly, because that's typically your first tiebreaker.
And if you end up walking away with a bye in a game, if I'm not mistaken, you end up with 2 points and 3 wounds, correct?
Correct.
So he was 1 point short of a win, but he did get the amount of wounds that you would get for a tie, or
Correct.
for a bye, excuse me.
Exactly, yeah, because the first tiebreaker is your victory point scored. So if you go 0-2, but you win the rest of your matches, you're really behind.
Yes.
Like you need to hope that somebody else also went 0-2 at some point in time, and then it turns into strength of schedule. So that's been the default go-to. So definitely getting that helps him out quite a bit.
Absolutely.
All right.
Someone says black and white are also colors. I went to art in my elementary school, and they told me they are shades. So I would like to argue that to the extent of that knowledge.
my elementary school knowledge that they gave me is what? Oh, that sounds so American of us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna argue.
My education came from when I was very young, and I did not do more education than that.
Yeah, that's right.
I want to argue.
Right. So American. Well,
Thank you, Quincy. Quincy, you speak fancy with the U in color, which means I agree with you in saying they are shades. I have gained a brain cell today. Can we all applaud?
Oh no! I knew it. I lost it. I'm gonna go find her.
And Todd is throwing things on the ground at a convention.
Yeah, I'm the worst at that.
He's raging as he's building miniatures.
Oh no, I do that all the time. Where did she go?
Where did she come from?
Cotton Eye Joe?
Yeah.
What are we looking for?
1 minute. I would call this technical difficulties, but this is physical difficulties.
Oh, right there. Wait, stop.
It has been found.
Okay.
And we will be getting the pairings very soon for the second round, and we'll give you an update as soon as we hear.
And we found it. I'm good.
We have found the piece. Everything is okay. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Fiddly bits when I'm not at home. I don't know what I was thinking.
Is he? Water. Is it on the other side? Yeah, with water. Is it on the other side?
Yeah.
I cannot see.
Whose idea was it for me to build this here on stream where I can lose pieces? Oh, wait, that was my idea.
I'll see. Is my black water bottle?
All right. But yeah, no, I think they're going to be running pairings in just a few minutes. I know,
Hydrate or
like,
dehydrate?
that is true. Let's see if we're just keeping you, like I said, I don't want you guys to just be sitting here waiting on us all day, like just looking at a screen waiting for nothing to happen.
Well, that means they just get more time to look at me.
And some people do appreciate that, for sure. I mean, I don't blame people for that.
Did see something in the chat here I wanted to check up. You are U.S. citizens. Americans are all the folk from the deep North Canada. Let me clarify. North Americans.
Fair enough.
United States of Americans.
The deep from the deep north of Canada got it. But let's see where we are with, the only thing we're
the only
one
we
we're
were
waiting on is Evan must play faster riff and Jakester playing. So I know that, like I said, that's
Let's double check. I don't know if did you drop a piece again?
No, I didn't.
Okay, it was close though.
It was. I'm too many fiddly bits.
Yep, we're just waiting on those two to update the score, and then once that score is updated, we shall get going with the next round. Once the next round is over, we will go on a light lunch break. Unsure how long it is. Yesterday, I believe it was an hour, so we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, I think what their plan is again is an hour lunch. I think last year we didn't really have a lot of lunch breaks, and I think they realized that the players were a little worn out from that.
Mm-hmm.
So they worked that in to make sure that they had lunch breaks this
Whenever
time.
I run a tournament, I always make sure to have an hour lunch.
At least a half hour, is, in my opinion. I mean, depending on how close food is and stuff like that. I mean, being here at a con. The other part is I think they want to give people the ability to sit there and go and do the con things as well, because there's a lot.
They can
of cool
also
stuff.
sit and breathe. That's something I often forget to do.
Right.
When and how are the giveaways announced, Todd?
So I will be doing the giveaways. It'll probably be the fourth round is usually about the time that I do it, in case there's people that are getting home from work, want to sit there and be a part of the giveaway. Typically what I do is just I'll put while you are in chat, I will decide on a word or phrase that I want you to put in to be entered into the raffle, and then basically you're just randomly selected, and then usually it's like you got to be in chat at the time I announce it, about 10 to 15 minutes to sit there and enter, and then when you enter, but typically it's usually in around the fourth round of the day, like towards the end of the day, and I think more people, at least in the United States, it's like closer to the end of the day, so they're able to sit there and watch and stuff like that.
Yeah, and how are the winners announced is Todd will just go ahead and, I think it's a random number or a die roll or something along the lines. He has the names that entered in the giveaway. He will give an announcement during Game 4.
Yep. And then basically what will happen is they will, you'll need to do is just message me with your contact information, and AMG actually themselves will be mailing out the prize wall. Basically, it's every item on the prize wall is what my understanding is, and those will be what you're going to be showing, what you'll be receiving in the mail directly from them. So you're not going to be getting it from me.
For those that are unaware, do you want to remind them what the
Yes.
giveaway is for?
What do you mean? What they're getting?
What they're getting in the giveaway?
Everything in the prize wall. So basically, the new acrylic range tools, the new acrylic
Struggle
tracker, all of the new foil cards, as well as the new Shatterpoint cards, the custom Shatterpoint cards. They will be doing the. They say they're acrylic, but they're more like the
Plastic card
for all of the Princess Leia box.
Mm-hmm. This is some rescue.
Yeah, this is some rescue. And then they also have the acrylic, not priority, but objective tokens.
Objective tokens, yeah.
And
I believe they have 3 priority tokens as part of that.
I think so.
Is it the break, the block, and the expertise?
I believe so.
We're not 100% certain off the top of our heads, but if I'm not mistaken, I do believe a photo was posted somewhere in our Discord.
If you're on my Facebook as well, at the Facebook page for Momentous Struggle, I did post a picture there as well. So yeah, there's plenty of places all over the world to see it, and everything along those lines. I'm going to drop this again, I know.
Someone just mentioned, are you still going to be giving away the Ghost Crew cards that you mentioned on the podcast?
I am. When do I want to do that? Let me look at how many copies of those I have.
The Kanan Shatterpoint card is pretty cool. And for those that aren't aware, they have about 5 alternate Shatterpoint cards. They are not foil, but we do have a Rogue One, a Spectres, a Bad Batch, a Jedi, and an Ewok one, right?
I believe
Is there any more than that, or is that it?
There's 5 of them, so I think
Rogue One, Ewok, Spectres, Bad Batch, Jedi. Yeah, that's 5.
Yep. So I think that will be all of it that we are getting, that I know of anyway. What is? Do you have pairings up? All right, go ahead and do some talking. I'm going to see which pairing I can get.
Okay. So we're working on figuring out who is going to hop onto the stream. And we're figuring out what pairings are like. It seems they were just posted. So let me see if I can pull this up here and get you guys notified on what's going on. It looks like someone named Sir Rusty walked away with a bye this round. They're now currently, it looks like 1-1 with 8 wounds. And we are looking at the pairings at the moment. It seems Todd has just returned.
Easy, easy. So for all of you Rogue support fans out there, we'll be getting Sarah Cruel on stream.
Sarah Cruel. Yep. I know that one.
Yep, so Longshanks has been updated. We will be getting Sarah Cruel over here.
I was just notified that I was notifying them that someone did walk away with a bye. They're currently 1-1 with 8 wounds at the moment.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so they get 3 wounds and 2-0, an 0-2-0 win. Okay. So yeah, definitely. So Sarah Cruel is where I think he was. Let me take a look. Is going to be playing Merlin. Okay. Sarah Cruel's going to be playing Merlin. Let me go ahead and pull up what their list looked like and what they played last round. So Sarah Cruel is, to no one's surprise, playing basically all Empire. He has the Mandalorian with Dengar and Fifth Brother, along with Iden Versio, so Iden Box, basically, Iden Hask, ISF, Thrawn with Stormtrooper Sergeant Dark Troopers, and then Vader with DTE and ISB. And he brought Never Tell Me the Odds. In his first round, he played Iden and...
Looks like Iden and Vader for him.
Yeah, Iden Vader.
And then into that, he was against a Luminara and a Kiadi Mundi, which I personally have played against that list. I'm a big Luminara enjoyer. I have been supporting her as a character since the beginning of the game. She's very, very powerful, but it's one of those characters that you don't see the power level until you realize what she does not on her own activation.
Correct. All right, and then...
Seems our players have just arrived at the table. They're getting their greetings over with. And talking through, getting set up for the game.
Yep, and then so Merlin's bringing a revenge list. He has Kanan, Sabine, Chopper with Princess Leia, PLC, along with Ezra and Rebel Commandos.
Okay.
And then
pretty standard.
Kenobi and Hunter list. So your pretty standard Kenobi, Rex, Arfs with Hunter, Wrecker, Omega.
And what did he play last round?
And let's take a look. Yep, we're gonna get to.
He did end up bringing Sabotage Showdown.
And he played his revenge list. He played the Spectres of Hunter, or I'm sorry, of Kanan and PLC.
So, I mean, this is interesting. We might, if the odds are looking the way they are, we might end up with a similar thing that we did yesterday where we saw armor every game. So far, there could be a chance that we see Hunter Obi.
Right. Which would be pretty funny. Would be pretty funny.
Just getting things squared away. Round 2 should be starting soon. I agree, the Jin Shatterpoint card is very cool. Something that I noticed about that card is that you can see the breaks of separate art for separate units. And it is important to note that I did see Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus had a separate picture. So they are going to be separate units. Bodhi is also a separate unit. So from the looks of it, we haven't seen the reveals yet, but from the looks of it, that entire box is going to have 4 separate units.
That would be pretty cool. Single support, sometimes like people are just not into them. But we'll see what happens.
I think the main reason that a lot of people aren't into them at the moment is because the Rebels have a lot. At the moment, there's the Spectres, so you have Zeb and you have Chopper, which are single support units. We have Han and Chewie. Yes, they are a 2 base unit, but that also takes away the option of using Han or Chewie.
Yes.
So I think a lot of people are really excited for these Rogue One boxes because as my brother has once said to me, he's really excited because it's not anyone named Luke, Leia, or Han, or Chewie.
That is a very, very accurate point for all of this because, yeah, unfortunately, the list building has been a little restrictive in Rebels, and I know that we're going to get to the point where it won't be nearly as restrictive. So I know a lot of Rebel truthers out there are pretty excited about that.
I myself am very excited for Cassian Andor's box. I was just talking to Accuser earlier. We bonded over the fact that we're twinning on our Andor shirts. Mine, can't see it in the camera, but on there it says For the Rebellion in Arobesh. I'm very excited for his box to release. I'm very excited for season 2 of the show. I will be rewatching season 1 as I'm putting together and painting him when I get home.
There you go. Nothing better than hobbying
Vader
while
has
watching
already
Star Wars.
been built. Todd is working on Ahsoka Fulcrum at the moment.
Yeah, so Fulcrum is kind of just like cleaning up. I should have her built pretty soon. Then I'm going to probably like go over to like Monument Hobbies and see if I can get them to at least primer my models for me. And then, like I said, for those who, before I go off camera, I want to give them one more shout out. I went and got
Canon PLC?
both sets of the AMP paints.
It is going to be Sarah Cruel with Mando Thrawn into Kanan PLC.
Okay.
Sarah Cruel won priority.
No, Josh won it, yeah. So Kanan PLC, we said, and Thrawn
Mando.
Thrawn Mando. I'm actually loving. He's such a Thrawn player, a big Thrawn player, that I'm glad that he went with Thrawn on stream. Just because that is truly what he should do. It is the way. It is the Sarah Cruel way. But yeah, I did get, so Vader, I know I do have a picture in the Discord as well as on Facebook, but I did get Vader done already. And yeah, like I know as of last night there was more. Hey Dez, how you doing, buddy? So yeah, I did get those built yesterday. I'm hoping to get some paint on these guys, at least starting tonight. So getting Vader painted is kind of my goal. I am not the guru that some are when it comes to painting, but I know that the Monument Hobby paints are going to sit there and carry me through the end of the day is really what's going to happen here.
I was very excited to see that they added a green-gray into this.
Right.
Which the reason I'm excited is because I'm still working on my Rebel Commandos are mostly painted. They're definitely table ready and have been since about September, but I've been working on kind of doing that like blue-green aqua camo, and I haven't had the right colors for it yet, but I'm very excited to get working on that. So now that I have that gray-green, it'll definitely help with that camouflage.
Yeah, that'll help. I mean, so the bright green-blue that they have on here, honestly, I like that for putting down like your base coat for the clones. I think that's going to be a really good one for like a base coat on the clones and then build up off of that. I like using like a green grayish type to build up on when I'm starting to build up on clones and on Stormtrooper armor. So I think that's a good place to start with that one when you're building up to your lighter colors. Like most, I don't go full white, but I think that's a good color to start there. He does need to get the title back. I'm sure that's probably why he's going to probably try and put some reps in with Thrawn, get some wins here going on with that. So looks like they're starting to get their force and everything set up. We'll probably go tableside in a few seconds here. Hopefully by the end of this match, I'm going to have Ahsoka built too, so that I can sit there and get her built. So just so everybody knows, if they're local here, they're giving about 125 boxes of the Ahsoka I Am No Jedi Vader box. They're giving about 125 of those a day away, but you can go right onto the Asmodee website, and they think they're only shipping to the United States, but they are going to be available to be shipped in the United States to anyone who wants them. They were showing sold out yesterday and then went live again, so I think that's going to be fine with us happening there. Yep. Are we sure this is the size we're going to have Josh on one side and on the
I
side
see him laying out cards.
Okay, so yeah, we know Josh will be over there. Ask Aubrey.
Aubrey. What's his name? Oh.
All right. So we have Sarah Crew, we have Evan showing up here, getting ready to play. Wanted to make sure we're getting the names in here so we're not putting it. Sarah Crew is just going to be Sarah Crew, whether he likes it or not. He doesn't get a choice. Oh, you're going to change it to Josh because of
It was a little too long, and it was like not fitting in the box properly, and we, just to make it easier on ourselves.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Should we transition it over to the board as they're working on getting deployment started?
Sure, we can go for that. Yeah, get it out there. Looks like at least Sarah Crow's got everything laid out. We want to make sure that these guys get enough time, so hopefully they'll get started here pretty soon. And I'm sure you guys are tired of watching me kind of work at this, getting everything painted up and everything. Never tell me the odds is basically going to be.
All right, so this is a requirement that Todd and I had yesterday, and now it is again today. We are not allowed to talk about the percentage of chance on dice. We just have to embrace this. Just embrace the rolls as they come.
All right, so just to kind of go over again, Sarah Crow is going to be playing Thrawn. So it will be Thrawn with Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers, so fantastic squad right there. And then the other one is going to be Mando with Dengar and Fifth Brother. I do like this list. It's like Fifth Brother being a tiebreaker is always a great list to go with.
Thrawn Sergeant, and what was the last one?
Thrawn Sergeant DT, Death Troopers.
Dark Troopers?
Dark Troopers.
Yes. That's going to get real confusing when credits hits the board.
It is going to be some rough stuff for us here. And then, of course, Mando, Dengar, and Fifth Brother, like I said before. And then Kanan PLC, so it's going to be Kanan, Sabine with Chopper.
Kanan, Sabine, Chopper.
And then PLC with Ezra and the Commandos. Yep. On odds too, which is like I think that's a good play for Sarah Cole here. I think the mission favors Sarah Cole for sure. All right. And again, just if you are wanting to watch the live stream of the reveal tonight, it's going to be on Professional Casual Network. I went and put their link in the description or in the chat there for everybody because those guys are going to be pretty amazing. I know DTE, DTS, DT, DT. Yeah, it's gonna. Acronyms are not going to be our friends.
Death Trooper Escort, Death Trooper Specialist is the new one.
I think so.
Dark Troopers. Death Troopers, Shore Troopers, Storm Troopers, Snow Troopers. That's 3 STs.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, it is a little wonky there. I don't know why that is. It's unfortunately I'm at the will of the.
Sometimes technology is going to be how it be.
Yeah, and I'm at the will of like all the streamers using all of the internet all at the same time. We'll see what we can do with all of that. So, I mean, I'll try and fix it the best I can, but I think, like, you have just dozens upon dozens of streamers at this point in time.
The only thing that I could think of is let me try this real quick. Just turn it off, turn it back on.
You're on the wrong one.
But I'm on the wrong one, which is not helpful. When in doubt, turn it off and turn it back on. And didn't seem to do much. So I think we will just continue as it is.
Yeah, I don't see us being able to do a whole lot more here with that one, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how it all plays out.
I like that. The Death Trooper escort community, his community marks him as John Shatterpoint, because why else would you use him in anything else? And he's the best character in the game.
Fair enough.
See, I would like to refer to Rex as John Shatterpoint. I'm a Republic simp, though, so that's how we'll take that.
Almost there with Ahsoka, too.
That's actually Ahsoka 3.
That is Ahsoka 3.
But Ahsoka 3 is a mouthful, so I've been just calling her Fulcrum.
I think that's kind of what everybody's been doing with her.
And I'm glad that we decided that as a community. Yeah, so it seems with the camera being the way that it is, we can just we'll let you guys know what's happening, and luckily these things don't move too much on the table, so we can let you know who goes where.
All right, and deployment is happening at this point in time. Unfortunately, the camera sometimes gets just a little shoved around all over the place as time goes. Yep, a lot of Josh fans in here, a lot of Josh fans.
But for all the Josh fans, just so you're aware, they did pick Never Tell Me the Odds, don't talk about percentages. As you can see, we have the Thrawn sitting in support of him as well, the Thrawn pop.
Right.
Sitting next to the dice bowl, watching menacingly.
Very on brand.
And we have Evan deploying Princess Leia, charming to the last.
Yep. So Thrawn on the top there. Deciding to go with Leia across the side. Yeah, and again,
Aubrey's learning what the range 3 tool is.
Yes, again. I tell you what, he is never going to forget to deploy at range 3.
I don't think it's his choice. I think it's the community's choice at this point to never let him forget.
Yeah, no, I mean, the funny part is like with him trying to blame me for it, even though he's the one who was deploying.
A rogue support Shatterpoint Star Wars podcast. My brain is fried. Give me a second. Rogue support, a Star Wars Shatterpoint podcast asks, "What is our predictions?"
Our predictions, again,
I find your question vague and unconvincing.
As far as predictions, I mean, Cerekrul's just, when it comes to playing this list, he's so solid. He's been a Thrawn player from the time Thrawn was launched. I think that's going to help him out quite a bit. Now, that said, this is my first time seeing Evan play, and revenge lists are always just good. So Cerekrul plays enough to where I think he knows how to play into this and what exactly he needs to do. So I don't think the fact that he's playing into a Revenge Canon PLC list is going to be a hindrance to him in any way.
Hands have been shaken, a good luck has been exchanged, and it seems the game is beginning. Secondary units are challenging the odds. Mission of Daring Gamble.
But yeah, I would say, I mean, it's so hard to predict on this. I mean, like skill-wise, I mean, I have more experience playing and knowing Cerekrul that it's like I automatically kind of go that route where Josh is probably going to be the one that I lean towards. But I don't know if that's a fair assumption, simply because it's just familiarity. It's kind of
familiarity, and I don't want to lean on bias because I know Cerekrul and I don't know Evan, and that makes it hard. Flip is Dark Troopers, and game is beginning. But if you're asking me my prediction, the way that I look at it is this. Yes, Empire does do a lot of wounding, but this is a Thrawn Empire list with Mando, built on control and defense.
Right.
So if I were to make a prediction, just knowing how these models work, my prediction goes to Thrawn. And that's completely an unbiased take that is just me looking at the units and how they work.
Correct. I mean, the one thing I would say is that this is not your Iden list that's going to be sitting there putting a lot of wounds, triggering the revenge triggers. So because of that, the biggest thing that people lean into with Kanan and with PLC is not going to be taken full advantage of. All of that being said, it does change. Okay.
The Dark Troopers are now spending a force to use their jump boots. Get a little extra mobility going.
So he did decide to pull the DT jump boots. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't want to stop stream just so I can sit there and try and troubleshoot these cameras.
But after this game, we'll be able to go on lunch. We might be able to take a second to try and figure out the issue. But at the moment, we're giving you the best we can.
Without a doubt. But I have a feeling it's probably just the amount of strain on the internet at this point in time in this convention center. So moving all the way forward to get that center objective on Evan's side.
That is a really good unit to have contesting on your opponent's side of the table. The Dark Troopers, notorious for a few things: protection and immunity to pin.
Right.
Now, the type of list that I like to play, and again in my recent play, has been Plo Koon and Ki-Adi-Mundi. I bring the 212th for the extra pin, usually giving us a little bit of extra damage on those. And it seems that he's going to take a shot into the Rebel Commandos for his second action. But that said, the best way that you can do and deal with the Dark Troopers is getting those early shoves, which I believe some of the Spectres have. But the force push is not going to be able to do anything from Kanan, as those Dark Troopers are immune to all ability-based displacement.
Exactly. So yeah, 4 fails there, only 2 blocks, which is 3 successes basically is what it's going to work out to. So just looking at what he wants to do here. All right. 4 damage, pin, and jump. The pin, again, helping out quite a bit on this one.
Yeah. Because those Rebel Commandos, they're able to get a free movement.
Right.
Or out-of-action movement on their turn by spending a force, so preventing that. Another shot's coming into them as well.
Right, yeah, just trying to get them taken care of early and often. And we saw this in the last game as well, where being able to get the early attacks off and really kind of putting a support behind the 8-ball early kind of was beneficial in a lot of ways. Really, like, we kind of made Tech and Echo kind of useless until the end of the game last time. So, and 4 down the tree he goes with this attack roll. Dice are in the favor of Josh early, looking like right now. It probably will be enough looking at everything to just put them down altogether. So a wound pre-activation on them is going to be kind of brutal. Yep, and that makes sense. The Kanan trigger is something that is going to be something
thinking about the Kanan trigger, it's an early time to make it go off, but at the moment, if he wounds the Rebel Commandos, we don't have to worry about the 5 dice clapback. Right. It is just going to be 2 heals and a jump. So yes, it gives Kanan that extra mobility, but 5 damage and a jump into the Commandos means they are wounded.
Yep.
So we are going to let that Kanan attack, or the Kanan trigger happen, as well as the PLC trigger.
Exactly. Yeah. No. 9 damage from them all together with the pin. I mean, they will of course clear that pin as soon as they reactivate, but it is It is a not that is kind of where you want to go with this. I guess is probably the best way to put this. You want to sit there and hit them early.
I mean, an early wound, especially on Nevertell, is very, very important. And especially because the way that as we mentioned before, the commandos have a range 3 deployment. So he was able to invade the back line, take that middle point, and prevent them from contesting this objective off first activation. PLC is going to dash up with her revenge trigger and give her hunker to Ezra. And then Kanan is doing his revenge trigger jump. See, this is the strength of this Kanan PLC list, is as soon as any wound happens to the team, there's going to be a lot of mobility happening. And that's why such an early attack is important, because getting the movement out of the way and making the later game wounds less viable is a number one target that I would go for.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah, you're definitely wanting to get that. And, the biggest thing with these guys is always the positioning as well. So it's like making sure, like really finding out where the positioning is going to go and everything along those lines helps you know, like, okay, now that I've seen both of these triggers go off, this is where they're going to be. You've already wounded somebody. I mean, it's fantastic as well. And the Rebel Commandos came out. Yeah, he's immediately going to put them into reserve. I don't think he wants to sit there and activate them right this fast.
And the card flip is Sabine. Got those alternate art Spectre cards. I find that very exciting. I find them very fun. The dash is going to Ezra, and Ezra's going to gain the hunker. And he has 2 hunkers at the moment. Now, Sabine looks like she's going to take her first action to move. Just deciphering which way is the best way to go. Looks like she's going to head towards that camera south objective.
All right, and yeah, I do have 4 copies of those alternate art Spectre cards, thanks to our good friend Mr. Pink. He did take care of us. I wanted to make sure that everyone, that he could share the love with all the other people out there. So yeah, I think we're going to probably work on giving one of those away.
Just to update, the Sabine did end up spending the Force to add some fireworks to the display, hop up, take that south objective. And now the card flip for Sarah Cruel is the Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Yeah, seeing Stormtrooper Sergeant, he's got kind of debate where he wants to go with everything. Stormtrooper Sergeant is on the north end of the map, as far as like we're looking at on the top of the screen. Not going to really be able to impact much in the way of points at this.
Looks like Sabine also did a take cover real quick, and we were just discussing that. Now the official card flip happens. Looks like Stormtrooper Sergeant is going to be put into reserve. Did not spend the Force for the mobility out of Thrawn, but we did pull a Shatterpoint, so we've got a lot of options here.
A lot of options, yeah. And you're really looking at, does he want, now that Sabine's down at the bottom of the map there, do you want to sit there and kind of go into her and see if you can sit there and push her off that point? Because he already has 3 points right now, having the top center and the back right. If he is to sit there and move them forward.
Mando for Shatterpoint.
Yep, Mando Shatterpoint, which makes sense, because now you can just move Mando forward. Yep. Getting nice and far forward on there. And really, like, this is the point where if he's going to take a Force to probably clan it too. Yep.
Now, a Mando early activation is something that I usually like to pull off once he's in my team as well. I think getting him up the table is really helpful. The only risk that puts you in is if he can get taken down. As we mentioned in the streams yesterday, the one weakness that the Mandalorian has is being taken out of play by being wounded, but luckily he's one of the tankiest units in the game, so that's a pretty hard thing to do. And as we're seeing this Clan of Two come out, he's just going to use the Force Push version and get Sabine off the point. I looked at him flip stances, and it looks like an attack is about to happen.
Yeah, looking to bring Sabine in cold. I see quite a few fails in there, though. That's not ideal. There's 4 blocks, so...
After conversion, 4 blocks.
Yeah.
Everything's blocked?
Everything is blocked.
Everything is blocked.
So not the best attacks, but again, he is playing a little more on the control side, I think, here. He's just trying to win the point brace. I mean, and not, like pushing her off, he scores 4.
Scoring 4 points. Yeah, as mentioned prior, we're expecting a lot of movement out of this list and a lot of control. This is going to be displacement. This is going to be sneaky moves out of Sarah Cruel's list here.
Right. And now we have back-to-back shatter points.
Interesting.
Giving a lot of options here.
I'm not surprised by this pick. So he's going with Kanan. It looks like he's in the pack leader side, which allows him to give a dash to a Spectre, or excuse me, to a Rebel unit. If it's a Spectre, he also gets to dash himself. So he gave that dash to Ezra, putting him contesting the same point as the Dark Trooper from earlier. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's only one model there, which means Ezra will be able to break that tie.
Breaking the tie, yeah.
So, he is now walking up, taking a shot at Mando.
Okay. Could be a really impactful turn here. Because you are definitely flipping that 1 point back on his side. Could potentially flip the point where Mando is going to be a little difficult to do that, but is always is a strong possibility. All right.
Looks like after conversion, 3 blocks.
And a crit to a fail. So
looking like 3 down the tree.
Okay, not too bad. I mean, and that's really, you need a big spike to take out Mando. He's really a strong...
Very big spike. And on top of that, 5 pin and a shove out of Kanan. That's usually what I expect. I don't really know what is past that on his tree. The amount of times that I've played him, I expect about 2 to 3 out of him.
Yep. And that will take the point back, it looks like.
Never mind, no magic hand, there were no fails.
No fails out of the roll and no magic hand thing from the Mandalorian.
Climb action onto the point.
And then for his final action, he's going to climb onto the point. Objectives flip, and we are looking for some scores.
Yeah, so basically that'll score him 3 points, bringing it back to his side. So that was a good swing back by Evan. All right. And just looking at some measurements and stuff like that. Yeah, a really solid turn there to flip those 2 points. Really puts himself back into a place where he was bad. Okay, so we get the flip of Thrawn, leaving the Stormtrooper Sergeant in reserve at this point in time. So definitely was a choice. I do like seeing Thrawn go here.
An important note here is that when Kanan decided to move Ezra with that dash, he did lose 2 hunkers, so Ezra is now a little bit easier to hurt. Now that's the one, not weak point, but I would say that is the weakness of the Spectres, is because typically when you're playing them, if you decide to go full Spectres, you've only got 6 models on the board, so you can lose in numbers, but the number one thing is that you have Ezra, a secondary, who is a very sticky tiebreaker. And I think that is a very important and vital piece to the playstyle of the Rebellion, is having Ezra there to break ties. And if he doesn't have those hunkers keeping him alive, he could be in a lot of trouble.
Without a doubt, yeah. The hunkers are kind of the big thing for him.
Thrawn's going to go ahead and spend a force to allow himself a reposition, if I'm not mistaken. Get a lot of mobility here. If you end up contesting an objective, you get extra dice on your next attack. He's working on finding the angle that he needs.
All right, looks like Yeah, it looks like the internet got a little bit better for us. A little less choppy anyway.
I think it's a technical issue with that camera.
Attacking Ezra, coordinated fire strain from the Dark Troopers.
An attack is going into Ezra. The Dark Troopers are going to coordinate fire strain.
And Ezra did get engaged, so he does not have his hunkers.
Yep, Ezra losing his hunkers anyway. All right, here we go.
Ezra
Big
is now
attack
strained.
from
This is a very important condition
Ooh.
to toss on Ezra. If he does get the expertise he needs, he does have a mobility back onto the tree. Unfortunately, that expertise does not look like it's going to happen.
right.
So it's better safe than sorry with that strain for sure.
Yeah, three fails.
Pin from the expertise and the rest.
Looks like quite a few crits here. Yeah, so 3 crits. So basically when it's all said and done, 3 crits down the tree.
3 crits down the tree, and as we heard from the expertise tree, he's also getting a pin. So Ezra's walking away with strain and pin, and quite a few dice on him.
So it'll be a 3 damage. It looks like he's going to go as the route. 3, and he is going to be able to shove him.
2 recovers, 3 damage.
Okay. A dash, a shove, 2 recovers, and 3 damage.
It doesn't look like that's going to put Ezra off of the point, though. So Ezra is still going to be able to stay on the point here.
Yes, but he is able to win by numbers, it
Yep.
looks like, because Thrawn and the Dark Trooper are both on that point, can flip it back in his favor.
Looking pretty good for a good activation here for Sarah Kroll, for Josh.
And the
flipping
shove
one of
is
those points.
happening, therefore pushing Ezra out.
Right.
Take control of that point again.
Scoring 3 for Josh, so that'll put him 2 back on his side. And I don't expect to see a lot more wounds going forward at this point in time.
At least for the time being.
For the time being. All right, so PLC is next.
Charming to the last.
A lot of options here as far as what you can do with PLC. I mean, your primaries always are. Yep.
Clearing the pin on Ezra with her tactic.
Which is fantastic, right? Like, you do want to keep them.
He's going to use the ability that allows one unit to heal and another unit to dash. So Ezra is going to eat the strain and dash.
Switch into the cover rapid side.
PLC is going to move up into the objective. So now we have 2 models apiece on that objective, but Ezra, being that tiebreaker, is going to make that go in his favor.
Yep.
Leia's going to go ahead and toss some dice into the Dark Troopers now.
And that was a pretty awful roll by.
I think on both sides.
So no damage, just a shove.
Wow. Both sides just had really rough rolls right there.
No damage and a shove is happening.
Yeah. Not exactly what you would want out of a PLC activation, where you're just not getting anything going. But hey,
But,
it
I mean,
happens.
that's sometimes that's how the Rebels are. Right now, what we're seeing is what you'd usually expect out of the Saturday morning cartoon.
So
The
tiebreaker is going to get the point back.
the tiebreaker is going to give the point back, but the Rebels are starting out on a low foot against the Empire. But this is what we expect. And also, this being Never Tell Me the Odds, I've said it once, I'll say it again. This is usually the mission pack that it is constantly flipping back and forth until someone scores a wound, and it just changes the entire look of the struggle. Yet, since we scored one so early, it was more of a preventative measure for the revenge triggers than it was to take advantage of the mission pack itself.
Exactly.
Now, one of the Thrawn tactic cards is being pulled.
Using the bottom tactic, the dash, and remove all hunters.
It is going to allow one of our units here to dash and then remove all hunkers. And the card flip goes to Fifth Brother. I've seen this once and I'll see it again. It's Fifth Brother usually just likes to move up, walk up to a point, and then claim it because of his inquisitorial mandate. But we shall see what he does to approach it here. He's going to spend the force for a forced jump, allowing him to move up on top of the gantry here, on top of that garage. And taking a move action, looks like he's going to go ahead and engage Kanan. Just kind of weighing through his options at the moment on what he could do.
Not attacking, just using the recover action to remove the pin on Mando.
And it sounds like he's going to take a recover action to remove the pin on the Mandalorian. So that way, Mando can be a little bit more mobile in the future. Scores just a few points back on his side, and then the next turn will go to Evan. Fifth Brother just finished up his activation.
Right.
Walked up, took a point from Kanan, scored a couple, and recovered the pin off of the Mandalorian.
Yeah, I mean, Fifth Brother's always going to be a solid activation. For
Yeah.
sure.
Seems Evan's just weighing his options on who he wants to activate, and the card flip happens, taking us to Chopper.
Chopper, you don't want to go too early with him just because he's so much better when he's in the deck. Yeah,
The
Aubrey's
thing that
favorite war criminal is now here.
The thing that I like about Chopper is how he can't be attacked while he's in the deck, but something I've started doing recently is letting him activate because he's surprisingly tanky. He's immune to two conditions that are relatively common that people usually use to stack for extra damage, but he's also got protection, which means he can just take a few hits. But, you know, it's better to keep him in the deck when you can.
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean, he is solid when he does activate. But yeah, I mean, having someone that just is not going to be able to be attacked is always really solid too. Like it makes eliminating or minimizing the amount of options your opponent has is something solid.
Ranged attack into Fifth Brother, it seems.
That little droid has a problem with an Inquisitor, apparently.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong unit. It is in melee.
That's pretty wild that he has problems here with challenging an Inquisitor is pretty wild.
I have once before. I have wounded Darth Vader using Chopper. He has the potential. He can do it.
but this is not going to happen with just one success.
Yeah. Fifth Brother's going to be tanky and only have one success go through.
Right.
Sounds like it's just going to be one damage due to Fifth Brother having protection when he's contesting an active objective.
Fifth Brother doing Fifth Brother things. I mean, this is why...
tanky boy.
Yeah. I mean, when he first launched...
On a petty mayhem.
Yeah. When he first launched, I really thought he was one of the best characters in the game, by far the best support. So
That might be the most Chopper reaction I've ever heard.
Yep. Wah, 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 wah. All right, but scores 3 points here. Was able to flip that back again.
Do we need to take back everything we said about that activation, redo it over, and just say wop 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 wop?
All right. So since this is going to be just an easy mail, I think I can probably do these internationally. For those that are here, I should be able to print these. So what I'm going to do, let's see. For the next, I'll say 18 minutes. So for the next 18 minutes, I'm going to give away, thanks to Mr. Pinks, a set of these Spectre alternate art cards, and actually has a Thrawn foil card in it as well. So kind of in honor of this game, it just makes sense to do this.
Yeah, I agree that I think Chopper is the definition of the dark side.
Right. So what I would like you to do, if you want to be entered into the raffle drawing for the alternate art Spectre cards and a foil Thrawn card, just go ahead and put Spectre in the chat, and I will be doing a drawing in about 18 minutes.
And make sure you spell it correctly. E after the R. So just to give you guys a quick update on what's going on, Dengar did use his on the trail, move up, and is now smacking our favorite war criminal.
So there's a crit and a pin on the tree. That's the only thing that's going through.
Okay. Now, after all the results have gone through, it's going to be a crit and a pin. Objectives have moved, and we move on.
Reminder, Chopper is immune to pin.
Just a reminder that the things you guys are entering for right now is the Spectre cards that you see our friend Evan here using in-game. And yeah, I do agree. It's very thematic for us to be tossing these cards into the mix while we have Thrawn and the Spectres on the board.
So using unreliable informant.
Ezra's going to go ahead and be using Unreliable Informant. And gets the expertise, which means he gets to resolve a dash on the enemy support. And it's going to be decided by the opponent's player.
Where you get either a dash or
Just player discussion, figuring out who can go where.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the way the terrain is in this game too. Sometimes you really have to move some pieces around and everything along those lines.
they're figuring out unreliable informant.
So looking at unreliable informant. Yeah, basically one of those, like, if we can't make it, like we might have someone by the table like looking to kind of relay information, but like we can't really make judge calls and stuff like that. So if we need one, we can definitely get one. Do you need a judge? Do you need the judge?
I think I understand what it says. We're in the green zone.
Okay, as long as you're in your greens. Just making sure that they don't need a judge or anything like that. It looks like they both agree to what's going on, so they're fine.
Yeah, the person who rolled the die.
So yeah, just like, but it looks like they've come to a conclusion on here. It looks like there's going to be.
They both read the top. Focus, attack, and a dark trooper.
Focus and attack into the Dark Troopers. 3 fails and only 2 blocks for Sarah Kroll here for Josh. Looks like a couple of fails though also. So 2 fails. Expertise turns that into a crit, blocking the 2, so it looks like it's going to be 3 down the tree from what I can see here. Just kind of decide on what he's going to be doing with this. But yeah, this has been we're almost about at like 3 damage pin strain. Into who?
Dark Troopers.
So 3 damage pin strain into the Dark Troopers. moving back to the center and each getting a momentum.
For the first time this struggle, finally adding a little bit more momentum onto this, both playing some pretty reactive and control-y lists, so we're not seeing a whole lot of momentum added onto the board. This is kind of what you would expect out of Nevertell. Give it some time.
Right. I mean, but you still have Mando, you still have, oh, here comes the other tactic.
Another Thrawn tactic card comes out of the deck.
Battle tactic, reposition on the Mandalorian.
And the Mandalorian is getting a reposition.
Yep. Which basically the Mandalorian is the last one in the deck, I believe, here. Because he has the Stormtrooper Sergeant in reserve. So he's going to basically get a Mandalorian activation here if he wants it.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at Evan's side. He's had those commandos basically just sit in reserve all day long. So all he's got left at this point in time. All he's got left at this point in time is, I think, is Kanan, I believe, because he used Kanan for his Shatterpoint. So yeah, he's got Kanan.
And the card flip goes to Mando.
Yep. And yeah, just a reminder for people that may not have been paying attention in chat earlier, we are doing a giveaway. Got about 10 minutes left in chat.
It seems for an unknown amount of time that Todd has just left his flashlight on his phone on.
Ever since I dropped
So what was that, about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, so when I dropped the front half of
Tip 101 on how to drain your battery.
Cover the strain.
all right, Mando recovering the strain.
And then he's debating between Planet 2 and
Yeah, looking on where he wants to if he wants to clan it to. He's only got one force left with a card still in reserve, but that is just Stormtrooper Sergeant, so like not a very force intensive unit. So yeah, just debating on whether he wants to clan it to right now here. I mean, if he is able to flip another point was going to be huge for him. Scoring 4 here would be a very significant amount.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree, and especially we're still on struggle 1, and this one has been going for a while.
Right. Yeah. No, we're looking at roughly about almost 50 minutes into the round at this point in time. So,
but like I said before, Nevertell is one of those ones that it seems that it would go on for quite a while, or it's done in just a couple activations, and they both have the mobility to keep up with this mission.
Without a doubt, yeah, that's one of the things there. So, with all of the you can limit.
So he is using Planet 2.
He is going to use Planet 2. You can limit the mobility a little bit with the revenge triggers to kind of slow down a little bit. But yeah, both of them are highly mobile units or mobile lists. All right, so Clan of 2.
So using the push on Leia.
Yeah, using the push on Leia, kind of pushing her off of that point.
Getting her out of there, just keeping yourself contesting that point, keeping yourself holding on for just a little bit, able to get a lot of card flip going, or objective flip going on.
Yeah, and that's really where the meat of this is going to be, is he wants to sit there and do that.
Up against the tower.
All right, just moves kind of right up against the high tower piece there.
Three models on there, so flipping the point.
Yep, flipping the point, scoring 4. So this really is going to put some pressure on going back to Evan. Really kind of look at, does he want to pull Kanan out of the order deck, or is he going to use the commandos in reserve right now and wake them up?
Now, if I were in his position, I was going to say, let's go for Kanan. He was one of the early activations. Now is the time where he can do a lot of work.
Right.
If I can tell, he has a little bit of force to do something with. I'm not sure he has the force to do anything with Kanan, though.
Yeah, he's only got, it looks like one force remaining at the bottom of your screen there.
Now, it looks like that he gave his pack leader Dash to Sabine, who can turn any form of movement into a jump, so she's able to jump up and contest that objective. Kanan's going to go ahead and dash down, so that way he can get a little extra room. On pack leader side, he really likes those ranged attacks. He can do a melee, but he definitely prefers ranged.
Yeah. So looking to sit there and just do that range attack, I mean, there is a possibility that he can get back up there at some point in time if he really needs to.
Absolutely. I know there's a bit of mobility on his tree.
Yeah, looking good. Kind of just mulling over what he wants to do here.
I mean, he's definitely on the back foot at the moment, so right now trying to find a way to flip an objective is his best idea. If I were in his position right now, he could take an attack, hopefully wound or shove something off, and then go ahead and take that backline point. I don't see anyone else contesting it, so it leaves it wide open for claiming.
Correct. Yeah, he could end up looking at, in a way, I mean, he unfortunately doesn't have the force to the force push.
Yeah.
It's really kind of like where he probably could very easily flip 2 points. So he's really, I think that's kind of where he's debating on what he needs to do and how he needs to go about making the most out of this activation. And I don't blame him one bit to spend a little bit of time to think about it. We have plenty of time. This has been a long round, but there's definitely time to think about it. All right, so here comes the attack. Pretty good defensive roll as far as showing. I'm not quite sure who he attacked into. Okay, attacking into Fifth Brother. Five damage down to 4 goes 3 crits. He had 3 crits on here, and that's really what kind of did it in. I mean, he was able to get 3 down the tree with that. So 5 damage into Fifth Brother. And that was going to go down to 4. But he does get that shove.
Just discussing the shove angle to make sure that we're getting it good. And I can see we have 2 Spectres up and 1 Empire up. Therefore, that objective will flip. I think he still has an action free, so he's just going to use the move action, move onto that back point. That's kind of the ideal situation there.
Yeah, flipping 2 points, really kind of putting it back. I mean, he's going to get a momentum because it's just going to go down 1.
Kanan is one of those primaries where on his activation, you want to make sure you're flipping 2 points. So it's satisfying to see that he was able to pull it off.
Right. Yeah, even with a good defensive roll there, it still was that. So now the only option that he has is to pull Stormtrooper Sergeant out of reserve.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be kind of the same for Evan, where all he's going to have left is the commandos. So is it really going to look at, do I want to move somebody? Can he move somebody to try and get onto a point? Stormtrooper Sergeant, though, all the way at the top of the screen, really not being able to impact any of those 2 points at the bottom where that just got flipped. So this is kind of a rough one for Josh.
Yeah. Difficult choice to be made here.
Right.
Leaving Stormtrooper Sergeant in reserve for so long, there just has not been an optimal opportunity for him to be used. But it looks like the tactic is finally being chosen on who gets to move.
Yeah, without a doubt. So moving Fifth Brother here.
I think that's a solid choice. I mean, we know he's a tiebreaker. If he's able to hit that ladder and climb back up, that means that objective belongs to him again. It's all he needs.
Well, I think the objective actually is on the bottom. So as long as he's within 2, which I think he is, he's kind of underneath that gantry.
Oh, I'm mistaken. I thought he was climbing up the ladder on that side point where we have Sabine and Chopper, but it looks like he's moving over to contest over where Kanan is at.
Yes, I think that's where he's going, is basically going down onto the ground where Kanan is, because Kanan's the only one there, so definitely winning the tie there.
Yeah.
So that is kind of nice. He's going to be able to score 3 points here. Really just moving for Stormtrooper Sergeant up on top. I don't know if there's anyone even within range to take a shot at, so it's probably just going to take cover.
Yeah. looking like it. I mean, that's kind of what you would expect out of with this list, especially with how controlly it is. Like, you don't expect much action, especially on a sergeant's turn, when we know how little he can do on the tree. What he provides is what he does outside of his attacks. That looks like it's going to be turn for Sarah Cruel, and card flip is going to finally pull those Rebel Commandos out of reserve.
Yeah, taking that wound off of or basically flipping that to their injured side.
And they're going to go ahead and attack the Mandalorian.
Was it a focus attack? Okay, so just like starting out right just with the attack into Mando. See if they can basically kind of put Mando down. And that makes sense because then Mando is over there on that other point. But even waking them up, I think he's going to be able to flip that back and score 3 again.
If there's one thing that I know about, I've said it once and I'll say it again. There's one thing that I know about the Mandalorian is that he's one of the most powerful units in the game by himself. That revenge trigger, being able to heal 2, fully reposition, and keep contesting objectives that people are trying to go for is really powerful. But if you can put him in the ground and get him wounded, that is one of the best things that you can do. It's just the unfortunate timing, but it's fortunate but also unfortunate because since we're playing Mandalorian Thrawn, if you wound one of the primary units of Mandalorian or Thrawn, Thrawn can just decide to reshuffle his deck. So the timing of this is actually excellent. If he's able to get this wound off, there's no point into reshuffling and refreshing because he's already doing that. He's already gone through his deck.
Right.
The added bonus is that
4 damage disarm.
the added bonus is that he gets to make sure the Mandalorian is wounded and not able to reposition. So now he has to go through 9 different cards to try and find a Shatterpoint or a Mandalorian to wake him back up.
Correct. But I don't think he wounded him there, right? He just did 4 damage.
4 damage and a disarm, but this is a 2-character unit, so that means that second attack can go through.
Right. We'll see what happens here. And again, like looking at maybe what 3?
I think that's about 3. I don't have the chart off the top of my head.
He does have the best card, so I might turn it into 2 blocks.
3 through again.
3 results going through.
That's going to be able to put him down. Yeah, it's just 1 block and then a crit to a regular
Crit to a
strike.
strike. Yeah. I knew he had crit mitigation, but I've been playing a lot of people where the crit mitigation is on the second result of the tree, so I was getting mistaken with memory.
Oh, they're wounded. They're down.
Yep. And that does put...
Mandalorian has been put to bed for now.
Second action.
And the second action is happening at the moment.
Yeah, looking probably going to be moving some people around here just to kind of see where we can get...
And point of order is that the Mandalorian, he does have that wound trigger, but it works on anybody except for himself. So since he was the one taken down, there's no heal to reposition.
Yep, so that goes back to him. Scores 3, gets a momentum for the wound and a momentum for not going back to 0. So here we are looking at all things being equal. Evan's been slowly creeping back into this with his momentum.
Players are working on shuffling and cutting decks.
And here comes the Dark Troopers.
If I'm not mistaken, were they the first card pulled last time?
They were. First pulled this time, first pulled last time. So now looking at what he wants to do with these Dark Troopers, because they have been sitting kind of off on their side for a while there. Time-wise, the round started roughly around 11:30, so we're about an hour-ish in at this point in time, Mr. Pink. And they've been on this struggle for a while. So it's at this point, I mean, this is going to be impactful.
He's waking up Dark Troopers, so removing the strain, leaving the disarm.
All right.
Dark Troopers are waking up and they're removing the strain.
Going to keep which does keep a disarm on them. So no damage on them because they're waking up, but yes, still disarmed. So that first attack, if they do decide to attack here, is going to be without the expertise chart. Which is does mean something. I mean, you really, like, not all the time, but can be kind of painful.
It's free extra crits, depending on what tree you've got. But can't go down without having a couple extra dice on the table. I'm always a fan of having my expertise, but
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, because in Melee, one expertise is just a crit. I mean, so it
very
does,
good results.
Yeah. So definitely it is an option. I mean, it is an option you don't want to lose, but it does happen from time to time.
Absolutely.
All right. And just out of the corner of my eye, I saw the X-Wing guys. We're right next to them, and one of our locals is actually on their stream over there. So I got distracted for a second to see one of our locals.
Happens to the best of us.
It does. It does.
Wouldn't be a true momentous struggle stream without that.
And it wasn't
one
Aubrey.
person getting distracted.
And it wasn't Aubrey for a change.
Hey, I've gotten distracted a couple of times. Don't mind me.
All right. You know what? I think I've given it enough time, a little bit past the time I had said, but we haven't had anybody else for the for our
Spectre giveaway.
So let's see.
Debating about the increased force cost here. Move action.
Can make this work.
Todd is grabbing something to figure out who's going to be the winner of this Spectre set of cards. Again, this is the poster style cards that you've been seeing our friend Evan here use throughout this stream. If you are chosen, you will be walking away with a set for yourself as well as a foil Thrawn.
So, spending the 2 on rocket boots. Or rocket feet, whatever. I don't know. Jet boots.
The jet boots are being activated.
Up, skippity, jumpy time.
All right. So, based off of the random roll that I did to sit there and determine who's going to be winning our Spectres, the first Spectre giveaway cards that I'm doing, looks like it is Mr. Jack Johnson. I don't know if you're a Mr. or not, but like the name Jack Johnson makes me say Mr., so congratulations to Jack Johnson. You have won. If you are in Discord, you can definitely find me in Discord. I am Cliffjumper6. So if you send me your information, I will get these mailed out to you.
3 damage pin.
3 damage and a pin coming out of the Dark Troopers here.
Let me do this, and I will put you, Jack Johnson. Hopefully you're still in here. If not, I'll give you some time. I am definitely, and we will be giving a couple more in there. But if you want to join, if you are in Discord and want to join our Discord, here is the link for that.
Some confusion. The attack's in a chopper, not Sabine.
And that attack is going into Chopper, not Sabine.
2 crits through. 2 damage, pin, shove. Chopper's immune to pin though, so hasn't changed.
So, after the confusion has been discussed, it's sounding like 2 damage and a shove going into Chopper.
Yep, definitely more chances to win some more cards here for sure. So we'll be definitely giving out some more. Again, Mr. Pink, thank you very much for everything that you did there, supporting us and actually giving back to the community quite a bit. That's fantastic of you to sit there doing it. I appreciate you. This is not Momentous Struggle. We're just the channel that he used to help give back to the community some. So a big shout out to you, Mr. Pink. Thank you very much.
Yeah, much appreciated. It's always a good way to build community.
Yep. I had a chance to meet him actually at Las Vegas Open when he came out to play out there when I was the TO, and it was a really nice guy. Really glad that he had the chance to see it. He missed part of the tournament, unfortunately, but it was nice to meet him, and he's become a regular listener and supporter of the show. So I thank him and for his support, like I said.
And so your viewers are aware, Todd has actually finished and not dropped all the pieces of Fulcrum and Vader. The models look fantastic. We'll be able to show those off a little bit later once this game has finished up. He's working on taking a photo right now. Might be sharing that.
Yeah, I'll get a picture up in the Discords and up in the on the Facebook here in a little while to share with everybody.
Yeah, so if you want to see what the sculpts look like up close, he'll be posting the photo in that Discord link that he just posted into chat a little bit earlier. Just some player discussion happening at the moment.
Yeah, really kind of looking at.
Drop down, attacking into fifth brother.
Sounds like Sabine is going to drop down and attack the fifth brother.
Yeah, so Ms. Jack, if you want to sit there and just, if you are in Discord, send me a message in there, and then I can definitely hook you up with sending those cards out. It'll probably be once I get back into town from here. It usually takes me a little bit of time to get that, but I will definitely make sure that we get those out to you.
Notably, he forgot the focus from the game.
Or if you're on Facebook, you can go into Momentous Struggle there and send me a message through there, and I'll definitely be able to get back to you.
And 2 damage is going down to 1 due to fifth brother's protection. I always love seeing these thematic battles. This feels like I'm watching an episode of Rebels at the moment.
It does.
We have Thrawn versus
Not our side.
Kanan, yeah.
yeah.
They're right there.
But yeah, definitely a quite a bit there of a theme going on. But this has been quite the battle for sure. Quite the battle for sure with
And then also Dengar.
yeah, just a random Dengar in here.
Speaking of, he is who shows up on the card flip.
Yeah, this has been, like I said, a long match. We're probably over an hour in at this point in time, and they still are on struggle 1.
Yeah.
Now only 3 points left. He controls 2 of them. Flipping one of those points and getting a wound will end the struggle, and that's kind of where we are right now.
I mean, this is what you expect out of Never Tell Me the Odds, out of teams who have high mobility, constantly able to keep shifting these objectives.
Dengar has no damage. Mando has 5 damage. There's some confusion.
Finally looks like we're going to decide to go with Dengar. We're just getting some measuring out. On the trail is happening, moving in, and let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I do love the on the trail ability. I mean, I'm
Big
known-
bounty hunter
I'm
enjoyer?
a big bounty hunter enjoyer. So especially like just the supports, I've always been a big fan of on the trail. Into like especially with the bounty hunters where you can just focus and then they have sharpshooter too. You're just rolling. I full tree with those guys all the time. It's amazing.
Yeah, I like using them for the payday abilities.
Yep.
Nice attack into
9 dice attack into
9 dice
Sabine.
melee into Sabine with a focus. Now, I've used Dengar once or twice, and I'm sure you're very surprised to hear this. It was with a Hondo list,
3 crits.
I'm excited to see how he does here.
Right.
Now, this might be a hot take, but after looking at like just the results and how I feel after trying all of the bounty hunters in that box, to me, he has been the strongest contender out of that box.
Yeah.
He's very strong, has a lot of options in him, especially being able to payday and make bounty hunters reserve for cheaper.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, 2 blocks, all those crits. He's got the full. He's going full tree here. Full tree on Dengar. This might be what was needed to end the struggle in Josh's favor. And like I said, with as long as this has of a struggle as this has been, this is going to be pretty impactful.
I mean, it really puts the definition to the word struggle.
Right.
6 damage, double shove, exposed.
6 damage, double shove, exposed. Now, the one thing was Sabine was perfectly healthy. So, so it doesn't help, but It is going to flip a point again, putting it right there. So it does mean there's a lot of work that Evan's going to have to do on this callback here.
Yeah, I mean, flipping a point is the name of the game. When you get to this level of play, you have to be flipping an objective every turn, or else you're going to struggle.
All righty. Looks like that is that. Flips the point, scoring 3. And he's right up against it, the momentum there. Really,
I love seeing the momentum at this point because I love playing general solo.
Right.
And I love hitting them with the gotcha, I win on your turn.
Right. So a little wah of Chopper. Showing up. Looks like he's debating if Chopper is the activation he wants right now. We just refreshed the deck not too long ago. Looks like he's contemplating putting him into reserve, and he does. He puts Chopper into reserve. And Shatterpoint. And it looks like this is, again, kind of the same exact route that he was going last time. He had.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a nice benefit that he has Chopper in reserve this time. Now we know that he cannot be shot as long as he sits in reserve.
Exactly.
So, yes, Chopper can take a hit or two, but now he's off the table for as long as we can see.
Exactly.
Shatterpoint is an interesting pull at this moment because you can see the struggle tracker is not in his favor, and it's going to be hard for him to pull this one back. So something I might consider at this moment, he is setting up for the next struggle. And that might come out of it since he's considering using Kanan at the moment.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think some time is kind of a factor here. And really knowing who wins struggle 1 is going to have an impact on the end of the game at this point in time, because we're getting pretty close to mission critical.
Absolutely.
And we're still here.
And it looks like this tactic is going to... looks like the Shatterpoint is going to Kanan as they are working on just resolving the tactic at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Sabine turning that dash into a jump. I've never actually seen that ability utilized as much as it has been in this moment. I personally am almost always moving Ezra whenever I play Spectres, but that's usually because he just gets bopped off a point in 1 or 2 hits.
That is something that can commonly happen to him.
Kanan is attacking the 5th brother.
Now, Kanan's going to go ahead and toss some hits into 5th Brother. It looks like we're in melee. Yeah, it looks like we're in melee. We're just tossing some measuring clarification.
But one of the issues here, look, that was just not the role the defensive role that Josh was hoping for right there. 3 fails, 2 blocks, 1 expertise. There's 3 crits on Evan's side. Evan just, the dice coming up pretty good for him right now.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
Double shove.
5 damage and 2 shoves, and at the moment, 5th Brother does have protection steadfast, but that's not going to keep him from getting wounded. Slowly but surely just figuring out who's going where. Todd's working on getting a couple more photos for the gram.
Can you blame me?
You should put that other one in front so that way you can see all the colors. Yeah, he's showing you, he's going to take a photo and show you guys all the different colors that you get with these AMP sets, as well as the fully assembled models from the new Ahsoka vs. Vader dual pack.
So, first push on Dengar. Struggle tracker's full on the side.
Kanan's going to go ahead and force push Dengar. Struggle tracker is full on the blue side. Now, I said that
Shatterpoint time.
and it's a Shatterpoint flip out of Seracrul.
Back-to-back Shatterpoints, just like the first time through the order deck.
Am I allowed to say that it is as written?
So yeah, definitely some amazing things happening here. It's I think you have a fan in chat. I don't know what
I
to
saw
say.
it.
A lot of thinking going on here right now, and what's going to happen. I mean, but this is an important activation for sure for Saracol. He's really got to because he
He's
currently
got to work hard for it.
He does. He currently has 2 points. He needs to flip a point and get a wound again in order to end this struggle.
So I can tell you what happened here is if you look at this momentum, he got that first wound, and then it landed in the middle. Any other momentum that's added to the game has just been sheer perseverance. So Saracol has gotten one wound and it landed in the middle. That's all that momentum. The rest of it has come from Evan just clawing for this win.
Yes.
And this just goes as a testament to show how good these players are.
Going with Fifth Brother.
The activation is going to Fifth Brother, which does wake him up. Exciting to see.
Taking cover.
Fifth
right,
Brother's going to
taking
go ahead
cover.
and take cover.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing. He's trying to determine what he wants to do here. All right, take cover.
First action is a take cover just to get that little extra bit of movement.
Yeah, Evan not having any more momentum is going to impact how this.
And go
goes
ahead and
going
move.
forward.
Keep it simple, nothing too fancy. Take cover, move. That's a very expected move out of Fifth Brother, as all he needs to do is walk up and break a tie.
Right.
You're both playing fine.
That's never tell for you, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, this is quite. So back to 3, right, all the way up against it. But again, now Evan really has to make a move here because he's not getting any momentum to help pull him out of this at this point in time. He looking to see whether he wants to use chopper or not.
I mean, it's a tough choice, right? If you decide to activate Chopper, it does leave you exposed. Exposed is the wrong word, I guess. It does leave you open to be attacked. And like I said, Chopper can be a tanky unit, but part of his charm is allowing him to just sit in reserve or in the deck and not be able to be attacked. Giving him that extra opportunity to do something to him is rough.
Right. So it is a hard choice. I mean, right now, there's still PLC, there's still Ezra, there's still Kanan, there's still the commandos, all still in the order deck. He doesn't know where he wants to. There is a big
I
decision.
can understand the dilemma in trying to make a choice.
Right. Because do you want? I mean, you want to have PLC, you want to have Kanan available for this next struggle if you aren't able to pull this out. And if you pull them, you're taking an activation away. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense to go with Chopper here.
Chopper is the move. Now, this might be where I would also consider, as I said once before, to just consider setting up for the next. But who knows? We've seen a lot happen. Chopper just decided to go ahead and spend a force to use Mayhem, gets the full rainbow. That is a strain, expose, and a disarm. And then 8 dice going into the attack.
So 2 fails, 2 blocks, and an expertise on Josh's side. I see 2 fails, 2 crits, 3 expertise though.
3 expertise on Chopper is...
That's 3 crits. And that's going to put, it looks like probably 3 through. He is exposed now.
3 damage shove.
3 damage and a shove. Pushing him off of that point there. That bottom point has been a place for battle to happen. Right? And moving 3 back again. It's just 3 threes.
3-3, back and forth the entire time.
Right.
Now, this puts Heracrul in a very tough position because since it keeps going back, he doesn't want to risk wounding something to be able to get that last momentum, but it's almost the only option you have at this point.
Yeah.
And what you need to do is you need to get a wound and flip a point, therefore getting you that last little bit of momentum. The risk here is that we're running into Kanan PLC, and you can only avoid those wounds for so long.
Right. So, I mean, in the deck right now, he's got Thrawn, he's got Fifth Brother, Mando.
And decided to pull Mando.
And pulls Mando. Yeah, and now you're looking at, if there's anyone who's going to be able to flip 2 points, it's probably Mando.
Mando has the potential to definitely flip some points. Just got your mobility, you got your clan of 2. It's just the only issue is that I like to use this term a lot, but he's kind of a selfish activation. He doesn't really provide anything to the rest of his team on his activation. So, yes, he can do a lot of point flipping, but you have to have the rest of your team set up for it already. So, let's say he decides to go clan of 2 in the middle. He has a lot of options there. That might be what we're looking for. So Mando is going to take the activation. I think we're measuring out and looking at the clan of 2.
Yeah, just trying to see what he can do there. But, yeah, Josh is just making sure.
Move action, dash and Mando.
First action was a move out of Mando, getting him onto the other side of that point. Now he's spending for the clan of 2. Interesting.
Yeah, looking for the clan of 2.
So something that I know about Nevertell is that you always want to try and keep your back left point, because that one has a good chance of showing up pretty often.
Force
And
pushing Leia.
now he's going to go ahead and toss that force push into Princess Leia. And as you can see, he left that back left objective. Evan left the back left objective of his open.
Yes.
So Mando's going to go ahead and invade that back line.
Yep.
Force push her out of the way. Probably toss some dice.
Yeah.
Tossing some dice into Ezra at the moment. He's got the range for it. Does he have the dice for it? And we can figure out in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, definitely getting some. And now, but this is the wound probably is going to happen here. It's very possible that it'll happen, depending on the roll. 3 fails on Evan's side is kind of brutal. Only 1 expertise.
This looks
turning
like my
into a
Ezra
block.
rolling.
So just 2 blocks. Seeing just a regular hit from the 1 expertise. Just 1 success going through. It was not what he was looking for as far as that goes. So almost we're about a 1.5 order decks through the through this right now, and we're still
on struggle 1. This is insane. For those of you that don't play the game very often or don't watch the game very often, it's really hard for you to tell how intense of a game this is and how good these players are, because it's just back and forth every time. I mean, it's really putting the definition of struggle here. This just shows how well some matchups do against each other.
Yeah, just crazy. And looking through everything here, I mean, we're pretty far into this. I'm looking to see if there's other games that have already finished at this point in time. And I think, let's take a look, because, yeah, there's multiple games that have finished at this point in time. We have a couple of players that are already 2-0. Brennan and Craig are already at 2-0 for the event at this point in time. So multiple games have definitely finished. At least I see 3, and we're still in struggle 1, which is just wild to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we got just a quick break. I'm going to have Israel step in to talk with us for a little while.
Debating about reserving because I wanted to pay for 4 spots.
Hello.
All right.
How's it been, Todd?
Going good, man. Going good. Okay, so basically we have pulled. Good.
Commandos.
Going with the commandos. The commandos were pulled. So basically now they are going to be a pretty juicy target at some point in time because they are definitely able to get put down at this point. So take a look and see what we can do here with these guys.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to put them into reserve.
Ooh, reserve.
He is going to put them in reserve. Pulling Kanan.
That's a juicy pull.
It is. Kanan, like we saw in or his first activation, he can definitely influence 2 different objectives. He is, I believe, still down here at the bottom of the screen, which means that he can potentially swing those bottom 2 points, really bringing it back in Evan's favor for this struggle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been watching this game on the sidelines, and Evan himself knows how to use Kanan very well. It's kind of his saving grace, almost.
Yeah.
Talking to the judges, it will. It is almost mission critical.
Yeah, we're getting really close to it. I mean, I was like looking at the clock. I mean, the estimated start time for this was 11:30 local. It's 1 o'clock. We're about an hour and a half of where they were looking at. That's one of the things we were talking about. Is like we're almost there. We're almost up against it. So
Yeah, this game has been very tight. It's been very back and forth.
very tight game, very back and forth.
Yeah,
Not anybody really like giving an inch on this one.
No.
Mr. Metallico, how we doing?
Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, if
Focus attack.
Just a
Oh,
focus
boy.
and attack by Kanan now here. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm loving the play here. I am absolutely loving how both of these players are just really being solid plays. 2 fails.
3-3.
Yeah, 2. And there was the
Oh,
announcement
there you
from
go.
Mission Critical. Now, in this situation, if he cannot flip 2 points, this is going to favor Seracrol because Evan already has all of his momentum. So this definitely does favor Seracrol if he doesn't score 4 here. If he scores 4, well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if he scores 4, it puts Seracrol kind of on a back point because then he's still going to have to flip it either 2 back or get another wound
yeah.
in order to make this happen.
Well, Jack made it back, and I was happy to talk and hop on stream for a little bit.
All right.
But he's rubbing my shoulders.
All right. Wasn't able to flip any points here. So yeah, that basically only scores 2. Basically kind of puts it into Seracrol's lap here. He's got 5th Brother. Still has Thrawn, still has Stormtrooper Sergeant in the deck. Along with, I don't think he's pulled any of the Thrawn Tactics cards. So he's going to go and put Thrawn into reserve. I should say 5th Brother into reserves.
Pulls out the sergeant.
And I think this is probably the best option for him, the best outcome for him. Because going into Struggle 2, having 5th Brother in reserve to where you can pull him and put him onto a point that activates on his his first activation of the second struggle. He is going to score, no matter what, scoring 3 here. Automatic is going to be a win. Only needed to score really 2.
Pure necessity. It took a lot of activations to get here, but
It did.
finally got what he needed.
I mean, and this is, I don't think Evan could have played any better.
No, I mean, both players were tooth and nail, blood, sweat, and tears into that struggle.
Secondary is challenging.
Challenging the odds that the target will be secondaries.
Mm-hmm.
Not really a lot of
Let's get a
odds.
change of environment going.
Right. Yeah, not a lot of odds getting being used here for sure, but or being challenged, I should say. So
It's triangle or triangle.
yeah, so basically one of the triangle options is what, and Evan's really kind of just looking at. He's got it. If he wants any chance of like kind of getting a struggle here, he's got to move fast.
Looks like the map has been decided, and the
It
points
has.
are already on. So looking like we're going to have the 2 right side objectives with the middle staying where it's at, which is kind of interesting. Usually when I flip up my new mission deck, I always like to try and change things up because we all have the mobility to deal with it. It's just a matter of who can get there quicker.
Right. And this one's, I mean, pretty rough. Because you have 2 that Josh already has. You might have wanted to go the other side, simply because there's 2 points that nobody has.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have forced some movement, forced yourself to be able to potentially get the points without having to interact with other characters, especially your opponent's characters. And I think that's kind of what's going to happen there. So we'll see. I mean, but Evan's been playing super tight, super great.
I mean,
Very
both players
clean.
have.
Yeah.
It's been a very close game the entire way through.
Yeah, very clean play. I mean, so
You can see the amount of reps that have gone to each list.
right. Jack, so is Evan your brother? I'm assuming.
It looks like some dice are happening. Leia's taking a shot into the Stormtrooper Sergeant. Got that full rainbow on the defense dice. 2, 2, and 2.
Right. I for some reason, maybe it's just the OCD in me, but I just love seeing when the perfectly mathematically equal dice being rolled.
I would like to agree with you, but I don't like seeing fails.
Fair enough.
I will not accept failure. Oh, that sounded very Krennic of me.
You can't move them because of the boxes. So just follow the
Okay.
box.
So the shoves go into the boxes, and Leia's just going to choose to follow those up.
Healing the pin on commandos.
Heal the pin on the commandos is pretty solid.
And then going to go ahead and dash, hopefully claim that objective.
I don't think
for
there's anybody
herself.
back there with it. I think it's just been sitting. Yeah, so she.
Yep, looks like it flips.
Scoring all 4?
From the looks of it, just scoring 2.
It's hard to see because they have all of those out there. But he moved it 4. Okay. They have.
Yeah, no,
I don't see it.
yeah, I just have not a chance to move it yet.
And they still have 5 priority. Yep, trying to see if we can get them to move some of those, whatever the controlling markers off of there, because they have the 5 controlling markers all still out there still. But it looks like, and they just have the one on the bottom is still showing it as it is.
From what I could pick up, it's the bottom right, the top right, and the middle where everyone is at.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the bottom right one is showing that it is Sarah Kroll still has it, but he scored 4, so I'm assuming that is not correct, and Sarah Kroll did not
I
score
think
it.
it's just a mental agreement among the players that the chits do not represent yet.
and
Flipping sides, focusing.
Yep. And it's
punch into
fast, and they're trying to go through this as quickly as possible. Is probably the biggest thing they want to make sure, because time is 100% of the essence here.
Thrawn is going to go ahead and toss some dice into the commandos here now.
Makes sense. See if we can sit there and put them down. Lot of dice being rolled. but quite a few fails. I'm seeing
Not a bad
5
roll
fails.
from the Commandos.
I'm seeing 5 fails. That is 6 fails. Ouch. The 2 are getting blocked for sure. 2 expertise just turning into another crit. So only 2 down the tree.
Not what you'd like to expect.
But he is going to get a pin there off of his expertise.
2 damage, shove, strain, and then
2 damage, shove, strain.
And as well as the pin from the expertise.
and
Right.
then pin from the expertise.
Yeah, not exactly. I mean, the nice thing is for Josh here, at least, that he's in himself a good position and everything along those lines. He's got Fifth Brother. He's got Sergeant. Is his last card. Should be his last card in his deck. So, and I think at this point in time, scores the 1 point. I think flipping that back. And gets the momentum for what it's worth.
The pity momentum, as I like to call it.
So, priority point was one that Leia flipped last turn, so he has 2 points right there. Still is going to maintain the back.
Just got a view of the models on the table. That bottom right point is contested by Kanan and Sabine. There is no Empire over there, so yeah, the token just hasn't been flipped, but it's 100% all the objectives are in Evan's favor at the moment.
Yeah. I believe he scored something here, though, because he did move the objective marker. Like I said, I think he's got that the one on Evan's side of the board. I think flipped it over there, but I don't think they called it. So basically, though, Evan.
There is a mental agreement, and we're
Right.
just not. We're doing the best we can to decipher it.
So looking at everything, I'm assuming that Evan has at least 3, is scoring 3 points. He pulls Ezra, leaving the Commandos in reserve again. And so the Commandos were going to be his last activation.
This is a tough choice for both of them. It looks like, from what I can tell, they're both out of force, except Sarakrul still has 1.
And so we're going to have a 7 dice attack into the Dark Troopers coming in here from Ezra. This should be enough. Like if we can get a shove or 2,
One can only hope.
Will probably be enough to sit there and end us. So this was for an hour and hour and 40 minutes struggle 1 to just fly through struggle 2 in like 10 minutes is pretty wild.
I mean, that's a very Shatterpoint thing.
Yes.
It feels very fitting, but I mean, one can only hope that this attack is what you need against the Dark Troopers to do the job. But what do we say? That rebellions are built on hope?
They are. Awesome. So, yeah, okay, Brennan is your brother. Yeah, Brennan is 2-0 now. That's fantastic for him. Like, it's a good start. Based off of yesterday, pretty much all 3 1s got in except for 1. So, like, if he really is at a point then where 1 more win gets him in. And that's kind of where you really want. If you can start out the day 2-0, you're in great shape.
So off that attack, we're going to get 3 damage, reduced down to 2 because of that protection, and there would be a pin if they were not immune.
Exactly. But that is enough to win the drug through. Yeah.
Going to go ahead and put that back to the middle, and just like that, we have brought this 1-1. Now, this is really important considering the time how it's working. We haven't reached mission critical yet.
No, we have.
We have?
Yeah.
Okay.
You took off like right when that was happening.
Right when that was happening.
Yeah, so there's only about 15 to 20 minutes left in the round at this point in time. So for those that don't know, what happens is at mission, once the game ends, if they are still tied at 1-1, the first tiebreaker is whoever controls the most objectives. Unfortunately for that, like a lot of times what it is last player to go wins. So that's kind of where they want to play quickly because they don't want to win this way. But it does happen sometimes. So Sarakrul really here is kind of devising which option is going to work best for him to end up really pulling this one off. So that's what we're going to see. Take a look at and determine which option is going to work best. So he's got the bottom 2 points. I don't know where. I don't know if he wants that point where the back right one, because that he already has, what is it, Kanan and Sabine on that back point.
Yeah, and I believe someone clarified that there's also Dengar there. It's just there's a lot going on for us to be able to see when the objective tokens and the control tokens weren't being flipped. But
so we decided to go with those points. So there's a lot down there.
Bottom 2 points for us, as well as the top left. Or no, it looks. Oh, I'm seeing it.
Man, no, it's the. God bless it.
No, so it's going to be actually the top 2 points and then the bottom middle.
All right, they finally got that cleaned up. They just
Todd
had to
showed
wait
him
a whole
who's
time.
boss.
It just took us a struggle to get there.
It was a quick struggle. It only took a couple card flips, so can't complain too hard about it.
Yeah, not going to complain one bit. I mean, it's been an amazing game to watch, So, not complaining one bit. Into struggle 3, up against the clock for sure.
Yeah.
So
this is where sometimes people can take a little bit longer activations to try and draw out the clock, but honestly, I don't think that works in your favor. I think taking the quickest turn possible to make sure that you have those points and then allow yourself another chance in this kind of moment is usually what I try to do.
Right. Okay. So, no, he did go with the top point. It's just they didn't turn the bottom one off.
Yeah, because I can see we have the shield at the top left, we have the expertise in the top middle, and then the bottom middle with the failure.
So the bottom right, it looks like it's on, but it's off, and there's just so many models there. I'm not even going to push my way in.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for.
Using the dash off of his tactics card. So the only card that he has left, he must have had Sergeant earlier that I missed. Oh no, he already had him last time. So basically at this point, the only thing he's going to have is Fifth Brother out of reserve. Pretty good to just stand him up and run basically into the fight. Just try and get some points here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's still on the bottom side of the table, so it looks like it'll be a pretty easy move for him. Just walk him over, get him on that point next to Chopper.
Right.
Looks like a move, take cover. Doesn't quite have the force economy to keep up with it. If I'm not mistaken, he was wounded at one point, and that one force will not be able to get him a force jump.
Correct. So Chopper's going to maintain that point, unfortunately, because you can't climb out of engagement. So that was kind of a rough one for him right there. Probably not playing out exactly how he would have hoped for.
Yeah. Only so much you can do, but now he is going to be refreshing his deck, so he's going to have all the options he needs to do.
Correct. But he still does score 2 points, and that's like it was a good option for him, but he would have ideally wanted the 4.
Priority goes to the failure. So it'll be at the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so staying where Chopper is right now.
Very helpful in this case. It'll score him 2 points off that, so now it's just a matter of if he can flip anything else.
Correct. So now the Commandos was the last ones in the deck for him at this point in time. It's going to heal the strain with it.
Recover action to get rid of the strain. And some attacks are going into the Dark Troopers. Let's see if these dice can work in his favor. Nothing on the first one. So that first attack is going to end up being null, and then the second attack is going into Thrawn via melee, which is not the Commando's strength. But they get one through. We'll see how much that can do. Not going to be a whole lot, but Thrawn is going to take 1 pin and a damage. Not an incredibly powerful attack, but still vital nonetheless. As we know, Thrawn is really good at mobility.
So using the move action, clear pin, and then dashing the other one out.
Second action is going to go ahead and move. They're going to use the first one to clear the pin. The second one is dashing out of engagement to go and contest that back point. Excuse me. Now score points and card flip goes to Mando, who is going to be going in reserve. It is done for cheap thanks to Dengar. And the next card flip goes to Fifth Brother.
Okay, and just to kind of get a state of the game basically right here. On Josh's side, the only person he has that are wounded, but they are everyone's standing up at this point in time, is Dark Troopers with 5 damage on them. His Thrawn has pinned with 1 damage. Fifth Brother is got 1 wound on him with 3 damage. Dengar has 5. Mando has 5. The Sergeant has a Hunker token with 2 damage. On the other side, Sabine is still sitting at 6 damage with an expose. PLC is perfectly healthy. Kanan's perfectly healthy. Ezra and Chopper both have 3 damage. And the Commandos have 5 damage and have a injured token on them.
Now, while Todd was going over that, what happened here is that Fifth Brother went ahead and spent 2 force to go ahead and force jump up to Chopper and is going to go ahead and make that melee attack. As I mentioned prior, that being in the deck, not allowing a range attack is huge, but Fifth Brother doesn't really mind because all he has is that big lightsaber to slice him open. Let's see what we can get done here.
Yeah, so he has 3 expertise here. That turns into a crit or a damage and a damage and then 2 strike and a crit. So he's going to go 3 and an auto damage. Chopper sitting on 3. I think he can potentially get there.
There's a high potential, though. Chopper does have protection, does keep it a very difficult move here. If he's got 3 on him, that means he needs to do 6 in 1 hit. I don't know if Fifth Brother can do that on 3.
Okay.
Strain exposed shove and 3 damage. But
4 damage.
Yeah.
4 damage. We always forget about that expertise one, but it looks like the 1 shove might actually be able to get him off.
I think the shove is going to be enough. Yeah.
Nice.
The shove is what got him there. And again, two revenge triggers was probably not where he wanted to go with this either. So he's going to get the 4 points up against it. Looks like Sarah Cruel is on the verge of pulling this one off.
Absolutely. But if Evan wants this one to go in his favor, the number 1 card pull he wants is Kanan. As mentioned prior, he has a lot of ways to get some extra mobility for the rest of his team. He has that force push. He has a pretty beefy attack. Like, this is a good option for him to pull if he wants to try and flip some points.
Sounds like he's double dashing Kanan.
Okay, so fun little thing about Kanan's wording on his ability is he gets to dash any rebel, and if that rebel is a Spectre, he gets to dash himself. So he went ahead and dashed himself twice because he is a rebel and he is a Spectre.
And he is allied to himself.
Exactly. Kanan with the double dash. Force push on Fifth Brother.
Force push will definitely get him off at that point.
Absolutely.
To the edge of the map.
So far, he's pushed him so far that you actually can see him on the dice cam.
Melee.
Talk about pushing everybody all over the place.
Well, even better is Sarah Cruel has brought his Thrawn model. Sarah Cruel has brought his Thrawn pop figure and is now having the Fifth Brother sitting right in front of him to be reprimanded.
Exactly. Pretty disappointed with him.
3 damage down to 2.
3 damage down to 2 into Fifth Brother has been elite.
Oh, and a shove. I asked if there was any effects. They said no. Now there's a shove.
All right, into Fifth Brother is going to put him at 5 damage. Yeah, that hitting the egress, going up top. Unfortunately, like I said, for Evan, this is just...
Yeah, this is where Thrawn starts to shine,
Right.
as all those extra tactics can give him a lot of extra mobility in the later halves of Never
is
Tell.
Just the win for Sarah Cruel. It's just academic at this point in time.
Mhm.
Only moving 1. He's going to score 2 from the priority, 1 from the other one. Getting the momentum. He's won at this point. Not anything to really finish out.
Yeah.
You can literally just pass the turn so he doesn't get any revenge triggers.
And Mando's going to take the activation here.
Gonna beat on the Rebel Commando.
He's going to go ahead and beat up the Rebel Commandos.
Okay. Going to beat on the Rebel Commandos. I don't know. Myself personally, so I would probably. We'll see. I hope.
I know the risk of this, and this is scary.
I am hoping that he will stop himself before he wounds, because he has.
Though
they're
this
sitting on
is
5.
an interesting spot, because if he does get the wound, that's going to be helpful for his score down the road, but it might affect this game.
Correct.
Which, yes, the wounds are important for later down the road, but is it important for right now?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it doesn't flip both points, I mean, he should be fine. And a lot of hits here. So basically 2 crits, 3 hits, blocking, or 3 crits, 4 crits, blocking. So he's going to be able to do a lot. Yeah, 4 through from 4 crits. What a roll to finish out the game here. 5 damage, double shove, dash. I guess he is going to allow for the wounding.
Just figuring out where things get placed before we get to those revenge triggers. Now we're going to start with the PLC trigger. See if she's in range. And the risky thing about PLC's trigger is that you have to be in range to attack that same target that just did the wound. It looks like we're in range in player agreement. Let's see if it goes the way that we thought. This last-minute risky pull for that extra wound on his score tracker ends up ending in no results. That's what you expect out of the Mandalorian. Little handshake, a good game, and that is going to go to Sarah Cruel. What an intense and incredible game.
Exactly.
Crazy stuff.
Have a good. Yeah, so Sarah Cruel, I think they basically did the handshake here and called it.
I think they did.
But yeah, I was like, I think they forgot about the revenge triggers. That was a conversation that they're having right now, where I'm just like, I don't, like I said, I was like, man, I would have just passed. But I mean, at the end of the day, it worked out and everything along those lines. So I think it worked out well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was a fun watch. I mean, that was
very intense the whole time.
I mean, we're round is about to end in, say, I think about 5 minutes. It was a total nail biter.
So, I mean, we made the predictions at the beginning of the match. Do you remember what your prediction was?
It was so much has happened since then.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, my prediction ended up technically correct, which I've heard is the best kind of correct, where I said in a game of control versus revenge, the control will usually eke it out in the end, and I think that's what we saw, just because I know Thrawn has a lot of mobility hidden in those tactic cards. Getting that extra bit of mobility is exactly what you need on Nevertell. And Spectres can keep mobile, but the wide range of trying to cross the map is usually where I see my detriment in my Spectre games. This is why I always just try to either bring Sabotage or Shifting, because I don't want to deal with the length that you have in the length of objectives that you have in Nevertell.
Correct. Yeah, so looks like this was literally the last game that we were waiting on.
Wow.
To finish.
Just working on inputting results, it seems, and
yeah, and then we'll probably get
to see what happens.
And we're just going to jump right into it. I think is probably what's going to happen. Okay. He played Heat 1. He played in Heat 1, and they allowed him to sign up for Heat 2, and that's why he's dropped. They shouldn't have allowed that. All right, but yeah, so basically it looks like we with the 47 players that we have in the event. Oh no, there is a couple. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, eight games that have not been submitted at this point in time, including this one. So yeah, but should be finishing up here anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are some models you're hoping to see hit the table that we haven't seen on the stream table yet?
Let me go back and look at who's here. I want to look back and see some of the models that we have. Lunch break is going to be now, yes. So we are, after this, going to be taking about an hour break and everything along those lines. So let's see. So as far as models that I would like to see after the lunch break that we haven't seen.
I want to go for a crazy poll here. I would love to see Lando on the table. Lando sees a lot of shenanigans, and he does not see a lot of play. I did see we have 4 people that have brought Lando Calrissian today. I'm very excited to see if he can hit the table.
So I know that we're only going to be getting undefeated players going forward, so I really kind of have to look at who's available, I guess, that hasn't been played. And here's, like...
We have Kiadi Mundi.
Luminara, we saw Luminara. I think we saw Luminara yesterday.
Well, I know we saw Kiadi. I don't know if, off the top of my head, if we saw Luminara, though.
There is a Plo.
We do see it. I see it. There is an undefeated player that currently does have Lando.
Yeah.
There's a Plo Koon as well. I'd be excited to see Plo Koon on the table.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, you know what? Depending on who Craig Norrick gets paired up with, that might be who we try and get. Matt Booker is sitting at 2-0 as well. Like the defending champion is now up to 2-0. So Matt Booker at 2-0, Brendan Johnson at 2-0, Craig Norrick at 2-0, Spitfire.
Christopher Sampson.
So 2 of our Arizona players are at 2-0 right now. Matt Bronson, Dork Esquire, and Will Maurer. It doesn't look like these guys have put theirs in at this point in time, but of course Josh, Mr. Sarah Cruel himself, will be at 2-0 once they put in their results. Let's see if he's done that at this point in time. Evan Muxley Faster, Rit, is also 2-0. Let's see. Matt Bronson, we did say him. So we are at 10 players undefeated at this point in time.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. I'm super ready to see what we can get after lunch. I myself am quite hungry. A lot of talking. Need to fuel up the body.
So yeah, Sarah Cruel will be a 2-0 as well, and that will leave basically the Dan Lopez, our Mountain Mike, as the other 2, the Dame that's left. So after this round, we are going to be sitting at 12 undefeateds, meaning that going into the final round, we'll have 6. So we will have 3 undefeated players again in the last. Cad Bane would be great if Cad Bane was actually getting...
I don't see him on any of the undefeated players' rosters, but I would love to see him on the table as well.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic. So yeah, no, unfortunately, I think we saw him yesterday.
I did see him in some of the teams here, but I don't know. Was he on the table?
I'm almost positive he was on maybe he was, I can't remember. It's all blending together.
It is already all blending together. We're already down 6 rounds out of 8 in the first 2 days.
Yep. All right. And
there's a lot of, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's about 40-something tables over here as well, with all games going at the same time. Like there's a team event and the Heat 2 going on at the same time.
And a learn to play. There's a lot going on right now. Yep. And we are 2 rounds in. Over at the team event, we have a couple of undefeated players, Damio Matt and Scott B., who are the Endor Park Rangers. I do have a picture of them up on the Facebook. They dressed up like park rangers with Endor tags.
I love it. I saw that.
Yes. They are undefeated. Godliness Duncan, he paired up with Brady. They're 2-0. No Disintegration, which is Qui-Gon Din and Paul Steiner. They're 2-0. The Pie Guys, Grady and Krang 029 are 2-0. And then Sax Garson.
That's funny.
And Alex Johnson, Nerfers of varying scruffiness, are also 2-0. It looks like there's probably one other team that
in a wrong galaxy far, far away.
Right, in a galaxy far, far away.
I'm loving these team names. This is really funny.
Yep. A couple other teams that could potentially.
Oh, hold on. Did you miss that one? Lando Mando's Death Star Disco.
They're 1-1. Some great team names. No Thought, Just Crimes. Oops, All Mandos.
Hold on. No Thoughts, Just Crimes. They do have Kanan, so that means there must be Chopper in there somewhere.
Right. And they do have Cad Bane on that team with Lando as well. So I got it. Like I'm liking it.
I'm about it.
Lando, Mando, Kanan, and Cad Bane. I like where they went with that. Oops, All Mandos looks like it's literally just the Mandos list because you have.
I would love to. So just seeing these team names, it makes me want to come up with a team name called the Kando Attitude. So you have Mando, Lando, Hondo, and Hanso. Low. Just all of them end in O. I think that'd be really funny. I know someone was hoping to hear more dad jokes. That's the dad joke for the day.
And then there's Death Stick Dealers as another team. They're 0-1 right now. Yep.
That reminds me, I did a Star Wars RPG with my friends, and oh man, it was really funny because we had one of our pilots was a Trandoshan who was addicted to death sticks, and all it ever did was just peel his skin.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
It was really funny.
But yeah, I mean, so like that's where we're at right now. Everybody's clearing up for the day to go and take their lunch break. I think we're going to go take a lunch break as well.
I'm hungry.
Yeah. Get some time for everybody. All right.
So I think that should be it for now. Izzy, do you have any words of wisdom for everyone while they decide to go on lunch?
He was on stream yesterday.
I was watching the game. I was rooting for Josh the whole time, and no, we did not register stuff. No, it was a very tight game by both players. Evan just knows how to use Cannon so well, and he got to pull Cannon so many times and help him out win back the game. I've been hurt. Okay, hold on. Yeah, no. Watching Josh from the sideline, I was rooting for him, but Struggle 2 escaped him because of a mismanagement play between the movement of his Stormtrooper Sergeant. I was there, and in my mind, I'm like, oh, that sounds good. He said out loud, it's probably this point that's going to be activated next. I'm going to move him off this point and go down here. I already have it. My mind's like, yeah, okay. Struggle 2 happens. He got off the point that he was on, and Evan takes it. Oh my God! I saw the look on Josh's face. No, Evan did not win.
It just went to Sarah Cruel.
Yeah, Sarah Cruel really pulled it out at the end.
I mean, it was close. That first struggle took, what was it, hour and 35 minutes almost?
It took the hour and 38 because Struggle 2, hour and 36 because Mission Critical was called 4 minutes afterwards.
Yeah.
Right when Struggle 2 began. And Struggle 2 went by like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it was so fast.
It reminds me of certain games that I've had in the past where it's just the whole thing is going the whole time, and I feel like it's Never Tell and Sabotage only that give you those first struggles like that. You're just constantly fighting back and forth, flipping points, and it was just bouncing over the middle, never landing in it all but once. Sarah Cruel only got one wound, and it landed in the middle once, and he just was working for the victory the entire time, just barely working it out.
Yeah, the amount of attacks that will go through, and you'll be like, all right, yeah, nothing happened.
Well, that's also the detriment, not detriment. That's what it's like playing against a revenge trigger list.
Yeah, and then especially the way how Evan was playing. Both of these players are really good, and Evan was more like not looking for wound, but he was always looking for the reposition trigger. He was looking for the advancement, the shoves. He was never looking for a wound on any of Sarah Cruz's characters.
Yeah.
So it was just a different play style. Evan had to adapt and he almost made a comeback. Struggle 1.
Yeah.
He was getting there. I saw it. I saw the game plan. I saw the line of destiny. I saw it, and then it just got snuffed out. And I was like, damn it. And then Struggle 2 made it more interesting. Evan reclaimed it. And then Struggle 3 was just, it was just bad activations back to back. Those Rebel Commandos just being stuck on that left side of the point. It was just tough. And not even that, but it took, I believe, Sarah Cruz about 2 or 3 models just to actually end up giving them a wound.
Mm-hmm.
Like bad dice rolls on both people's parts, but
that's also like we mentioned before, that's part of the game plan, and running into a revenge-based list is you don't really want to get the wounds, but sometimes you have to force it.
Yeah. But the problem with Syracuse was that he couldn't even get the wound if he wanted to. It was just like, all right.
And then at the end of the day, it is a dice game.
It was like Moff Gideon's karate chop. His famous karate chop. Just, hi-ya, and then it was like, all right, 2 damage. And I was like, oh no, and a pin from his expertise. I was like, oh. Boy.
Before we go out to lunch, I'll ask you the same thing that I asked Todd. What is one primary model you want to see on the table that we haven't really seen on the table yet?
Ahsoka core box.
Core box Ahsoka?
Core box Ahsoka. I want to see that model.
I don't know if she's in
No,
any
she's
of
not
the...
in there, so she's not going to make an appearance. She is not. She's the...
Hey, but it is a want, and it doesn't mean that the want has to be feasible. It just means it is. Out of the ones that I saw there, I did see someone that is undefeated is playing Lando, and I think that would be really fun to toss
Lando,
on the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been lucky that every time I've been on stream, it's a Mandalorian player playing.
Yeah, so you have the area of expertise.
But it's just, it would be nice to see Ahsoka. I mean, like, in a game that's focused on, like, either a midline flank grab of a objective, Ahsoka is, like, a very survivable model, and especially in her expertise chart that offer a jump. So even if a push does happen, she has that small advancement forward. So I think Ahsoka's a fine defensive model. Putting an expertise on her, putting an expose on her does hurt her expertise, but
absolutely,
it's sad
that's why you always got to hope it's in melee, because then you can just spread that damage between both of them.
Well, actually, I saw this. I'm not sure if it's a player that's playing in the Heat or if he's playing in the demos, but I saw him play all core box, Darth Maul and Ahsoka.
Interesting.
So I think Ahsoka is out there. Because I saw him. He had
out there on the tables?
I think so. He had Darth Maul, Gar Saxon, Super Commando, Mandalorians, and then he had Ahsoka, Bo, and Clan Kreese. I'm like,
that's
what
so
are
fun.
you mad lad? What is going on here? I haven't pulled that since like a while ago. So it's always nice to see that making a comeback. But hopefully he's in the Heat. If not, I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I think we should probably close this out for lunch. And we will be back with more games once they arrive. If I'm not mistaken, should be around an hour. So we hope to see you guys again soon.
All right. Goodbye, guys.
Hey everybody, we are back. I had to run out and get more stuff to make sure that I am able to paint up Vader. So I will get Vader and Ahsoka are both built now. I'm going to get these guys primed up and ready for paint. So hopefully you can start putting some actual paint on them later tonight. And that way we can start getting some good stuff going with these guys. I'm, like I said, trying to use just only the Pro Acryl AMP paints that were released this day or this weekend. So yeah, it's going to be good. Evan did not win. Evan lost 2-1 at the end to Josh. Yeah, the terrain I'm going to build, since I am traveling, I am not going to build that until I get home because I do not want to deal with the fallout of that, trying to get that home. So that'll be staying in the box until I get home and can take care of that. So yeah, round 3 is going to be coming up shortly. They've already loaded pairings and so we're going to get Craig Norick versus Matt Bronson. Zusjas is probably better known by. Again, I'll go ahead and let me just put this up here for you. Into the chat, we'll get the link for Longshanks. Am I too far away? Is that a little bit better? I might have had my mic a little too far away. Sorry about that. Yeah, I am a little bit of a coward, but at the same time, I know it will break. I more along the lines don't trust the individuals at that are moving my bags.
Excuse you?
When it comes to no.
Okay, I was about to say
he was saying to build the terrain that comes along with Ahsoka and Vader. That would be great.
And?
But it's not going to survive the plane ride.
Oh yeah, no, it's not going to survive. Yeah, you're right. No, that's a. I mean, unless you just carry it with you, but I doubt that'll survive. What the heck?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to survive at all. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that one bit.
Fair.
But I will be. Yeah, no, I was still a little too far away there. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. I mean, they're also talking about. I mean, I hope our audio comes in clear, guys. Let us know if we're a little bit laggy or if something sounds different.
All right, yeah, and I put the link to the Longshanks in there. If you want to join us, our conversation on the Discord, definitely I put that in there as well. You can join our Discord. We're free. We don't charge anybody to be in our Discord. Kind of just hang out and talk and let you know what we're up to.
The meme channel is very fun. If you guys want to drop down some memes.
Yep. Yeah. I think we have between us and Rogue Support, we're constantly battling for the best.
That
memes,
is true.
So.
Try to be respectful, guys. Also, don't be mean to anybody on the Discord.
Yeah, the lightsabers. They are carry on 100%. Like all of my minis, they go into a clip case that I can magnetize, and that's how they end up getting there. So, yeah, so we have the 2 players at the table now. They are going and getting set up. As I said, it is Matt Bronson,
Matty Rooney's,
and Craig Norick.
and Krager.
Let me pull up their list. Both players are 2-0.
Oh, buddy.
So we're looking at definitely some pretty good play at this point in time. All of these guys, basically, whoever wins this is pretty much guaranteed to be in the finals at this point.
Yeah.
Or to make the top 16. So Craig, and part of the reason why I really kind of wanted to pull him up here and bring him on over.
I see now.
He's playing Lando.
Yes,
so
Lando.
I don't know if he's going to play Lando on stream, but he's playing a Lando, Bosk, Han and Chewie in it for the money, Moff Gideon, Death Trooper Escort and Dark Troopers, then Princess Leia with Boba Fett on the contract and Rebel Commandos, and then Mandalorians with Dengar, the Mandalorian I should say, with Dengar and Bounty Hunters, and Never Tell Me the Odds is his mission.
It's an interesting list build.
Right, and he's 2-0, so I mean,
he must know what he's doing.
Exactly. So
yeah.
that's why I was like really anxious to get him on. And then Matt playing another pretty interesting list as far as primaries go. He's got Kanan, Ezra, Chopper, but he's playing General Solo with Callus and Rebel Commando. So like a different spin on the Spectres. Mm-hmm. Then he has Iden with Gideon and ISF and Gideon, a Gideon Moff list basically. Moff box, Gideon box, and also Never Tell Me the Odds. So no matter what, we're going to be seeing odds on the table.
Oof.
A lot of odds today. I think that's kind of just the way of the meta right now. we'll see what happens when the new mission pack actually is available for purchase here locally too. So I'll be picking that up before we end of the weekend. Probably if I can swing by there before we close out for the day, I'll go pick that up. But yeah, so that's going to be available for everyone to play and enjoy.
Should be fun.
Should be a good time, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's was the highest objective count?
Yeah, I think
in
it's
the
at
mission
13. So
yeah,
it's
it's
going to be
13.
quite a few.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I'm loving the bounty hunters list that's going on here. The fact that he's 2-0, looking at making it to the top 32, making the cut is going to be pretty awesome.
Oh, priority roll going off.
Yep. All right, and they're going to go and set up the objectives. He's never telling me odds, so they don't even have to worry about
Yeah,
where
they
it is.
don't.
And then it's just going to be kind of selecting the board edge of where they're going to be. Aubrey sneaking behind us over here.
Oh, hello, Aubrey. But yeah, different terrain setup than yesterday's stream.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, like I said, I wanted the intentionally put the high ground tower right there in the middle, which I think is probably ideal for them.
Quincy does ask, are you interviewing Schick tonight?
It will be tomorrow. So the entire point of that was the reveal is tonight at 7:30 local, which is going to be on Professional Casual's stream. And then once that goes out, once they do the reveal, I'm going to sit there and kind of formulate the questions that I'm going to talk with him about tomorrow. So that's why we're having it tomorrow. So I have a quick turnaround on my determining what I want to talk about with Schick. So it's going to be that's going to be a quick one. So it's like I've already got the marketing guys over there saying, okay, as soon as you know. I'm like, well.
I mean, will it be the first? I believe it will be the first new questions that are going to be asked because of the
potentially. I don't know who else would be like. It is until tomorrow evening, so it'll be. I think I'm scheduled for 6 o'clock local tomorrow with Schick. So after round 3 is because there's only 3 rounds. After round 3, I'll jump back on here and just have a live stream with Schick. And kind of just doing that thing. So see how that goes.
It should be fun.
Should be. All right, so they're just kind of getting set up here. They should have revealed who they're playing. Let me see if I can find that one out. Did they reveal their list, Jake?
Yeah. No, hold on.
All right, so I'm having Jake look to see if he can get me who's playing who.
Spectres versus Lando Moth.
All right, so let's.
So I believe that's.
No, that's not what I'm looking for.
No, that's
All right, so it's going to be Spectres versus Lando Moth. So basically, looking at this, that means. Yeah, it's got to be this one. So that means Craig will be playing. I think you say Lando or Mando Moth.
I think he said Lando Moth.
Hold on.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting list no matter what, I believe. Even with Lando, I mean, he has Galactic Empire tag with him, so he can definitely be played with Moth. But it's all up to. Yeah, no. Should be interesting. Going up against a full team of Spectres, though, see what happens. As of right now, they're just literally setting up the mission objectives, and since they're both brought the same mission objective, they are just literally picking board edge right now. So a little bit more time for setup, then we'll get to the game.
Okay, that makes it a lot easier. Okay, so Craig is playing Lando Moth. So it's Lando, Bosk, Han Chewie, and then Mothbox. And I kind of like this one. It's going to be interesting to see what plays here. And I think this is what I was kind of hoping for as far as his list was, that we're going to get to see Lando on the board. So then it's Moth, of course, the Mondo Box, which is DTE and Death Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
And then looking, and that was for on
That was for Craig.
Craig's side.
What is Matt playing?
Matt, let us look.
Oh, my baby boy Christopher made it. He's 2-0 as well.
Yep. All right, and Matt here is going to be playing basically his spin on
his
Spectres.
Spectres,
So
yeah.
basically it's Kanan with Ezra and Chopper.
Well, you got to have Chopper.
Yeah, I mean Chopper's pretty solid. He had a good showing last time, and then he's playing Han with him. So it's kind of, and Han is the one that comes with Callus, and with the Commandos.
General Solo.
Yep. So this will be like 2 unique lists, but they're both undefeated. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how this one plays out. And right now they're kind of just discussing the terrain, what's available, and like what does what can be pushed, everything along those lines. So a lot to think about though with all of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, both of these players are 2-0, so they're coming back right off lunch, so they should be rejuvenated. You know, some food in their bellies now, at least some time to rethink their strategies from the rounds they came back from. Should be really fun.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the nice thing about here. We've had the time to sit there and get a lunch in, so that you're not just going nonstop. So that should be pretty nice as far as it's all when it's all said and done.
And also, I think this is the first time Lando appears, right?
So, yes, this is the first time we're going to end up seeing Lando. Okay, so a 7:30 Shatterpoint reveal or just the games reveal? So what that reveal is basically kind of like the roadmap for up until next Adepticon. Basically, they will reveal new models, some new cards, some of the stuff that's in production to get used and everything along those lines, or that's going to be getting made. And just some previews of what we can expect for the next 3 years. Now, this is for all 3 miniatures games that are currently AMG has. So we're looking at MCP, we're looking at Legion, and we're also looking at Shatterpoint here.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. I mean,
Those who are not mentioned.
Yes. But then they're going to do the Shatterpoint, MCP, and Legion. Yep.
Yes. One thing that I have noticed between the reveals is that they always do it in different orders.
Yes.
I can't remember what order it was last year.
I believe Shatterpoint was second last year.
Yeah, so I think Shatterpoint might be first.
First or third.
First or third. I know MCP was last.
Yeah.
So I might go Shatterpoint, MCP, Legion.
Or it might be MCP first since they were last year.
No, just Shatterpoint. Yep. Never tell.
Yeah, both of them had never tell me the odds, so
Yes.
not much of a choice there. All right, well, let's go ahead and go to like the overhead game.
It looks like they're now. Looks like they're fine with the table edge that they were on. All right, that looks like now it's just coming down to deployment.
Yeah, so deployment edges have been chosen, and we are going to have Matt, it looks like, on your left side. Are you asking about the reveal or the Schick? The reveal / roadshow is going to be tonight, this evening. Tomorrow is going to be the interview with Will Schick.
Yes, the questions will come from tonight's reveal, sorry, and tomorrow is going to be the questions.
Yeah, I mean, and I only get an hour with Schick, so it does take a little bit of time to. He is very thorough with his answers. I'll say that, and I don't want it to come off like in a bad way. He's very thorough. Wants to make sure that he answers our questions in full, and it doesn't leave us with it gives us as much information as he can.
Yeah.
So I know that a lot of the questions I might not end up getting through. It kind of just depends on how everything goes. So it should be fun though. And this is going to be so looking at Arizona time. Yeah, that'd be about 7:30 Arizona time is what we're probably looking at. That's why I kept on thinking 5:30.
Oh, is that why? Okay. How many times have you said it?
I've been saying 7:30 good this time, but it's like I kept on and subconsciously I was just kept on saying 5:30 for that reason. So yes, 7:30 Central Time is what I understand it to be.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, so they're getting their cards out, getting everything set up. They have all of the objectives kind of set out on the board as we can see here.
Yeah, now literally just handing out their cards, taking their time. No need to rush. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want him to go our last struggle struggle
Don't
one.
even talk about it.
I don't want them to take too much time here. The last round, struggle one, was way too long.
Yeah.
So like
I don't know how you guys were commentating about it, but I do know from just looking at the game, it was like, how has this game not ended yet? What is going on? But well, it looks like Han is getting deployed first. Looking at the bottom left edge, yeah. I mean, if anyone can get there, it'd be Han. So deploying Han with Callus and Rebel Commandos just all depends on the positioning of where he's going to go with Callus. Because what's the worst case scenario? Is that the X happens with Naruto?
X is actually the best case scenario.
Well, I mean, for I would say for the aggro list that Craig brought against Matt's, I don't even know what to call Matt's list. I mean, it has a revenge sugar in it. It has control in it.
Yeah, it's a unique list for sure because it's got, you have the Kanan revenge with the Spectres. You have Callus, who's another Spectre. So it looks like you're leaning into the Spectres, but really wanting to play Han. I mean, but the nice thing is because we are on Never Tell Me the Odds, he has commandos, so he can really focus on getting the commandos pretty far up on that center objective, just in case, no matter what. So his deployment, I mean, and that's kind of I think why he is going with Han right now, is because he has the commandos here and he can put the commandos up on that front point. So if he doesn't get the X, he's in good shape.
Okay. And it looks like Craig responded with deploying. Who is that?
That is going to be his Lando list, I believe. Yeah,
I think that's Lando, yeah.
Yeah, this is Lando because it looks like he's got Boss sitting there, and then Han and Chewie. So he's getting Lando out, Boss over there to the bottom of there, and then Han and Chewie kind of on the other side of that garage.
Yeah, well, we tried. I know yesterday, Boss came out, and he really has a unique ability that he can do with forces. But it's all up to the dice, and sometimes dice aren't nice.
Yeah, I mean, dice are totally going to dictate exactly what happens and everything along those lines. So we are, but I think this list, I mean, it's not going to. The DTE and the Death Troopers are going to be probably doing the bulk of the damage. Han and Chewie. Bosca's a 3 cost, so I mean, he does definitely. He can hit hard when he wants to, but I think there's more shenanigans going on this side than the other side because you have Lando, who's basically going to make all the scoundrels that are with him be Empire. So this is basically a pseudo Empire list. Is really what Craig is running.
Yeah. So it should be. I mean, I see the Empire list. So that's why I immediately went full aggro. I mean, with Moths,
I think it's more control, to be honest. I think it's given me more of a control.
Yeah, I say aggro just because I saw Death Troopers. that's how much this unit has haunted me in almost all my games.
No, I'm gonna say it's probably more of a control just because of Moth. DT, like you got the sticky characters like Death Trooper, that just are kind of immovable in a lot of ways. I mean, they're great into Kanan because Kanan isn't gonna push them, and he does have Kanan or the Death Troopers lined up opposite of Kanan at this point. He should be good. Let me double. But I believe round is going to be starting here, so I definitely want to make sure that these guys get going. I don't want to hold them up too long.
Yeah, believe it or not, just because they're in the stream, they don't get any special privileges. They are still held to the same timeline as everybody else.
Yep, time has started, so they are going to get started with all of this and get moving. Yep. All right, and here we go. They have everybody out.
So they flipped what objectives? Oh, did they get the X? Can we call it?
It's got to be the X.
It has to be
the
X.
It is the X.
We called it. Nice. All right then.
So I mean, yeah, that does definitely help. Oh, Shatterpoint card right off of the rip.
I mean, dealer's choice when it comes to Matt.
He's gonna reserve it.
All right, fair enough.
He's gonna reserve it. So
So yeah,
Down to 5 force,
Down to
right off of the
5.
rip there.
yeah. Oof. But at least he pulled an Ezra, so he's sending out his secondary.
Yeah, the problem with Ezra going here is that he's pretty fragile. He can just kind of get beat up on. I mean, you don't want to run him too far forward, especially when you have the Death Troopers and the Death Trooper escort and the Dark Troopers ride across. But like what he's doing right here, he's going to take that center objective.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely see the play here. He's banking on the cover from that terrain piece, and hopefully the Death Troopers don't have line of sight. But I definitely see it. It's in my face, Todd.
Yes, but if you're off to the side like this, it doesn't. But yeah, no, I mean, that was the ideal play here, was to go and just sneak up and take that. And that's going to be kind of the back and forth that we're going to have, I think, for the majority of this game here, is going to be moving, fighting over that center objective, unless you get somebody. You could take the Dark Troopers, especially now that Ezra's moved forward, if he pulls he pulled Han and Chewie.
Oh, boy.
Okay, well, that's a good one, because they really have a lot of movement.
They do. And it's also just 2 characters are better than 1.
Yep. I mean, even with the tiebreaker, it doesn't matter. I mean, when it comes down to it. So, all right. So he's kind of figuring out what he wants to do with Han and Chewie.
It's not a bad pull, but looking at Craig's list, he could probably pull better.
Probably could. I mean, the biggest thing that I think the biggest concern I think he has is how he can get them to the point that he wants to. And now they're just breaking terrain, moving stuff around and everything like that. That's all right. That's part of the game. I mean, especially when it comes to like me playing.
Or this is a multi-leveled game.
Right.
So it's
I'm going to knock over terrain. I don't know about the rest of you. Okay, so he automatically starts out with watch out. He's on the loose. Spending that force right there.
Here comes Chewie.
Yep, getting Chewie kind of over the other point, up to that egress point. On the other side of that wall, little tiny wall that they have on the garage itself. And then Han's going to go ahead and move forward.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if what I'm looking at is correct, there you go. That's what I was like. I think Chewie. Yeah. Oh boy, this doesn't look the best for Ezra right now.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger problem is going to be, can he push him back? I mean, even if he ties, he's not going to be able to get up on.
No, he at least not with Han. I believe Han is going to be there for either the extra shove.
And what they're looking to see is if they can potentially get him off. If he has an actual shot on, if Han has a shot on Ezra, I'm not sure if he does, just because of how that wall is.
Yeah, looking overhead, I think he doesn't. But hey, Matt and Craig are a lot more closer than we are,
right?
And this camera sometimes tends to lie. All right, so this looks like, I believe, Han going into Urza. Just to push him out of that little crevice. If it goes with Chewie, he goes straight into the terrain.
All right. All right, so here comes the attack. That is a lot of fails there. One,
and
two.
That's a lot of blocks.
Yeah.
Oh,
4 blocks, 2 expertise. Looking pretty good for Ezra. So the 2 expertise, so basically 6 hits. One of them being a crit. But 5 blocks.
That's tough.
It is one hit basically. One is going to go through. It looks like.
Yeah. It looks like all he was looking for was the one to get the shove off.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And he does get the shove off, which is basically the biggest thing he was looking for with that.
Yeah, especially with Hong's angle coming from that side. I don't think Chewy could have done it, at least with one shove. Wait, you mean I'm not supposed to knock over terrain every game?
I'm supposed to. I know. That's my job for sure.
Yeah, that and breaking lightsabers. That's
I've only broken one so far. I've been pretty lucky.
I've never broken my own lightsabers, but I've had other players break my character's lightsabers. Looks like a second attack going into Urza. Probably Chewy.
It's Ezra.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry. That's how I was raised. Otro ataque entre Urza.
Alrighty, so looking at the second attack roll, again, quite a few fails. Looking like 6 successes total. Again, a pretty decent defensive roll here.
Yeah, I don't think Ezra has missed the block so far.
No, has not. But the crits going through has just been enough to get that one shove each time.
Yeah, he's getting bullied out of there.
He is, and I don't. It might be just enough to push Ezra out. But it's still gonna, because he can just kind of go back because of his expertise. It's not gonna flip the point because they're both on different Oh no, I was taking that back. Han is on the same elevation. Yeah. Or Han, not Chewie is on the same elevation, yeah, so it is gonna flip the point. But he's able to hit the egress. So even though all the the shoves happen, no real change to that.
No. Well, I saw the game plan. I saw Han to get him off the correct angle the first time. Chewie to shoot him again and further push him away. But damn, Urza just ended up getting that expertise and repositioning to the ingress point to put him back to where he was originally.
Jake, how much damage went on Ezra?
4 damage in total to Ezra.
Any conditions?
Sorry, I was locked up for a second.
So yeah, total 4 damage going on to Ezra there. No conditions or anything during that attack.
Well, that was our first attack of the game.
Right.
Or attacks, plural. Not bad.
Yeah. So and now they're going to go ahead and do the another action here to basically get 2 on the point.
Boring conversation gave him the advance to land on it.
Yep. Boring conversation gives him the advance. A lot of force being spent here to kind of to get it, but it does flip the point, which is probably the most important piece. Scoring 3 points, basically kind of pulling that towards him.
Yeah, well, that center objective is so important where it's almost worth it. Because if you lose that, then you just basically lose your edge and your momentum for the rest of this game.
Exactly.
And if we've seen anything, is that first struggle is always the hardest.
Yeah, especially here. We don't want anything to happen.
Dashing on 2 expertise is a hell of a drug.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yeah, the braking not fully disconnecting. I've seen that before. I mean, they're pretty easy to find replacement stuff. You can just get like plastic card and kind of to fix that and everything along those lines.
Yeah, and if not, just say that the lightsaber was turned off.
Yeah.
It's fine. They're just menacingly standing in their pose. But looks like Matt pulled Shatterpoint again.
Yeah, right back to
wow.
Shatterpoint.
Oh my goodness. All right, so it looks like who did he?
Who is he Shatterpointing?
All right, oh, okay. That makes sense. Shatterpoint Han Solo from his own side.
For his tactic to climb.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think he's going to try and punch himself here. Maybe Chewie. I don't know, but he's... So
oh, no, Chewie. Not his best friend.
Yeah, go shooting his friend here.
Oh, well, Chewie just doesn't care.
4 blocks on 4 defense rolls is pretty solid. Can't ask for much better than that. Blocking 4 of those 5 strikes, I mean, it was a really great attack roll.
Oh.
It was a great attack roll, too. It's just like countered by a great defensive roll. So just 1 success going through.
It looks like enough to get the shove off, though.
Exactly. Yeah, one's just enough to sit there and push Chewie right off of that point, even without pushing. Yeah, no damage, just a shove and a pin on Han and Chewie. but it is enough to basically put 2 on the point. You didn't even have to put 2 on the point with Ezra having the tiebreaker, but it does push Chewie off. And then they are. They're good to go, basically back to 0.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And that's, I think, going to be the story of this one. Is it just
Yeah. Where have we seen this before?
right?
Oh,
All right,
Dark
pulling the
Troopers.
Dark Troopers, trying to decide which way to go. With only 5 force and only, like, to start with, having 3 and already using 2, I don't think he's really looking at doing a lot of reserving at this point in time. So more than likely, those Dark Troopers are going to be seeing some movement here going on.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe he will use his. I believe they come with a rocket jump, don't they?
They can do rocket boots to sit
So,
there and get.
oh, and looks like he is doing. it.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to use the force in it. Yeah.
Yep.
Jet boots, rocket boots. Yep.
Go boots.
Yep. Pulling himself up on top of that gantry with both of them. I do like the paint job on those guys. Like it's very
yeah.
bright, very bright. Like it.
I believe it's a snow. Yeah, it looks like snow on the bases. It really pops out the black from their metallic corpse, I suppose.
Oh,
But,
right.
You know, rocket jumping to actually benefit from your long or your regular advancement should be fairly well. But
All right, so now,
Oh,
they have
okay.
2 bodies on here. He's looking to make sure he can fit. Doesn't look like he's going to get the entire base down there.
yeah, well, there's some juicy targets for sure. Now that
Yeah.
ooh, body blocking Ezra. Yeah, that can that's tough.
Right. Yeah, that's going to be tough here. I believe they did make the determination you can see through that window, that door that's
Yeah.
open.
Well, Ezra's a juicy target. He's already sustained 4 damage from the previous attack, leaving him with 4 health left.
Right.
So it should be. I mean, hey, 4 damage with at least one of the attacks is very possible for the Death Troopers.
Right. And then if they are able to take him out,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
First attack coming up.
if they are able to take him out, then you get the Kanan trigger, and then you can look at going into Kanan after that.
Yes,
But well, first things first, let's see what happens here. That's a lot of crits. 3 crits, 1 hit, 2 fails.
Aye, aye.
Even with that great defensive roll, it just is not going to matter when you're rolling crits like that.
No. Let's just ignore your defensive blocks like no tomorrow.
Right.
That's all that is. All right. Well, looking to do 4. Now it's up to Craig to see what conditions he wants to put on Ezra.
Yeah, I will be doing another prize wall giveaway today. It'll probably be
Yep.
4 pin and a jump into Ezra. That does wound him. Yeah, I'll be doing another giveaway probably around 4. That does also pin him. Now that is going to go ahead and cause a trigger to happen. He did get the jump, so he's able to jump back.
So you can hippity hoppity.
Yep. So before anything else can happen, there is going to potentially be a Kanan Revenge trigger if it's not forgotten.
Yeah, Matt might have to be careful with positioning about this because if not, he just lines up the next shot.
Spent
okay.
Force for challenging the odds. It was supports. Moves it 1 his way. Does also get that momentum. All right, so now a 5 dice attack on that revenge trigger. A lot happening and going to be happening with this activation.
Yeah.
Going into solo.
No, Solo's revenge trigger.
Oh, solo's revenge trigger first. Got it.
Oh.
Oh, he's
Okay,
going with
go with
Kanan
Kanan
first.
first,
And
all right.
So Kanan is going to go ahead and do his jump, heal, and jump, and now going to go and do his attack into
The
death.
first step.
Now 5 dice into solo.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Rolled 6 by accident.
All right. So 3 crits still go through
Oh my
after all of the
goodness.
dice. That's probably going to hurt Solo a little bit. 5
Ooh.
damage and 2 shoves. And they are already pinned. So Han and Chewie looking a little hurt right now.
Yeah. Some nice chip damage going all around. And that center point just keeps on getting more bloodier and bloodier by the second.
Yeah, like crits just are going crazy right now. All right, so that was that.
All right.
Now he's gonna, I think, do the solo.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
now it's the Hans.
You got it. Now it's solo into Dark Troopers. All right, so looking like 2 blocks and 2 expertise, which gives him 2 extra blocks. So 4, 1, I believe 1 going through. Yeah, debating on a cannon reroll, essentially. I don't know if that's going to save him here. Yep, no rerolls happening right now. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens when you attack the Death Troopers. They just block everything and
Yeah,
they just take it out.
Exactly. Now, with Ezra being wounded, there is still another attack. After all that is said and done, another attack. I'm assuming he's going to have the other one go into Kanan.
I think I heard him say Hans.
Oh, that is correct. Into Han, because Han is up on there.
Yeah.
So 3 fails, 1 block, 1 hit. Or 1 expertise, I should say. So 2 hits and a crit will be going through, it looks like. Callus reroll happening here.
Oh boy, first time. Oh, in the tray, please.
So basically what will happen is just the crit will go through based off of that last one.
Fair enough.
Callus rerolls are a real thing, folks.
They
Callus
are.
rerolls are a real thing.
Some might say a little bit too expensive for my blood, but hey, when they come in handy, they come in handy. Oh boy, yeah, this shove might be really critical. And bye-bye goes Hans. Adios. Yeah. All right, 1 damage and a shove from Han. Poor guy. Ah. No boy. Yeah, no, that's center point. Just becoming more. After all the shoves have been done, I'm flipping over back to Craig, scoring 3. It's on Matt's side of the board now. Pulling out the Rebel Commandos. Oof. How can he retake that center point? Alright, well. Using the tactic cover operations there. Dashing up or climbing? Looks like he's climbing.
All right. And that was a long activation just with everything going on there. It's pretty wild to see basically what all those triggers going off.
Yeah,
kind of
Matt
making
came up, pulled Rebels,
Right.
used the tactic to dash. Looks like now he's going to shoot into Han and Chewie.
All right, yeah, Han and Chewie just kind of made themselves a pretty big target.
Yes,
there.
they did. All right, so
Especially with 5 damage already on them, it makes them
yeah.
something that
half their health just depleted like that.
Right. Two blocks, 2 hits, or 2
Oy,
fails,
boy.
and that is a lot of successes.
Oh,
which is
yeah.
going to be the full
Probably
tree.
a full tree.
You got when you get 6 strikes and 1 crit, that's just kind of a
Can
bad
the Rebel
news
Commandos
bears.
do 5 damage? So that's what they need to do.
Yeah, they can definitely do that. Compared to like some of the games we had yesterday, these are just
Yeah, these guys are murdering
the
each other going
dice
on
are
here.
just going off.
Yeah, last game, nobody could put a wound on anybody. Now, it's still the first struggle, and we have Urza going down, and it looks like, Han and Chewie are going down as well.
Yeah, a lot of wounds happening. So Han and Chewie are wounded.
Oh, and disarmed. Oh, okay, so the 1 damage that Han Solo received gets healed off by the expertise, and also the reposition coming off from the Rebel Commandos. Okay.
Solo wound trigger happens. He's going to dash onto the point.
Yes.
So a lot going on here. Basically, overall what is happening is Han and Chewie were wounded. At this point in time, there's a wound trigger that causes a heal to take place. Getting that damage off of Solo. Solo moves up onto the point, and now takes. I think the point is going to stay where it is because of tiebreaker purposes.
Yes, but at least now. Oh, and the second attack.
Yep, second attack going in, 2 blocks again.
But at least 1 expertise spot. So 3 blocks in total.
3 blocks in total. So 4 going down the tree basically here is what's going to happen. Even with the 3 blocks.
So the big question is, who is this going into? It looks like it's going into the Death Troopers.
Yeah, which makes the most sense here because the Death Troopers were the only other target on the only thing that was on here. So definitely want to get rid of those guys.
Yeah, well, you need to get them off the center point. If not, they're just going to stay on there the whole time. All right, so shoving 1 off.
So 5 damage onto the Death Troopers.
Ooh.
Yeah, so 4 damage, 5 down to 4 on the Death Troopers, and they're going to pin and disarm them as well.
They don't like that.
No, nobody likes pin, especially and then
Repositions up the ladder.
Up the ladder, which will basically put them on that up on the gantry.
Yeah, second action move.
There was a lot happening there. But
There
yeah.
was a lot of force was spent, and it all started with that the dash action from the tactical advance.
Right.
That's what caused him to be within range.
So the commando's looking pretty solid there.
Yeah. Well, Matt picked up a wound, and he scored back 3, but still on Craig's side of the board, on at least on the momentum tracker, so he gets an extra momentum as well. So, yeah, anyone's game still, I believe.
All right.
Oh, and Craig pulled Shatter.
And Craig pulling the Shatter. Really trying to debate what he wants to do here. I mean, there is not really a path to win here unless you were able to flip 2 points and get a wound, and I just don't see that happening. Well, potentially, I guess. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see a real path to sit there and get it at this point in time, but definitely if you could get if you wanted to get another wound in 3 points, it really puts you pretty close.
Yeah. Well, the biggest question would be what unit would best benefit me in this scenario where Ezra's wounded on the point, but currently General Solo has it in the center, and it's just 1 model, so Ezra doesn't count. So what model could I send now to either contest or take over that? You can either go with the extra bodies or using Moff Gideon's tie-breaking mechanic.
Exactly.
There's definitely a lot of ways. I think Craig is just more worried about what would happen if he does send someone. Cannon still hasn't gone. He has an activation left. Chopper, the murder robot that we all know and love, still has not gone. So I'd be worried to my boots. I'd be shaking in my boots, worried about his activation.
Yeah, there is a lot to go on. I mean, but it seems to be everyone just running straight to that center point is just making themselves a target, and I don't know if that's really where they want to be with all of that. But it looks like he's going to go Han and Chewie with that Shatterpoint.
This early. Uh-oh, they go down again. Oh, but Dark Troopers.
Yeah, I think the Dark Troopers make more sense here. So he's going to go with the Dark Troopers.
Yep. So Dark Troopers being used for Shatterpoint makes a lot more sense with me. They're still up. If you went with Han and Chewie, you put them in a really risky spot where if they get targeted again, they're out by Struggle 2. Or by the next time you refresh your order deck.
And I don't think you want to take that risk.
No. And then Dark Troopers, I mean, it's annoying that they're as I would say tanky as they are and so good at their job. But I mean, it's the best play. Putting them back on the center point, out bodying solo, and now they just have 2 attacks into either solo or cannon. They just have to be careful on the wound triggers that might happen.
So basically going to the Rebel Commandos to kind of
It's a softer target. Okay, so paying for the jump to position them back onto the point, and now focus attacks into the commandos.
And their first one, this is going to get rid of that disarm that they have, but they are disarmed right now. So the disarm will go away. 4 strikes, all fails.
Ooh.
That was a Todd special as far as that roll goes.
Joke's on you, I didn't need my expertise.
Right, yeah, that is kind of brutal.
The Todd special.
That is the Todd
blessing dice
special.
over there? What's going on here? Alright, well, with an 8 health pull, I don't think...
4 pin and a shove.
4 pin and a shove. So I've made this mistake plenty of times, especially when I have units that can attack twice. I will shove someone
Outside of
the range of the second.
And the second attack's going to go into general solo.
All right. So this time expertise online and solo blocking. 2 expertise.
Blocks 2 and 1 expertise. It's
not bad.
It gets 1 crit out of that. And
Crit and
damage from the expertise. It doesn't look like he wants to spend the force to roll for the Callus reroll.
Matt confidently saying, "I'll let it happen."
Right. Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wanted to let that happen. He's got a look on his face like he is not 100% very happy with that.
No, boy. Well, it's much. He only has 2 force left.
Yeah.
So it's. I don't. Oh. Will he pull it?
Yep.
Yep. There he did. He did.
Callus reroll.
So I turn off a crit and I block 3.
Still has 2 fails there, but he turns that crit down to a fail now.
All right. So
or to a
that's
hit,
fair.
I should say. So only 1 success. I mean, it's rough only having 1 force left at this point in time.
Further down the road, we'll look back at this moment talking about how good this play was. But as for right now, my feeble little brain cannot comprehend it. So scoring 3.
Still scoring 3.
No wounds. How much damage? Just 1.
On the solo?
No, 1 damage again into solo. So back to where he was. Uh-oh. And then pulling cannon with Matt to respond.
All right, so pulling Kanan, I don't see a reason why he would not use Kanan.
Well, I hope he does, because if not, he's going to have to use his last force. All right.
And he's going to dash Callus with the tactic ability.
Yeah, get them further up the board.
And that should. Callus is a Spectre, so that will allow Kanan to do a dash as well.
Where does Cannon want to go?
The biggest problem that they're running into is just all the bodies that they have
Yeah.
up on that tower, on that entry area.
Yeah. But I see a sneaky little play that Matt might be doing. I'm thinking that Matt's looking for the reposition.
And attacking the Dark Troopers, who are on 4 damage right now.
Theoretically 5 damage and they're done.
So 2 fails, 2 crits out of the expertise.
Yeah, going into 4 blocks.
So basically, in one of those will mitigate a crit. So basically, just 1 down the tree for that.
Yeah, so I don't think enough. Ooh.
Gonna use Callus reroll again.
His last force now. He can't pull this out again.
So that's going to give you 7 results. So you have 4 blocks, right? 4 blocks.
So that does basically add in and gets 3.
So 2
3
down the tree.
3 down the tree now. That will, because the crits will turn into 2 more crits.
Yep. So he finally got the wound on the Death Troopers.
When I read something on, there's no conditions.
So because he did wound, is going to get the Han going.
The choo-choo. It's reaction train.
Right. Moving Han right back up onto that point. Standing next to Ezra.
Where he rightfully belongs.
Right. And with only one actual live body on the point out of those 4, he's going to be able to flip that back.
Yes. Well, see,
I'm just going to
Looking at what he wants to do here, I mean, it is pretty solid. I mean, so basically, in the second action, he's going to move Kanan up there as well.
Oh, that's a lot of bodies.
A lot of bodies up there. So now you have, okay, so now we have 2 out of the 5 that are up there are Melfi bodies. And that is Kanan's activation.
Oh, boy.
Looking at the remainder here, we have, looking for the flip. Looks like Lando going to do some refreshing stuff going on here.
Well, he's pretty fresh. If there was a character in Star Wars that I thought had some fresh style,
Right.
it'd be the man with the cape.
Mando has expose and disarm from reshuffling.
All right, for the reshuffle, he gets exposed and disarmed.
Uh-oh.
And now we see a Bosk activation showing up here.
Ooh. Bosk.
I'm pretty, like I said, I'm really excited for this list with basically the Lando Empire build. Something a little different that we don't normally get to see.
Yeah, same here. I think this is the 3rd time we've seen Bosk now at the stream table.
Bosk is a good one. He's very, as a 3-cost character, he does do a lot of things for the scoundrels list and everything along those
He
lines.
just has to roll expertise. That's
Right.
the one requirement you have to have for Bosk. If you're terrible at rolling expertise, I'm sorry.
I mean, you can pay the payday him to make him an emperor, like at any point in time to give him the Empire tag. So it works out really well. I don't know. It looks like he's like, depending on where he can go, it looks like he has a lot of good targets to do some explosive ordnance over there.
It looks really nice. Yeah, explosive ordnance is a ability that multiple people have tried to use. I have not seen it yet successfully used.
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Bosk is suspending force for 5 die against Kanan.
Yep.
Alright.
So it looks like explosive ordnance is popping off against Caden. Oh!
So 1 damage goes
Woo!
through.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know how excited I am about that. 3 other players who use this ability at least twice have not been able to get an expertise.
But it happens. It goes off. We're happy about it. All right, so 1 damage. That should go onto Kanan and onto 1 damage onto Kanan, and then 1 damage onto Han, or onto who else is up there?
And I think Canon's the only living body.
No, I think Han is up there as well. General Han.
Dash Kanan from the ability, shooting at
All right.
Okay. So
And then shooting into the commandos.
yeah, so with the explosive ordnance, you get the dash
Yep.
afterwards, and then he's laying into the commandos who have 4 health left. Yeah, no, Sabine has a similar ability, which I like a lot. I tested her in my Mandalorian's list for a while.
5 results, full tree.
Ooh.
There's a lot of crits in there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And
boy.
unfortunately, with 4.
With just the 4 left that the Rebel Commandos have,
Right.
I think they're down.
I believe they are too. So we will see a couple more more triggers going on. But one thing I'm noticing right now is looking at that momentum tracker. There is a lot of momentum on that momentum tracker right now for Matt.
Yeah. Well, if with this wound, Craig is now adding. It's just those revenge triggers. I'm afraid of. That's literally what it is. But yeah, with the wound and the momentum that he's going to gain from it, Puts him in a really good place if he's allowed to.
Total of 7 damage when it's all said and done. Definitely enough to put the Rebel Commandos down.
Yeah, no, I'm more worried about. Yeah, okay, wounded with a pin. Ouchies. Yeah. If boss survives, and that center point is still up for grabs, he scores 3 and puts him in. Craig gets in a really good spot.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, he's in a pretty good position here.
So only scoring 2. Still a good spot.
All right. Pulling General Solo really doesn't have much of an option here because he doesn't have any
force.
So we're just going to see it. We're just going to see Solo go.
So it looks like Han is moving.
So he should be using his tactic ability here. I think I overheard him say that he's going to be using it on Chopper. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
fair enough. So full reposition from Chopper and Han.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, he's going to use his ability on Chopper. Chopper gets a lot of movement here.
Especially for the little murder bot. The little murder bot who could.
Exactly.
So yeah, what a sneaky play. Repositioning with his tactic and then climbing just to snag that back point.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit of a turning point here. Climb action shots into Moff Gideon. So he is right on the same elevation as that point in the back now. Shooting at Moff in his own deployment area, while being on the same level as that back point. It's going to be a little painful, I think, right here because he's now going to have 4 points.
Yeah, well, trying to put in, I believe, as much conditions as Moff as possible. Moff being able easily to climb over that and meet him there is kind of
4 crits.
Ouch.
4 crits. So I think he's going to go crit to a hit and add 3 blocks based off of the expertise. But still, 3 crits.
Yeah, 3 going down Han's chart is still something. I don't think, I mean...
That's a pin.
He said a pin, a strain, and 2 shoves.
And 2 damage.
And 2
so
damage.
Pin, strain, 2 damage, 2 shoves, basically shoving Moff Gideon straight back, pretty much right onto the board edge almost.
Yeah. So now you can't move, and if you do move, you take damage. Which one do you decide is worse?
Exactly.
Yeah, what do you allow to happen?
And 4, yeah.
Scoring 4, yeah. That's tough. And just like that, it flipped over.
Right, yeah. Craig. Not sure if there's a good out here for Craig. Looking at it, I don't see who he quite revealed yet.
I was so hoping Lando's at the bottom there. I was taking a chance.
So pulling Moff.
And there is Moff.
There's Moff.
Moff right off the rip.
So at least with Moff, he gets to dash a supporting unit. But since there are no supporting units around him, it goes
everybody
to
else has moved forward at this point in time, so he's not really getting much out of Moff with his smug determination ability. Yeah, I don't think there's any within 4. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little rough on Craig's side at this point in time. So both Han and Chewie and the Death Troopers are both wounded. And then Moff, who he has right now, is pinned, strained, and has 2 damage on him. And then Lando is exposed and disarmed. So he's not looking too good. There's a lot of conditions floating around on Craig's side of the board here.
Yeah, it's rough. I'm trying to think for Craig
Yeah.
to see if there's a doubt, but I can't find one.
Okay, cool. He's tactic, popped his pin. He's attacking, so he took the strain. He's at 5.
Okay, so yep, the damage going through a strain. Leaving.
So he used his tactic ability on himself, the Smug Determination, to move himself, which basically got rid of the pin, and then basically is now going to shoot into Han. But by not removing the strain, is going to take the damage, puts him up to 5 damage on Moff Gideon right
It's
now out
half
of his
his health.
10. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there was another option, to be 100% honest, though. I think that was the only real option he has with the activation.
Yeah, Craig is looking for that.
No, he's
so-
deciding to move instead, which is going
Yeah.
to pop his strain.
Okay.
Now shooting. So
shoot.
basically, unfortunately, he's not going to get into melee, so he can't sit there and have something that he wants.
Yeah, add an extra die from his objective benefit.
Looks like
It's a decent roll.
2, 3, 4 hits and 1 expertise. It turns into a crit as well. Is going to go ahead and, based off of the expertise, also put a pin on him, but there is 3 blocks on the other side of the board from General Solo. And now they're just looking to see how the shoves are going to work here.
And down goes Solo.
Yep. Don't think that's going to put him off the point. Maybe. I think he's still going to be within. But he will have 2 within the point now. So he will be able to flip that back in his favor.
Well, I believe I'm correct. Even if they were at the same elevation, he was still in. Moff Gideon takes that point.
He does have the tiebreaker.
Yes.
So it just scores 2 here, though.
But I believe that saves him.
Scores 2. Now, basically, he's either going to have to flip one of the points, Matt, here, in order to end this, or get a wound. So, but he's in a pretty decent position to sit there and take some action. Here comes Callus.
All right, so Wound's going to be hard. Both his supports are down. His Death Trooper escort hasn't moved. Bosk is somewhere around there. So Han's suffering 2 damage in a pin.
Yeah, no, the offset attack is 2 damage and a pin on Solo, so that's just only that's the first damage or condition put on Solo at 2 damage and a pin.
Tactic dash toward Bosk is an attack.
Okay.
All right, and then he's going to attack or dash towards Bosk here with Callus, and then do an attack into him.
Yeah, that's fair. He really needs the wound, and Bosk is probably the only viable option.
Looking at 2 fails, 2 hits, 2 expertise.
After converting, it's just the shove from the tree.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the only thing that really he's getting through here, because there is 4 blocks. After everything is said and done, just going to get the expertise shove.
Yeah, that's tough. Was looking for the wound, but a shove is a shove.
Yeah, it's going to be enough to sit there and do something at least, kind of move, get the board movement around a little bit, but isn't going to be enough to basically
not to
end
close the
struggle.
struggle out. No.
Scoring 3.
Oh boy, Craig has to really pull something here. Whatever this is has to be magic.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal here at this point in time. So pulls Lando,
Oh boy. We've talked about the man for so long.
right?
How will Craig use him?
He's already used his Shatterpoint as well. So I mean, the only other option is DTE, Death Trooper Escort, and that's kind of what he's debating. Is Death Trooper Escort is the one that's in his deck. Looking at the other side, the only character that is left in the deck for Matt is Chopper. So it's been great for him because Chopper's been protected from being shot at the entire time. All right. Gonna shovel it back in again.
Fair enough.
Gave himself a straight.
And giving himself
Giving himself
strain.
a strain.
All right, so now it's exposed, disarmed, and strained. All on Lando.
And he
gets
pulled Lando again. Well, Destiny wanted to use.
It was a 50-50.
Yeah.
Taking
Taking.
I think he's just having fun with this, to be honest. I don't think he is too worried about it.
Now, well, he is. Lando already has some conditions on him. Strange just popped off now.
Yep, strain popped off based off of this.
He has everything but pin.
Gonna take the, well, he pops the strain, I believe, here, taking the 3 damage.
So moving up.
But he is still disarmed and exposed.
Yes.
So whatever attack he decides to do here is going to be a little painful.
Well, it's not the first time Craig has rolled with no expertise down his with a disarm. So
Right.
his first attack did fairly well.
Climb, rocks the straight, he takes 3. He's going to shoot. He's disarmed.
Yep. So shooting, getting rid of that disarm.
But no expertise on this one.
No, but Craig doesn't need those. Craig does not need expertise. He's fine.
Spending 1 force to coordinate fire straight.
All right, spending a force to coordinate fire strain. Here comes the attack. Blocking 4. With the disarm here, like, really doesn't look like a whole lot's going to be happening. Kind of just looking at the calculations of everything. Does have a dash on from the expertise here.
3 damage into Kanan.
3 damage into Kanan. I believe that's going to put Kanan up to 4 damage total on him. Still not going to do a whole heck of a lot. He does have a dash off of that.
I'd get him into better positioning, I suppose.
It could. I mean, but I would be looking. He really should be looking at to where he's going to be positioning going into struggle number 2 at this point in time.
He's looking for shoves.
Looking for shove. So let's see what he's changing his mind. I think maybe on the damage. Kind of just debating on what he can do with all of those shoves and everything along those lines.
All right, so, I mean, if the shove does go through, he still gets off the point. I don't believe he has that much movement to get onto the point.
I don't believe he does either. I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough. So he does go ahead and have deflect.
Deflect 2 damage back. Pop the straight. Puts him at that.
9 on who?
Kanan.
And Lando's going to have 5 on him.
5 on him exposed.
Okay, so after that course of events there,
So
basically Lando is going to be sitting on a total of 9 damage on him, on Kanan. Lando, who was already on 3 damage, he's now lost his disarm and lost that strain that he had. He still will have it as exposed, but Kanan did deflect 2 damage onto him, so now Lando will have a total of 5 damage. That was non-combat damage, pretty much. Basically, it was self-inflicted with the strain and then the deflect damage.
but Cannon being left on 1.
Yeah, that does mean quite a bit.
That's
there.
something, yeah.
So here comes Chopper.
Oh, boy.
So basically, just scoring the 1 gives him 1 momentum. It doesn't really matter how this goes. This is going to be a
This
a
is
1,
match struggle, yes.
right?
I At this point, how much murder does a murder bot want to do?
Exactly. Is there an empty water bottle somewhere? Give me those scissors.
I know what you're doing.
I need
I've done that so many times before.
yeah, and it's like,
Oh, you probably should have muted my mic as well.
yeah. Sorry about the crinkles there. I'm getting the water so I can sit there and start getting the painting going.
So Chopper went up to attack. I believe did nothing. He's being a little shy. That's all it is. And with Chopper, yeah, with Chopper being used, that allows for Matt to finally reshuffle his deck, fresh new force, and probably the best type of start you can go into Struggle 2.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, where Craig's going to have to start. Yes, he gets to his choice of where the objectives are going to be, which is ideal. But the other problem here, well, I mean, DTE is a pretty good activation to start out with, so I don't think that's even bad.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad.
He's got DTE, so we're looking at the top. Where is the objectives? We got the one on the very top middle. Looks like the bottom right. Okay, and the bottom left. Okay, so basically looking like a triangle for you. Is going to be on the fail. You have a wounded a Chewy kind of close, but that's not going to help you in any way.
No.
Supporting units will be challenging the odds here. All right, so Craig, again, we're at that position where both these players are 2-0. Craig needs to win the struggle, if not win, because you don't want to be down. You don't want an 2-0 loss going into your last round.
No, but with Never Told Me Odds, it's kind of hard to predict.
Exactly.
We've seen players, especially last turn, try to predict the next set of objectives and where they're going to be, and then guessing wrong just hurts so much.
Yeah, I mean, you still there is some guessing that goes along to it. There is definitely some guessing that's going to go along with it, but that's ultimately you just have to figure out what you're going to do there. You're just going to have to leave it up to fate and let fate kind of take the wheel, you know.
That's fair. So Todd, you want to tell the streamers what you're doing behind the camera?
Yeah, behind the camera here, I am attempting to. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get a copy of the Ahsoka I'm no Jedi box. So basically, had to scramble. I forgot all of my brushes, so I went and got some of the Monument Hobby Sable brushes that I think are great brushes.
They're very good.
So I got some of those. I got another brush for basically to some brush on primer, so I can prime them. And I got a little sort of palette thingy that I can use, basically to kind of work on getting this Vader painted. So I'm going to start with Vader today. And I'm using a water bottle, cutting that up.
Yes, that was the sounds that we heard.
Yep.
I've done it before. It's very I usually just have a stash of water bottles.
Yep.
I'm collecting my room regardless. So it's so I'm like, I don't want to waste a cup. Let me just cut this water bottle in half and use it as a dipping pool.
Yep. So basically, going to put some work into putting a little bit of primer onto Vader here at this point in time. Is basically what I'm working on.
Yeah. So surprisingly, Death Trooper was pulled.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the tactic, it's the movement plus his regular movement and focusing to shoot Han.
Alrighty. So here's we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, not a bad target.
No. So this will be interesting because, of course, I'm painting on the road here. Don't have any type of a airbrush or anything like that, and doing brush on primer. So let's wish me luck, folks. Wish me luck.
I like brush on primer.
I do. I mean, you can get a nice. You can definitely control the amount of primer that goes on.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, bad roll for fence roll for Han. Looking like just, I believe, 2 with his expertise. But really good roll for Craig.
So might end up getting the damage in that he's going to want to get in for sure.
No rerolls, so he's a sacrificial lamb.
I mean, at this point in time, I think it's so early in the struggle. Probably really wants to hold off on using too much of his force. He just refreshed his deck, refreshed his force. I would hold off on this as well, I would think. And just kind of like thinking through now here how he wants to go down the tree, because there is a lot of, he did get a lot of successes. So kind of where exactly he wants to do. So kind of going in the tank a little. 7 strain, expose, reposition, and this was in the solo, I believe.
Yeah,
Right?
this was into General Han.
Yep. So I believe. So yeah, I think that that gives him all the way up to 9. He's exposed. He's and pinned and strained.
These are some beautiful models.
Yeah, there's some great models out in there. I think they got all of the. Han is now wounded.
Han is now wounded. Oh yes, I forgot. Han literally only has 9 health.
Yep.
I think
For a primary, that's I guess sometimes something we forget about, but yep.
to be fair, Lando also only has 9 health. I think
The scoundrels up there. This cannot.
Yeah, I mean, Kanan has 10 and so does Moth, so they're on the low side of things.
I think we've gotten spoiled with some of the early models that had like 12 health on their as primaries.
Yes.
So I think that's probably part of the problem that we've like when we're looking at that going, oh, only 9. It's like, well, yes and no.
Yeah, well, it's gonna.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you so much.
we do like we enjoy the podcast. I mean, we're kind. I know we're kind of on the casual side of things, not going to be the big tryhards and everything that Aubrey and I are. But we enjoy the game and we enjoy talking Star Wars all the time. So I think that hopefully that comes through to a lot of the people that listen to the podcast.
It's fun to be on.
Yep.
As you guys can tell, my voice is not Aubrey's.
And you are not a librarian.
No, I'm not a librarian. I work in the fields, brother. If your hands don't look like this after a 12-hour shift, you're a sissy boy. No, I just have a bad sleep schedule. That's all that's given me. But yeah, it looks like he pulled Han, and with the Han reshuffle, he's giving a strain to Lando. Yeah, with the Lando shuffle, sorry.
Yeah, he's just loving that reshuffle, I tell you what.
It's fun. It's fun to do.
Alrighty. So here is, it looks like a callus activation.
Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like Matt's going to try to snag that right side objective, the lower one with Callus, or if not, he's going for at least the hit. All right, so it looks like he's going to try to finish off Boskian, but a pretty good defensive roll coming off from Craig.
Pretty good defensive roll, but I mean, it's Bosk, and Bosk is, I think, fully healthy at this point.
Yeah, Bosk tanked the first attack, so he should be fine. Also, I say should be fine, but he's going at least... Yeah, 1 down his tree, I believe.
So yeah, I mean, a pretty decent defensive roll keeps Bosk pretty healthy still. I'm pretty excited about this. I mean, Bosk is definitely
one of my favorite characters.
And I had a ton of fun painting him. 1 damage, 2 shoves.
Sorry, Bosk, you're not immune to being shoved.
No. I mean, he's going to see if he can pull this back his way some. I mean, the Callus is pretty far away though from the priority objective. So I mean, it is going to be something a good to go and get that 1 point though.
Well, it's on the ground, but he already uses his tactic to dash, so he still has his full movement, but he just doesn't get there. I think that's what Matt's already seen. But he did get mask off that bottom point, so
Yeah,
I think I said mask.
moving
But yeah,
moving him off the bottom point definitely is going to be. It was probably the biggest concern that he had there. Worked out well as far as that piece is concerned. Definitely hit that objective. Yeah, definitely going in the tank. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to happen here, especially to make sure that he secures the win. And that's really what he's going for, is for that big 2-0 win now.
yeah. Well, I mean, since your strategy has to change a lot, and I believe your units have to move around a lot, and it takes a lot from the person who won Struggle 1. Yeah, so no further action, just scores points, but still doesn't get enough to further
No,
from Greg's
just
side.
scoring 1 point here.
So Craig gonna play that Shatterpoint, see if he wants to do anything with it. Yeah, with the priority point being the top point, no one's around it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is probably an ideal time to really get that Shatterpoint going.
Yeah, I mean, well, because he can pick whoever he so chooses, but that's their point. So if everything goes to plan, and he does get someone on that priority point, he's going 2, and then depending on who he uses, he could probably snag that bottom point. But
Potentially so. I mean, so this is a big turn right here for Craig. It would be really good to see that him go ahead and get ahead on points here if possible. Securing 2 points on this activation is ideal for what he is going to want if he can sit there and find a way to make it work, find a path there.
Yeah, Craig.
And that's kind of what he's looking at is there a way to give somebody, move somebody over?
Yeah, Craig's been giving so many chances here, but both his supports are down. And even if they do come back, some of them have, or at least I think the DTs have 2 status conditions on them, so one of them will stay with it. DTE, nothing on him. Moth has a strain and a pin. Lando has all those conditions still.
Yeah, Lando loves conditions is really what I want to call this list right now. Just Lando is
Yes.
Lando is getting a ton of conditions.
Yeah,
out of
Lando
this
just
game.
eats those conditions up. Just everything. You're really using that primer. Oh boy.
Yeah, man. I'm getting it on there. I'm putting it on smoothly enough to where it's basically going to be. This is an activity in how can you do 2 things at once, and I think I'm accomplishing it. I think I'm accomplishing the.
Yes, I think with some assistance, but yes, you are accomplishing 2 things at once.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're here for, is to help me accomplish 2 things at once.
I believe so. Question: why didn't you start by holding the base and then painting the cape and the rest of the figure?
Oh no, I like to do things different.
Oh, okay.
Don't question me. Don't question my methods and tactics here, sir. Someone's sleeping on the couch tonight.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
And we don't even have a couch, so I don't know
Yeah,
what's
we
going to
don't.
happen.
Yeah. Oh boy. I got put in the doghouse, boys. Oh no.
Questioning the boss over here. What the heck's going on? So hard to find good help these days.
Oh man.
But no, I mean, it's like, so has gone with Shatterpoint here. Looks like it's going to be, like I said, such a pivotal thing here.
Oh, you wanna?
Hey, who are you Shatterpointing, Jake? Okay.
He's still deciding.
Still in the tank here on who's going to go and Shatterpoint. I mean, and like I said, I don't blame him one bit on this. This is a big decision. He is going to be the a very, very pivotal part of the game with everything. So I don't. Decided
And
with
it's gonna
Dark
be
Troopers.
Dark Troopers.
I mean, and having 2 activations, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah. Ugh, spending 2 force for that jump boots. Yeah, that's what happens when you get wounded.
Right. It's. I mean, and the thing is like it's a very, very good activation too. I mean, you really want to sit there and make sure that you're taking full advantage of everything.
You know how a wound doesn't cost force abilities to get over? You want to know how that works? By playing armor.
Are you talking about armor? Yeah.
By playing the superior model armor. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because they're Mandalorians and they're superior in every single way.
In every single way?
Yeah, they look awesome. They play awesome. They make you awesome by playing them. They're just awesome. I don't know what to tell you. They're just superior in every single way.
It sounds like there's a lot of awesome going on if you play them. I mean, but that might just be you.
No, it's a lot awesome. Trust me, a lot awesome.
A lot of awesome, he says. I don't know. I mean, I would say that based off of what we are seeing at Worlds this year, a lot of people will agree with you that it is awesome.
Yes, and then the Dev Troopers agree with me so much that they punched Callus right now. It looks like they're going fairly enough through on the tree.
So Callus didn't have any damage on him going into this, and so that's going to be probably the biggest issue here is that Callus is just...
Okay, well, at least the first melee attack only did a damage and a shove, pushing him, I guess, in a better position for the second trooper to prosper more from shoving him. Yeah, because I'm trying to think, like, he pushed him into the wall, as you guys can see, the bottom corner edge, and it's a really tough way for him because there's already a model next to the side of the piece of the turret. It's a little hallway now connecting, so Craig's gonna have to hopefully thread the needle there. Yes, with Agent Callus only rolling a blank into expertise, pretty good. Ooh, 2 crits on Craig's side.
Yeah, so a solid
Pretty
hit
good
here.
roll. Yeah.
A solid attack. 3 and a pin on the Callus.
So in total, yep, 4 and a pin on the Agent Callus.
But it does score him the points that he needs. He's pretty much locking up this struggle, which is really all that really matters. He really needed to get this struggle, get this one under his belt, and looks like it's going to be okay.
Yeah, well, the wound would have helped him end it here and now.
It would have.
But now this is just Matt seeing if maybe he can flip things around.
And at this point in time, he's probably just looking at how he's going to position himself with the potential flip that comes in the future struggles here. So I am expecting that he's going to probably just kind of move around. Chopper is a pretty good activation here. It's not a lot going on with it. You're not going to be hurting yourself in the future activation.
Yes. It looks like he's trying to line up a murder bot activation is what he looks like he's doing.
Yep. I'm almost done with the brush-on primer of Vader for those who are watching or curious what is going on and why Izzy keeps laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the things you do.
Pay 1 to jump. Recover action to the strain off of Kanan.
All right, so pay 1 to jump. Recover action to take the strain off of Kanan. And Kanan, like I said, he's down already, but it helps for like other things. Activation. Just move action and basically kind of resigns himself a little bit here to just get on to the final struggle 3 here.
Yeah. No, very much rope-a-dope action happening with Chopper here. He's waiting for the special moment to unleash his right hook, and I believe so because he's helping out his allies, which is fine. But yeah, just getting yourself ready for the third struggle, preparing yourself for location, and Craig with hot. Oh, no, Shatterpoint. Oh, no, he pulled Han and Chewie. He has it in his hand. I didn't see on the camera.
Yeah, so basically the way that he's doing it, it makes it a little difficult for us to see. So basically he pulls his card and leaves it in his hand until he decides which way he's going to go with it. But
that's fair.
Han and Chewie, I think, makes the it's a pretty decent activation for him to go with and everything along those lines.
Looks like he is going with Han and Chewie.
I think that's the right call. I don't think there's any reason to not go with Han and Chewie here. Might as well just finish it out. He is about halfway through his order deck as it is, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal to sit there and do that.
All right, well, it looks like he's sending him towards that bottom objective, so both of his supports are going to be near the same place. Yeah, Craig, I believe this is in the bag for Craig. So
I don't see how Craig can lose this at this point in time, especially because, I mean, he's got basically just needs to get one. He's already got one. Really, what he should be looking at here is where he's going to be positioning as well for the next struggle.
Yeah, because as of right now, he's wounded the commandos. Han is still wounded, hasn't woke up yet. Callus has 5 health left, and Kane's sitting at, I believe, 6 health. So I think if he wants to be greedy, go for another wound. But if not, just position yourself better for the next struggle.
And in all honesty, I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't even be going for a wound. What I would probably be looking at doing here is maybe just softening up an easy target so that I can work on getting momentum on the next activation. So, I mean, yeah, an attack makes sense by all means, and you have 2 models that can make attacks. So it might be something where it's like, okay, where can I go and soften up a model without getting a wound, without triggering any type of revenge triggers, just so I can sit there and really kind of get myself prepared to like get some easy momentum when the next round starts. Is that the proper way to go? I don't know. I mean, but that is probably what I would be looking at doing at this point.
It looks like some of the results have already been put in for the final. Is this the final round?
This is round 3 of 4.
Oh, okay, for the 3rd round.
Yeah, we did just see Sarah Cruel wandering around, so that I'm assuming he has not just decided to leave his match.
Yeah. All right, so looks like the punch is going into Kane.
Now, I know they say all the time on the stream not to eat paint, but it is so tasty.
Oh, are you a paint licker? That's their title. Are you a paint licker, Todd?
I have been known to be a connoisseur of paint.
Ooh, finally that last damage that Kane needed. So 3 damage to finish him off.
Refreshing the force and healing.
Gets her other condition. That's pretty good. That's what you could probably ask for. Wound the model that could probably do most damage to struggle 3.
I mean, so there was a couple of different options there of what you can do with that. But I mean, even before the end of the struggle ends, because basically once he gets the momentum from the wound, then that's going to be there.
How did the primer taste?
Primer tastes amazing, just like their
No,
paints.
fair enough.
So Kanan does do his revenge trigger, jumps up and shoots Han. Again, it doesn't really matter much here. I think this is just, it is kind of nice just to get the revenge trigger out of the way, I guess, when you know you're going to win. A pretty solid 3 hits and a crit coming through here. 1 crit makes 2 damage. Pretty good blocks though too, so not a whole lot of going on there with this. And Chewie is going to shoot into Callus to maybe get another wound?
Ooh, he's stocking up those wounds. I would probably save some of those.
So it's kind of interesting here, like if he's going to might get another wound on Callus. He's trying to, and And that was just the mission critical announcement. So
Oh boy.
we will be going into struggle 3 with mission critical starting right off the bat, and Matt having the first activation. Just wild how this
And I
is.
think we're starting it with Callus being wounded as well.
Full tree on this
Yeah,
attack.
ooh.
That's definitely going to put Callus down. He decided he did go against Callus doing his Callus rerolls.
Well, Moth and Chewie they have their full tree. They
Yeah.
can do 5 damage.
Well, without a doubt, yeah, it's going to be the wound.
Oh, okay.
4
so-
damage, disarm, strain, opting not to get the wound, so leaving him alive leaving Callus alive,
Yeah, alive on
one.
1 with strain. Oh my goodness. Yep,
Alive on 1.
Alive on 1.
The Shatterpoint special.
Yes.
Alive on
everything
1,
except
pin,
exposed.
disarm, strain, no expose.
Yeah, interesting.
I think he's just doesn't want to get that second cannon trigger, and that's completely understandable.
Yeah, well, at least not now. Because Struggle 3 hasn't happened yet, and it's mission critical. They just announced it. So we're going to Struggle 3 with momentum being gained on both sides after every activation. Stocking up those wounds now is very beneficial.
Oh, without a doubt. Definitely want to. I mean, that is going to be your second tiebreaker going into it. So even if he doesn't win this match, but is able to pull out the win second time for Craig, I mean, I'm not counting him out at this point in time. But having the wounds as your second tiebreaker, because there are going to be a lot of people with the same amount of victory points. So then it is going to go back down to your wounds are going to be your next one. So it makes our strength of schedule, I should say. So it makes sense, though, to sit there and to go this route.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely liking this. Liking what they're doing here.
Yeah. Oh boy, it looks like the.
I didn't bring primer, so I'm brush on primering it. This is part of my job.
Primaries are challenging the odds.
Okay.
Primaries are challenging the odds on the flip here. No. Primaries are challenging the odds.
And this
Looks
is
like
the.
they have selected the points already here.
Yeah, this is the. It's the triangle.
They're all kind of triangles. We can make them all
Yeah.
triangles.
This is the 65-degree triangle.
65-degree triangle.
Because it's more than 45. So I'm going to say 65. Actually, oh no, this looks
Who
pretty-
invited this kid? That's what I wanted.
A nerd invited me, okay? A nerd invited another nerd.
There are a lot of judge calls happening over there at the X-Wing people. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, but with all their new stuff that got released. I'm going to piss off some X-Wing players. I'm sorry. Ahead of time.
All right. So yeah, it looks like he has Chopper at this point in time. No, I don't think he does. He has.
No, he used Chopper last time.
Yeah. So I can't. Who is it, Jake? Who is his activation? All right. So he is going with the commandos here.
Yes. So they're awakened.
Yep. They have woken up. So all right, so they wake up, they spend their 2 to dash and focus.
Yeah, so I mean, just insane movement, dashing, hunkering, getting that within 1, and then their movement. So now they're just positioned, hunkered, and scoring a point. Oh, and a final range attack into Chewie. Or is he changing this to Oh,
Attacking
okay.
into
On first. Oh.
6 results on there. Has 3 blocks, so 3 go through.
All right, so it looks like 3 only going through. And Hani and Chewie are just awoken.
I
So they're
believe they
full.
have. I believe
Yeah.
they just woke up.
Yeah, because Craig Shatterpoint with him.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes you Shatterpoint has support. You need bodies.
I do Shatterpoint my supports a lot more than I think most people do. Like I said, one of my favorite targets to Shatterpoint in some of my games has been the bounty hunters, just because I can move 2 bodies, focus attack, and they both can full tree. So depending on if you focus and or do your focus and attack, and you decide to spend the force to do your business. Oh, I forget the name of the ability, but you can basically get you can focus. It gives you a sharpshooter 2 or impact 2. So I like using that ability quite a bit. But that, again, that's kind of a me thing.
I like Shatterpoint armor.
Murmur.
Yeah, she. Yeah, armor. She benefits from her own jump, and I
Yes.
think it's pretty cool.
All right. A lot of movement happening here. Kind of just a very big positioning battle, trying to sit there and get to those points because they are quite spread out quite a bit. You got the one on the bottom, then the other one like the middle.
Yeah,
And
these Rebel Commandos are spread out.
Yes, they are.
I've never seen Rebel Commandos like this. They weren't present in the movies, I'll tell you that much.
Nope.
No.
And then that top point, I think 2 damage in a pin, 2 shoves. It looks like I think Chopper is good to go on that very top point. It looks like he's underneath that gantry, but within 2 of the top point, which looks like it's.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
looks
think
like
that's the priority.
Matt
point,
is
though.
counting it. But the priority is
On
is
the bottom. Yep.
Yeah.
And here comes the second attack. 2 hits off of the expertise.
Nice.
So 5 hits total and into only 1 block. So this is going to go 5? That
Full
will be the
tree.
full tree. That is going to be kind of brutal.
Yeah. Well, Han and Chewie have 8 health left, so perhaps. Oh yeah.
Does
Okay.
get the wound into Han and Chewie, basically.
Oh no.
That was when you full tree, you can do it. But I think because he already had the condition on him from the first attack, so that really was pretty brutal there.
Yeah, it's brutal, but now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
Gain momentum for the wound, and then 1 for mission critical will put Matt at a really good position.
Correct. So, and I think he's only going to be scoring 2 because I don't think anyone's on this priority point at the bottom. Everyone's pretty much off of it. Oh no, he's going to be able to because now he has his move action.
Well, I think it's the reposition. They get
The
on their tree.
reposition from the tree.
Yeah, because he got full tree. He has all that.
So kind of just looking to where he wants to go. Either way, he's going to be within 2 of that point, and no one else is there. So yeah, just repositioning underneath this gantry at the bottom. And then his last action, he's going to go ahead and move. This is going to get him all 4 points.
Oh boy.
Or all 3 points, scoring 4 with mission critical.
And a wound.
Yeah, I already got the momentum for the wound here. I mean, this was about the best start Matt could hope for.
Yeah. Oof. Craig is going to have to crawl back from where? He's going to have to tank. Yeah, tank pretty hard.
So, yeah, here we go. Scoring 4. Scoring 4, getting a momentum for mission critical. Yeah, looking pretty rough here.
Oh boy.
Priority point is going to be the failure, which is the
Failure.
top point underneath that gantry on the left-hand side.
Underneath Chopper.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like he pulled. He can't stop shaking it.
Pulls the card, not able to where we can see it.
He is.
Kind of holding it in his hand and shaking.
I do that a lot too.
All
It
right.
looks like it's
Looks
Lando.
like it's
though.
Lando, so he's trying to
Oh,
decide
no.
what he wants to do with Lando here.
Yeah, I have those jitters as well when I pull cards where I like have to have it in my hands in order to think.
Yep. All right, so it looks like I got a good coverage on the brush-on primer. I'm just going to allow it to kind of
Let it dry before showing.
let it dry before it
Boss.
gets before we do anything else.
Are you not gonna do Ahsoka?
I'm going to see where I can get with Vader. I don't want to sit there and primer her if I'm not going to be able, especially brush-on primer. It's a little funky. It doesn't have the same that I would hope for. So we'll see.
Fair enough. So he's shuffling with Lando.
Shuffling Lando back in, putting another condition on Lando. So Lando now has expose and strain on him,
Uh-oh.
along with that damage. So looking right now at the results, because we do have the results starting to come in. A couple of people that are 3-0. We have Sarah Cruel, Josh Cruel, the defending champion Matt Booker
Butcher.
is 3-0 as well. Will Maurer also sitting at 3-0 as our undefeateds. So there is a couple more games going on. So there should be, by the time this is all said and done, 3 undefeateds, and we'll get one from this table as well.
All right, well, Chris game has not been put in yet, but I'm rooting for that guy.
Yeah, I like us locally. We're trying to be as objective as possible, but with some of our players in here, from our local meta, we have a little bit of a desire to watch them do well. All right, and just kind of figuring out what's going on here.
Well, he's spending 2 force, so leaving, I believe, Craig with I think just 2. Yeah, his last 2.
Yeah, but I mean, he really has to make a big move here.
Second action move.
And the reason being is he's got to basically flip 2 points and have them be sticky enough to where you're not going to be able to take them back. And that's really what he's looking at, is how, if he can do that, if he can get to a point where he can take 2, because 1's just not going to do it with Mission Critical going on right now. Because he's going to get 1 for Mission Critical. I mean, getting to his side of the board right now is not kind of what he's looking at. Mission Critical is working against him very badly right here. So kind of just looking at what he can do, where he can get on that side of the board. And as you can see down on the dice cam now, he's moved all the way around to the other side of that building. He's kind of blocked by the building from the camera's blocking him, but you can see him on the dice cam, kind of saying hello, looking at the dice.
Oh boy. Where do these Death Troopers want to go? Is he sending one for the bottom point?
I think he's sending one to
next?
the other where Chopper is. So going to go ahead and move there.
So he rocket booted, jumped.
Rocket boots moved, or jump boots moved, and now his range attacks are going in. I don't know if he's going to be able to shove Chopper off of that point. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I think he's going to start.
Yeah.
Into the Rebel Commandos.
Start going into the Rebel Commandos is what it looks like here. I'm not sure if that's a cock dice. Is it reroll that one?
Reroll.
All right.
Still an expertise.
So 1 crit, looks like 2 fails, 2 expertise, and a strike. Basically just turns into 2 more strikes, I believe. No, yeah, you don't have to be objective on your side. I understand that. There is quite a few Samson fans here. I know he's got quite a few friends going on in the area. So some of his friends just kind of showing up and everything like that. So Iceman Dean, who was Matt's opponent in the finals. Yeah, he's down to 2-1 at this point in time, but at the top of the leaderboard. So if he wins, he's going to be in the finals with his match as well.
Yeah, still safely secured.
Yeah, because top 16 makes it in, basically, is what we're looking at here. So yeah, still quite a few matches to go.
Chris Paul.
Spelled a little different, but yes, Chris Paul is 2-0.
I said it correct.
3 damage in a pin, so not a lot going on there. I think we can pretty much safely assume that this is going. Like I don't see a way out of it with. I don't see him being able to flip enough points at this point in time, unfortunately.
No, and then I think he needed the wound.
He definitely needed the wound. Definitely needed the wound, and it wasn't getting there.
No, not the DT.
I mean, a little bit better of an attack here going into Chopper, but only flipping 1 point is just not going to do it.
No, scoring 2. Only thing Matt has to do is
Basically,
roll priority essentially
Yeah.
correctly. You know, do as exactly as I say. Roll correctly.
All right. So he is going to spend Callus rerolls here because he does just.
Yay!
So basically, he hurts himself. Callus rerolls, gets the wound, and basically what that's going to mean is, I think he's trying to stop the shoves more than anything else. But the rerolls just turn into another expertise and a fail. Nothing much there. I think it was just rolling dice for the sake of rolling dice at this point in time.
Perhaps.
Basically, you know. But I mean, this is 3 rounds in. They still have 1 more round.
Yeah, both of these players played very well. They still have a chance to get into top 16, depending on whether the outcome is.
Well,
of
Matt
either victor.
definitely. I think with Matt taking the win here, he's going to be 3-0. As long as he doesn't 0-2 in the next round, he should be good to go into there. I mean, most of the 3-1s get in as it is. For Craig, he's going to have to get a win next round. Like 2-2s just do not, like yesterday 2-2s did not get in. There was a 3-1 that was on the outside looking in for sure. So like really, like you want to be undefeated going into this last round. Really make sure that it all works out. Gets 1 more for the mission in this 1 point. Basically, yeah, he's already got 2 points. Mission Critical is going to do it. That's the game. There's the handshake, folks.
Handshake. Yeah, no.
But he is going to go ahead and go forward with this because tiebreakers being what they are, he wants to make sure he gets the wounds. But Matt is going to win here. He is going to go ahead and just probably just choose a little bit of violence on whatever his activation is going to be.
Well, this will be the second Kanan activation that we get this game.
Yep.
Yeah, what juicy target this Kanan had left. We didn't get to see any murder from Chopper as well.
No, Chopper was pretty passive this time. So he can't always be aggressive. Sometimes he has to take it a little easier.
I was told long ago by a very wise man, if you don't play Chopper aggro, you're playing him wrong. So I listened to that man.
So he's going to dash Callus and then dash himself because Callus is still a Spectre. Focus and shooting. Basically, like I said, just look at he's just looking for a wound here.
Yeah. Oh boy.
2 blocks. Kanan into Lando.
I think he has it.
And he does get the wound, yeah.
Yeah. Poor Lando. Only had 4 health left.
He did. Lando, you know, he's just that lovable scoundrel.
Yeah, well, you know, Matt's walking away with at least about 4 or 5 wounds. Craig's walking away almost about the same.
Right. All right, well, back to the desk here. That was a pretty good game. It was a good game. We've seen a lot of Never Tell Me the Odds today. That's been a lot of what we've been seeing.
Did you prefer Never Tell Me Odds or Sabotage?
Sabotage has always been my favorite, but I like the close-up, in-your-face, a little bit more aggro-y type of play. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think this was a good match. Neither one of these gentlemen are out of it by any means. No. I would say that Matt is into the top 32 at this point in time. So looking at, we're still just got the 3 3-0s that are listed. Matt will become the 4th one, and then we are really just waiting on the last 2 undefeateds.
Christopher and
Chris. Let's see. So Chris and Dork Esquire, Mountain Mike, and Chris Paul are the ones that we're waiting on to. I'm going to say a Powell.
Chris Powell.
Because there's a W, not a U.
Well, he doesn't play for the Phoenix Suns anymore, so that's fine.
You go Powell.
But
so basically, like I said, really kind of just waiting to see what those results are as Mission Critical comes to an end.
Yeah. Who is Christopher Sampson playing?
So Mike is playing Chris Powell. So we're waiting on that one there. And Chris is playing Dork Esquire.
No, I love that name.
I know, right? It is a darn good name, I will say that. So like like I said, a lot of the Arizona players, or like at least the two that we would have expected to do well, are doing good. Red Wolf, another pretty well-known player in all of the Discords. He's sitting pretty good at 2-1 right now, kind of out on the outside looking in. But there are a couple of other there's 3 2-0s above him that have not put in. So he's sitting there at 17.
Oh, Liam Lamb chop.
Yeah, one of our locals is now 1-2, so he's kind of out of the running. I'm sure he's going to play his last round.
No, Nick. How's he doing? 1-1 still. Oh, you can go 2-1.
Yep. So one of the other locals, Nick Rader. So for the people that were concerned about him, he is at 1-1. He hasn't reported yet. Yeah, I mean, basically looking pretty good here. Just like I said, just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with some of those other rounds. I don't know. What were your thoughts on this game here? It looked like it was a pretty solid game.
It was interesting because first time we've seen Lando on the board, especially on stream.
Mm-hmm.
He used his ability a lot. So much shuffling, so much status conditioning being handed out. Yeah,
Lando had all but one condition on him at one point in time.
Yes.
And then he still decided to pop his strain and give himself 3 damage. So
and then another 2 on top of that from being deflected.
Right.
So 5 damage.
That was pretty wild to see. So yeah, I mean, but we're basically in the final round here, just kind of waiting to see. I think I'm going to take a quick break before we get in. Of course, at next round we are going to be doing our giveaway for that. So 3-1s, I think 3-1s will all get in today. There was a smaller amount of players, so I believe that. I'm going to wait. I don't want to say that with 100% certainty until I see kind of the breakdown of it, but I'm almost positive.
I don't want to jinx it.
Right. I'm almost positive that they're all going to get in. It kind of just depends on, I'm looking at the team event. It all just depends on what's going to, where it is. So let's take a look. Let me take a look, and I can probably do some quick math here. We're at 20. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so let's see. With the possibility, oh yeah, all the 3-1s are going to get in, from what I can tell here, because you're going to have, all the 3-1s will definitely get in because you're going to have 3. You're going to have a 1 paired on, I think, for the 2-0s because there's 3 2-0s. So you're going to have 3 2-0s when it's all said and done. That'll take 3 to 2-1. So all your 3-0s will get in. That's 6. Take the 6 away from the remaining 20. That's 14. That means 7. So yeah, all the 3-1s will get in. With a couple of 2-2s that might get in, I think, today.
Really?
If I'm mathing correctly, and I sometimes not. I am not a mathematician.
If your maths out,
but I'm almost positive.
Yeah, it should be fun. Yeah. What do you think's gonna pop up next round?
Well, if I have my way, I think we're gonna get the defending champion on stream. And I usually am pretty good about getting my way when it comes to stream. So I think we're going to get Matt Booker one way or the other on stream for this final round. If it goes against Sarah Cruel, maybe not. We'll see. It really kind of just depends. But yeah, I would expect. I'm expecting to sit there and get the defending champ.
It'd break my heart to see Matt go against Chris.
It wouldn't break my heart that much because I know both of them would be getting in if that's the case.
Oh, fair, I suppose.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break while we finish up here. And again, stay tuned, guys. Next round, we will be doing the next round of giveaways for the prize wall. So definitely stay tuned. We'll be back shortly and go from there. As always, thanks, guys, for watching, and see you back here in a few minutes.
Adios.
All right, folks, we are back. Looking at the final round, yep, Dark Esquire did definitely end up beating out Samson for to go 3-0. So he is definitely in the top 16, and no matter what happens here. All right, and on stream we are going to be having Will Maurer and Chris Powell. So looking at Will's list, he is running a all Empire list. So he has Kiadi Mundi, Wishakti, and ARV Troopers.
Galactic Republic.
Galactic
sorry.
Republic,
Galactic
sorry.
Republic.
Galactic Republic.
It's been a long day.
Darth Vader, Jedi Hunter. So Vader won with Kenobi.
Remember, as you
Obi-2.
say, the best Galactic Republic primary talk.
Exactly. Obi-2 with Padawan learners.
Oh, don't put the Padawan learners near Vader. What?
I think that's very fitting.
Okay.
Jedi Master Luminara and Dooley with Crosshair and Commandos, and then Hunter, Wrecker, and Tekko. Looking at he is wide open. He's not list locked anywhere. But the last 2 games he has been playing Kiadi Mundi and Vader 1. So I think that's probably where he's going to be, depending on matchups. So then looking into Mr. Chris's list, he's doing an Oops All Mandos list from what it looks like, just looking at this. So yeah, he's doing Armor, Paz, Coverts, Mando, Bo with Clan Kree. So the standard Oops All Mandos list. Then Kanan, Ezra, Rebel Commandos with Cad Bane, Shakti, Bounty Hunters. So a very scoundrelly type of a list there as well.
Ooh, I'm liking this.
Yep. So looking at like kind of what he's been playing throughout the day. Let's see. Chris. I didn't look at like all of it, but he's kind of like just played everything at this point in time. He played Mando with Cad Bane round 1. He played all Mandos round 2, and then he played Cad with Kanan in round 3. So he is not list locked either. He's played every primary. Yes, every primary. So basically, this is wide open as far as who they are going to play. Let me see. Does he have his mission listed? I do not see what mission he has. He did not put it in his list, so it's hard to say which one he did in fact play. I believe Will has brought Sabotage Showdown.
Sabotage, all right. Well, you know me. I'm hoping to see some Mandos here.
Right. So basically, at this point in time, just for those who are, I had to get brush on primer. Went with the white because of Ahsoka. So I have Vader is kind of looking redeemed right now because he's just stark white in his primer. But I am going to be going, and I used, which was really cool, I used the brush on primer from Pro Acryl. I am going to be using mostly Pro Acryl's new AMP colors to sit there and kind of this out. But one of my favorite bases to use to start basing with the base coat that I like to use for anybody who's with the dark is actually using the dark warm gray from Pro Acryl. So that's going to be the color that I'm going to be putting down to start with as I start working on Vader.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how these turn out.
I don't know how it's going to turn out, to be honest. I don't have a light. I don't have my magnifying glasses. I don't have just about anything. I'm just shooting from the hip. I was like, hey, I want to do this, and then not thinking about, hey, I want to do this and how that was going to actually work out. But hey, we'll get there. We'll get there. So one last thing to keep in mind, kind of announcement since everybody gets set up. Remember, the big reveal is going to be happening at tonight at, I want to say 7 or 7:30 locally. We're going to be finishing up this round right about 6 o'clock, 6:30. Or actually about 6:30 is when this round's probably going to be finishing. They're going to do an awards, and then we're going to be getting up. They're going to be going upstairs to go or actually downstairs, so we are upstairs, to do the reveal and all of the good things. There's a lot of announcements coming that I think people will be very excited about. So we'll definitely go ahead and talk about that as well. Going to be playing on Sabotage Showdown. I think that's the first time today that we have had Sabotage. That's Will. That's Paul. No. What? Oh, yeah, he can't use those.
Easy.
Tomorrow morning, the round starts at 9, so we'll be back in here probably about 8:30ish or so. Yeah, these old eyes definitely need lights and magnifiers, for sure. So yeah, Pro Acryls, as far as the paints go, yes, they're thinner out of the bottle. I have never had to use water to thin those paints. They go on a little bit more of a matte finish than other ones as well. No, it was the brush on primer by Pro Acryl is the one that I use. I have used the other primer. I have used Vallejo before as well, but no, I definitely have used. I have used Pro Acryl. You just wanted me to say Vallejo. I do live in Arizona, so I don't. We do have know how to say certain words. Yes, but so yeah, we will be looking at that. A lot of good announcements. I would definitely, again, Professional Casual Networks, their stream. I know for sure on Twitch. We'll probably be on YouTube as well to watch everything and everyone that is the reveal that is going on. So it's going to be a fun one. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, just making sure that we got everything's good to go as far as dice and everything along those lines. Getting everything set up. Everybody's working out there.
Yeah, poor Todd's eyes, especially the lighting.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting fight to the finish here with these two gentlemen. So looking at the list, looking at on a Will side, let me get to his again. He is going to be running Kiati and Vader. Basically, like I said, I think he kind of favored
that's
that.
what I figured.
He's been favoring that quite a bit. So it is going to be, when it's the total list itself is Kiati Mundi with Shakti and the ARF Troopers.
Who let the dogs out?
And then Vader with OB2 and the Padawans. And then looking on the other side, it looks like we're getting basically a Kanan revenge list for what we're getting on the other side. So it is going to be that with Kanan, with Ezra, and the Rebel Commandos. And then Mando with Bo and Clan Kreese.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
So overall,
I did want Mandos.
Yeah, I mean, so overall, it is going to be an interesting list, like basically the Rebels versus kind of a little bit of a hodgepodge. You do have a lot of scoundrel or Rebels there, so you are going to be able to get some good Rebel triggers. You are going to have a lot of scoundrels in this as well to get the scoundrel triggers for Mando. So I think the only thing you just need to worry about is the commandos. But I think overall should be good to go.
Yeah. No, this is exciting. So I mean, I've played Clan Kreese with Kanan before, so I mean, it's pretty cool. Have not seen it with Mando and Bo though, so we'll see how it is.
This is an interesting. I mean, I don't question it. He's 3-0 at the World Championships on day 2 of Swiss, so I can't really say that I can find fault in it because it's working for him no matter what.
Well, and I mean, the list chicken is on his side because if you look at these 4 squads every round, you're like, what is he going to play?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going to have to figure it out.
Exactly.
Okay, everybody's having fun in the chat talking about Vallejo, apparently.
Yes, because we basically are just with all the pro acryl and everything like that. So yeah, but no, it should be a fun list, everything like that. So basically, we're just waiting to see what happens. They have chosen sides, it looks like, so it doesn't look like anyone's moved here. So we'll go ahead and get this all cleared up.
Yeah, they're just working on objectives and doing the turn 0 talk. Remember, talk to your opponent, talk about ingress points, talk about shoves, talk about scatter terrain. Just getting all the logistics done as they're just getting the game started here. Did we get which mission we're going to be on?
Sabotage Showdown.
Okay, it is Sabotage. All right. Making sure my notes are correct.
All right. So yeah, definitely. Yeah. So for you looking at home, on your left is going to be Chris. On your right is Will. Let's go ahead and we'll just go to the table as they finish up their conversation here and see what they're doing. Kind of just discussing like how you can move through and everything along those lines. The garage is a point of contention because I mean there are points of it that are 2, but you can't see through it. So it's one of those that, like looking at where all of the egress points are, where you come out, especially the garage, learning a lot of those things right there.
Yeah, as we've talked about before, the garage is an excellent piece of terrain to showcase all of the terrain rules in Shatterpoint because you really gotta pay attention. There's that one like hidden ingress point, the built-in ladder there that goes up to that little platform. Then you have the little lip there that you can move through, but it could stop the shoves and yeah, just another nice clear reminder.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, the terrain is supposed to be a feature of the game, and it definitely is in this situation.
Oh, Damon's talking about the giveaways. We doing the giveaways this round?
Oh yeah, we will be.
Okay. All right. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Also, it's been a minute. How's chat doing? How is everyone? I mean, it hasn't been a minute for you. It's been a minute for me.
Oh, he's asking what are the giveaways. So for sure, the giveaways that we're going to be doing are going to be the prize wall giveaway. We're doing that every day. The last round of today, tomorrow, and yesterday are going to be the giveaway. So we're definitely going to be working on the giveaways there. And getting all of that out to everybody. I think that's pretty cool to be able that AMG has reached out and said, hey, if you want, you can do a giveaway every day. They're going to mail it out to you. So basically, at some point in time today, during the stream, or during this round, I will go ahead and give you a keyword. So make sure you're paying attention because I'll give you a keyword to go ahead and put into chat. And then after a certain amount of time, of like 15, 20 minutes, go ahead and draw a name to determine who's going to win the prize stuff.
Thank you, Brandon. I'm excited to be back on the mic. I mean, I enjoy seeing Izzy and Jacob here too, but very happy to be over here now. Ooh, still recovering from that round 2. That was an intense game. I had to go away, have some lunch, and wander around the hall for a while because still getting over that one.
It was quite an intense match. That struggle just went on forever. I think that one is going to go down as a very, very classic as far as what we've done in the short time of our streaming together.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be one that you definitely are going to want to look up and watch again. Or well, maybe not me. I don't know if I want to experience that game again. Although there's a couple highlights.
But it was long. It was a stressful, long game for sure.
So players are just working on deployment here. We've got the Kanan squad up and going.
Yep. So Vader right there at the bottom of your screen, and then we're gonna have Kiadi Mundi right there at on top of the screen as well. And of course, again, Aubrey, you got people deploying at a range other than range 1.
That doesn't seem right. I don't think you should be doing that.
You never know. I think there might be special rules for these guys that allow them to go up to that distance.
It's almost like they're infiltrating the table.
Almost like they're infiltrating the table. You are correct, sir.
How's that Vader coming along?
Vader's coming along pretty good. I'm getting a little bit of a base coat on him right now. I think I'll make some progress at some point in time with him.
All right.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for the reveals at this point in time, guys. I don't know about everybody else out there. I'm excited to see some of the new things that are coming out, what we're going to see from AMG going forward for the rest of the year. See if they're going to have any type of information as far as like what changes might be happening for the future. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, we're almost done waiting until then we have to wait for everything that they tell us about to actually happen.
Right, yeah. Build up the hype so we can sit there and be impatient about waiting for other things. So yeah, I mean that's kind of our deal. But I like that they give us this roadmap every year to sit there and see all of the things that we should be excited about.
All right, now they're just getting the mission cards taken care of here, and we'll just get started. Remember, on Sabotage Showdown, the reason they have the objectives up is because it is always the Death Donut, or, I mean, the Grand Donut of Death? I don't know what we call it now.
Yeah, well, I mean, either one sounds great to me. Either one just sounds fantastic. And tasty.
I'm not sure I want to eat a donut of death, unless it staves off death. Is it like a Phoenix Down?
You never know. I mean, I think you can make it just about anything you want at this point.
Oh, we just saw the shake, so I think we are
Sportsmanship is intact.
Just about ready to go. Wait for it. And we have our first flip. It is the Padawan Learners.
And what do we like about the Padawan Learners going early? Why are they?
They run up and die.
Yeah. I mean, and why is that good to have the Padawans just run up and die?
Because then our friend Kiadi Mundi gets all of his fun discount. Well, not just him. The Jedi get their discounts. I feel like there's a weird lesson to be learned here about the Padawans rushing up with Force Rush for one Force and then getting brutally wounded. I don't know if this is a strange lesson we're receiving.
You know what? But they are learners, so this is maybe the lesson is that they need to be careful when they run up.
I guess this is what would have happened to Ahsoka if Ahsoka didn't have plot armor.
Right, exactly.
Everyone's favorite cheeky Padawan.
I mean, we do love her. She is fantastic.
Oh, hey, I got my hands on that dual pack that you're having fun with over there, and I'm excited.
I saw that you got in line and got that. That's fantastic.
Sorry, what was that, Izzy?
Second action, taking cover.
Okay.
And
So-
taking cover. So
yeah,
just
taking
move, take cover.
The early turns of Shatterpoint are pretty straightforward. Generally, you move up, you take cover, you get a point, and it's pretty standard fare.
It is, but it's going to be interesting to see with the new mission pack if that kind of changes the standard of it, if it's going to change. Because with more points, is it not going to be that anymore? Or is there other things that we can do? We'll see.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing I picked up. Not picking up too much on this Adepticon trip, but made sure to get the new mission pack and get Ahsoka. Ahsoka's one of my favorite characters, so.
She is just a fan favorite. Maybe not when she first came out in the comic or in the cartoon, but she really did grow on everyone.
Yeah. It's really funny. So Star Wars has this storied history of creating teenagers who act like teenagers, and then people get annoyed that they act like teenagers.
Yeah, that's really strange. Like how, but I mean, to be fair, parents get annoyed by their teenagers all the time too. So maybe that's just a good way of looking at this is how we are in the real world.
That's fair. And it looks like we got Bo-Katan. So as a reminder, Bo-Katan can move, chat. So I have a feeling we are going to see a giant, what is it? Focus. Take cover. Yeah.
Yep, the jumping Mando, as Izzy likes to call her.
The jumping Mando.
She does get all over the place. I mean,
Yeah.
that is her thing.
So with her tactic, moving Mando forward, so literally jumping the Mandalorian here. And then I'm guessing we're going to see like a focus dash, an advance, a take cover, a jump, and it's probably going to end up on that top midline point.
That would be ideal, and I think it very easily can get done. So I would agree that's probably where we're going to end up seeing this go.
I'll get my own out. It's all good. It's all good.
Looks like we're just working on getting some sort of token or tool. Let's see. Taking a look at
I don't know where all my with Nick gone. I don't know what he did with all of my all the other stuff I brought over. But yeah, there should have been plenty of tools.
But you can always have one more, Todd.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. I just thought that they were already out there for everyone. Apparently not, and I apologize for that.
Hoping for Vader 4 to attack.
Well, I mean, Vader is Star Wars, so it does make sense that we're going to get a lot of Vaders. I mean, and this dual pack is just fantastic as far as I'm concerned. The sculpt is amazing. So I get it. Yeah, we do have a lot of Vaders, but at the same time, I think this Vader is fantastic and like a great sculpt. Very big. He just feels like he is towering. And here comes so he went with Shatterpoint, going to Shatterpoint Shock T.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
She does hit pretty hard. I mean, she for this, I think she's a great piece. I mean, like I said, I think she kind of goes everywhere. But yeah, she is definitely shining in this list.
Yeah. Mr. Pink, I am at the point where now I just hope that every single dual pack is Vader. We could get Vader against Luke on the throne room. Get another Luke, another Return of the Jedi Luke. We could get Vader versus Old Ben. We could get Vader versus Obi-Wan on Mustafar. Nightfall Vader. That would be fun. Let's see. You could get Vader versus Maul in that one What If comic book where Maul comes back in a vision and fights Vader. I can keep going, Todd. Do you want me to find out other ways that Vader... Oh, we could have Vader fight that comic book Mon Calamari Cyborg guy.
I mean, I think we're good with the ones that we have already, though. Like I said, I think everyone... I do think that Vader's, having quite a few Vaders is good. I mean, they're all different. I mean, it's really kind of the thing that I look at. It's all different Vaders.
Okay, so Shakti is attacking into Bo-Katan. She is getting Vader dice, so she did take the damage from that. And we've got the dice roll. Bo-Katan is not looking good here for our Lady Lorian, unfortunately. I mean, she does have the Beskar armor, so that one expertise gives you something, but not a great result there. Meanwhile, looks like... Oof. Looks like 4 results, maybe? 4 damage and a strain. Mr. Pink, Vader versus Emperor Rebel Vader. Yeah. Yes. I mean, hey, there was an early battle in the comics where Sidious kind of schools Vader and what it means to fight like a Sith. Could go that route, too. I mean, I can keep going.
All right, and I just wanted to make sure that I did see that correctly. So yeah, so basically at this point in time, that was 4 damage going on with a strain onto Bo. We have 2. We did Shatterpoint onto the Shock T. Shock T does have 2 damage on her at this point in time.
Yeah, from the Vader dice.
From the Vader dice, exactly. And then just the Padawans with that hunker on there. So that's all that we're seeing right now. And Kanan has come up. Let's see what he wants to do with Kanan here.
Vader versus Imperial. Yes, I want Vader versus what is that? Moff Madi. I think his name's Moff Madi. Something Madi. Anyway, maybe Admiral Madi. But yeah, we do need one more Vader, Todd, because we need a force choke. We need that ability in the game. Come on.
I mean, I wouldn't. That is the best way to lift up your coworkers. So.
Yep. Remember, he doesn't even need the force choke. He just pick you up.
Yeah. Just lift up your fellow workers and tell them how you feel about them. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Imagine being in an office meeting and your bosses, just force choke you out, and then another boss is like, "Hey, knock it off," and everybody acts like this is normal.
Makes sense to me. Makes 100% sense to me. So he is going to go with Kanan, it looks like.
Yep. So starting off with the dashy dash.
It looks like he's looking at trying to dash. Is he going to dash Ezra here? Kind of get Ezra moving, or is he looking at potentially moving forward? All right, moving Ezra forward, looks like. Got it. So he does his dash to end in within 2 of Ezra, so to give Ezra that dash.
Yeah, the helping hand or helpful hand, something like that. All right.
And just hunkers to score 3. Not a lot of combats going on right here for the most part, and I think that's kind of what we were going to expect with these 2 lists.
Well, and Sabotage Showdown, not as much as Never Tell Me, but you still kind of spread out. You go in your own lanes for a little bit, and then the dice start happening.
Yes.
HR has to get involved. Have you seen the YouTube channel where there's that cosplayer and she pretends to be Imperial HR, and she's always talking to the stormtroopers about their benefits, which are nothing? And
I can't say that I've seen that one.
It's great. She'll go around cons and she'll hand out like violation.
Yes, I have seen that one. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right, and so basically, yeah, not a whole lot happening with them, other than Kanan just has a hunker on him.
All right, so ARFs are moving and then defensive maneuvering.
So basically, they're gonna stay on the back point with one of them. The other one, where?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where the other ARF ended up. I'm guessing maybe underneath
it looks like
that.
he's underneath that gantry.
Yeah.
From where the camera is, basically, kind of, so he can be close to.
Yes, we may be here, dear listeners, but sometimes we don't. We can't see any better than you because there's all the equipment in the way and everything else going on. That's why Izzy's helping out with our being our eyes and ears over there actually in the game, so we can keep talking to you.
Yep. So the ARFs come around the corner there, and basically are just going to go ahead and looks like they're just outside of 2, so they can take a shot if they wanted to.
Yeah, there you go, Amanda. I was trying to remember her name.
So ARF's attacking into Bo. Just 2 blocks by Bo here.
And Bo.
Not a lot of successes.
Oh wait, Beskar armor.
Yeah,
all right,
Beskar armor.
Little better.
So basically, just 1 crit going through here. Basically, just a pin off of that.
Because of the protection.
Because of the protection. But she is strained and pinned now.
Yeah, and now we got another attack in.
Beskar armor again. I believe that's going to be 2 more blocks, maybe.
Should be. But more crits this time, so
Yeah.
I think a little bit more damage is
So
going to
3
get through.
crits, no crit mitigation there. So this is going to do a little bit more damage, but again, not enough to take Bo down, I think, here, especially because she is going to be having protection and steadfast.
Yeah, you gotta send Jedi after the Mandalorian, not clone troopers.
So I believe we're looking at 4 damage down to 3 with an expose. Reapplying the pin is of course going to be doing additional damage as well.
Yeah, just waiting for Izzy to get the final result here.
4 damage and a shove that he needs and exposed.
Yeah, so
Does the damage go down, or was it okay? So 4 damage down to basically is going to be a total of 8 on Bo at this point in time, and adding the expose on as well now. So now she's shoved, pinned, and exposed with a total of 8 damage on her. Bo is ripened for the pickings here, but overall now here comes Mando for Chris.
pre-suit Vader versus Jedi younglings. Oh, chat. Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? All right, somebody cue the Mandalorian music, because Mando is up. So we must have missed, that damage must have gone down, because Bo can't be on 8, because she only has 8. So she must be at 7, because I think she's 1 off from getting wounded.
We can just double check on that one. Give me 1 second. On this
Yeah.
one.
Oh, sorry, chat. I start the day sleepy and the day sleepy.
So yeah, you are absolutely correct. She is on 7.
Mando spends the force to push Shakti off point.
All right, Clan
So
of
Clan
2.
of 2, pushing Shock T. And pushing Shock T to try and get that point back here.
Grogu's like, "You're not my real family," and pushes the Jedi away.
Is that what he's doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a new dad.
If that's what works, yeah, sure.
Hey, sometimes you have to adopt a new dad when you're a 50-year-old baby.
7 dice for Mando, but it's Arvs.
7 into Arvs. Arvs not looking too good here. Their
Oof.
expertise are not that great.
Yeah.
So just 2 blocks off of the 3 expertise. So quite a bit. Looks like basically it's going to go 2 down the tree from what I can see.
3 damage and a push that the Arvs need.
3 damage and a shove. So basically just 3 on the at this point in time, but he does score 3 points here, bringing it back his way. And here he comes, Big Daddy Vader.
Dun 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 dun.
Vader coming up. How we can get to Bo? I mean, he does have his saber throw on this side, so he definitely, I think, can get into a position to where he can put some pain down range for sure.
Yep, and that looks like what Will is going to do. He's definitely angling that way. Yeah, surprisingly, Vader can move. He's just doing that big, awesome stride all the way across the map.
Yeah, like that's one of the things is Vader. This Vader actually does have the ability to throw a lightsaber, which is, I think he just hasn't seen as much play that people are forgetting about that.
Yeah, you got to remember that scene in Return of the Jedi. You know, he got really mad because Luke thought he had the high ground, and he's like, "Wait a minute, I remember this. We ain't doing that again."
Is that what happened exactly?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
It's canon. It's in the movie.
They
It's boomerang time. I mean, it helps when you have telekinesis.
Changing targets where it's going.
Oh, actually, going to attack Bo.
I think just going to go for the wound here, just to kind of like get himself in a better position for the overall struggle. The struggle is long. Wow, Bo with 3 blocks. Vader with 2 fails. He didn't add Vader dice. It looks like.
Well, that's only on
only on melees.
melee attacks. Yeah.
Yep. So
And
really just one down the tree.
And remember, Vader does have his thrown lightsaber. Vader 2 does as well. So both of them have a thrown lightsaber.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't do much.
Wow. Oof. Yeah, Vader 1 likes melee attacks.
More damage going down to 3 to KO.
Yeah. Like all he needed to do was 1.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Um,
we already talked about that. She was on 1.
But that expose will go away on that because of that attack. So now it's just gonna be she is gonna be KO'd, but with a pin and a strain. But she goes down. She will clear one of those conditions, of course, when she wakes back up.
Ah, that's what it is. The new Vader doesn't have a ranged attack. He's just melee. The one you have in your hands, actually.
Dashing shock T up. Vader's attacking.
All right.
And gonna dash shock T back up. Looks like that.
Mando's reactive ability heals ball off the rest of her conditions.
Yep. And then, so of course, the reactive, the trigger in response to the wound is going to go ahead and get rid of those conditions that Bo has.
Yeah, Kiari is definitely having a good showing here. I mean, that is
I think so.
that ability, which lets a character dash and then heal. Oof, very nice.
That's the biggest thing I think that people have been overlooking and has really shown all weekend long is the fact that you can dash and heal. Really gives a lot of legs to the Republic list that are out there right now.
Okay. Yeah, so just a reminder, because sometimes you can forget this with the Spectres. Kanan does still get the movement part of his attack when things get wounded, right?
He does. It's just he doesn't get the full ability. Like Spectres, if you have all Spectres, it really turns the ability on, but this overall, he's going to be missing a little bit of stuff here. But that's fine. I think...
Oh, wait, no, that's not Kanan. That's Mando that's repositioning. Oh, I think Izzy misspoke. Hang on. Because no, Kanan cares about Rebel Alliance. Mando cares about everyone. He said Kanan repositioned, and I'm just going along with it. No, it's Mando. It's got to be... Jeez. We're getting tired over here, chat. Don't mind us.
Well, they kind of have to mind us since we're here, but yeah.
Hey, this is voluntary. This is... Right. See, downvoting. Vader says, I see Obi-Wan has taught you well. And yes, Amanda, Vader is nasty when you get him up close. You stay away. And I also love Bo and Mando. I still haven't decided which Mando list I like better, with the one with Maul and armor, or one with Mando armor. I got to keep trying them both.
Ezra spends a force to use his attack to dash the Harbinger's backwards. Ezra spends a force to use his tactics.
All right, so we get Ezra coming up here. He's going to use his tactic ability. Spending a force to basically dash. All right, so yeah, uses that
6 dice going into the numbers.
and 6 dice going into the younglings as well. I think he was looking at the unreliable information. to an enemy supporting unit within 3.
You
roll a dice, and then you can move them.
Got
I
it.
know that you're looking kind of confused at
Got it.
everything.
I'm like, well, he said tactic, and I was like,
It wasn't a tactic, it was
I'm like,
a-
Ezra doesn't have a
It
tactic
was his
ability.
active ability, yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm like, what tactic? Okay, all right. It's the end of the day, and our vocabulary is getting a little wibbly wobbly. I'm like, as I know Ezra doesn't have a tactic.
Right.
Okay.
So no. So basically, and then he goes ahead and attacks into the Padawans as well.
Yeah, you don't see Ezra use this ability as often. Unreliable informant. If you get lucky, it does give you the Mother Talzin effect of moving.
And basically, the result of the attack is no damage, just a shove. So that's been kind of the story of this opening volley here, is that there really just hasn't been a lot of damage going through. All right, OB2.
Yeah.
OB2 is the call here. We'll see if he wants to reserve. I don't think that's something he's really wanting to do.
No, I mean, I think we're going to see a run here. Although, ironically, Obi-Wan most often uses his run to run into danger.
Right, he is going to go ahead and put
No?
Obi into reserve.
There we go. And now we see Shakti.
And Shakti already does have that damage on her, and she's in a pretty decent position. I almost wonder if she's going to go ahead and move somebody. So on her active ability, her tactic ability, I should say, she's going to go ahead and move those younglings.
And then remember, she gets to jump.
Yep. And I think what we're looking at here is maybe trying to get. Yep, dashes them back onto the point. Should be able to flip that point then, because he's going to have both of those younglings there. Taking out the ladder, the giant playing the game is that. So now he goes and gets that jump out of the ability. Now he's going to go ahead and make a move. Him and that ladder just not getting along. Makes that move over to get to where he can get an attack in. Basically.
Yes, downvoting Lumi armor. There's a lot of different versions of Mandos you could go with. I'm looking forward to exploring them some more.
Shakti suffers 2 damage for Vader dice and swings into
Yep. So she's going to take another 2 damage. That's going to put her up to 4 to get the Vader dice, and then she's going to go into Rebel Commandos right here. See if you can put them down.
I mean, Vader dice lets you be super consistent with your attacks here.
Right. Exactly.
So doing our conversions.
So just 2 blocks and 2 fails. Pulls those out. Basically just 3 dice, it looks like. So three successes.
Mm-hmm.
So the Commandos, even though they're still in 5 damage on a strain going into the Commandos here, basically
that's tough.
They're still in the deck though. I mean, so they're still going to control that point. She could end up using, which it looks like she's going to.
Yeah, I saw that gesture. We got a force repulse happening here.
Yeah, pushing everybody out. Basically getting that point back. That's going to get him 5 points at this point in time, I believe, with the 2 Padawans going back onto the point down at the bottom, which will basically flip that point in their favor. Or is it just 4? Oh, I guess he didn't have that other one. I might be missing something.
Yeah.
But yeah, still scoring 4 points is going to be pretty solid. All 3 of those points on the top of the screen, plus the back 2 for in the deployment side, still for Will.
Yeah, Will's
Or for Chris, I should say. No, that's Will.
yeah, as well. Yeah. Nope, that's very, very strong showing so far. Yeah, so went ahead and reserved the Rebel Commandos, and now Clan Kreese are up. That's definitely a good draw to try and affect, hopefully. Hopefully at least 1 point.
Should be able to.
Yeah, they do have those early shoves. So they're moving up the field.
It looks like they're looking at probably putting some attacks into Shock T. With her being already having 4 damage on him, looks like a pretty good target. Yep. So basically just move forward, gives them the focus because of the Mandalorians are stronger together. Now going to go straight into Shock T here.
I mean, she is softened up from all that aggression.
Exactly. There are 3 crits in this
Whoa.
roll, along with
Oof.
4 expertise
She's,
and 1 hit. So
she's going for a trip here.
yeah, I think this is going to be going to do some fair amount of damage into her.
Downvoting. I like your Grogu quote. That's definitely it.
So that ultimately turns into the 4 crits. The 2 regular hits will get blocked. So the strikes get blocked here. 4 crits. I think there was a crit mitigation that happened as well down. So basically still 3 down the tree here.
Yeah, but that's pretty decent coming from the from Clan Kreese. I'm guessing we're probably going to see double shove here. Maybe, I don't know. We're deliberating over the tree right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this struggle is always very pivotal, especially in this. So 3 damage and a pin. That's going to put her up to 7 with the pin.
Yeah, okay.
So 7 with the pin. Now the second is probably going to go right back into her. I don't see why you wouldn't go into another target actually at this point.
And now we see the shove.
So yeah, the second attack should be going right back into her. I don't see a reason why you would want to go anywhere else.
Yeah, he just measured there, yeah.
All right, a lot of expertise again. We'll do a little bit more crit mitigation when all that's all said and done. Really just 1 block.
Yeah, that's I don't see Shock T surviving this one.
No, like with already 7 damage on her, this looks like it's going to be a wound for Shock T.
Oof.
Yeah, full tree here.
Oh boy.
6 damage, 3 pushes.
6 damage, 3 pushes. Hey, I said Shock T was going for a trip.
Yeah, definitely shoving her all the way as far as possible away from the.
So chat, are we getting hyped for the reveals? They're going to be happening soon.
Yeah, we're getting really close to those reveals. We're about looking at about 2 hours away from them.
Just about. I got you. All right, it is a momentum party. Back to the middle.
Yeah, so. And this is kind of in a good favor for Will at this point in time. It is in the middle. It's 4 away from. He's 4 away from winning or basically the struggle at this point in time. So he has 3 points. He's automatically going to move 3. If he can flip a point and get a wound with Coyote Mundi,
that's a way to do it.
That potentially can happen. So if he can get to that center line, which Coyote Mundi definitely can, he can definitely do some damage here and definitely do it. I mean, this is probably one of the things that we've been seeing kind of all weekend long is Coyote Mundi bringing some love to the Jedi and the Galactic Republic, for sure. So I know that's kind of what we've been looking for as far as Republic's been concerned. I know a lot of like us in the podcasting world and a lot of the people that like spend time analyzing the game. That's one of the things that they've been saying a lot is, well, the Jedi aren't there. The Jedi aren't there. Coyote Mundi's kind of bringing them back. You know, there's looking at, as we were talking about yesterday, to the top 2 lists for the first and second seeded going into the top 32 on the Heat 1 side of the bracket. Both have Coyote Mundi in their list, and they did play Coyote Mundi. So I think this is kind of a refresh back. I think we were kind of, after that first game that I had against him, I was kind of on the Chiati train. I really thought that there was a lot of potential there, and I think that's showing here. We'll see how it goes throughout the rest of the weekend, but I think it's showing here.
Yeah, so Chiati's dashing up just like we said. No, Todd, remember, we did a whole episode about this where we were like, okay, we were wrong.
Yep.
We were wrong. Chiati is bringing what the Galactic Republic needed because turns out cost reduction's really good. Who knew?
Yeah, exactly. So he goes and flips sides, looks like. Again, if there is a wound here, there is going to be some triggers that happen on the other side of the board. But we'll see we'll take a look at that when we get there. And he is going to, and Chiati Mundi's going to take some damage as well.
Okay. Oh, going into Ezra.
So Chiati Mundi's going to take 2 damage to add a bunch of dice, and as you can see, there is a lot of dice in that dice pool.
Whew.
No, he put it to the right side. Yeah, so the dice basically kind of moving around as he re-rolled the dice, and he just wanted to make sure that he's good to go. So yeah, but everything looked legal to me as far as like putting those back, reevaluating where these dice go. All right, so ultimately at the end of the day, he's got, after the blocks get and everything gets figured out, he's still got 5 down his tree.
Whew.
Into
Oh, boy.
Ezra. Ezra, I don't think has any damage on him at this point in time.
Chat's getting hyped about our giveaway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Kit's great. All right, well, I guess it's about that time. It's 5:22 here. So I think we can go ahead and work on doing a giveaway at this point in time. So I will give us, it looks like 18 minutes. So when we get to 40 minutes on the hour, so 5:40 locally, or 40, whatever 40 is to you. So if you want to go ahead and get into the giveaway for the prize wall support, let's go ahead and say in chat, I want to make sure I spell this right.
Hyphens.
So for the prize wall giveaway, for the prize wall giveaway, I want to see a lot of Chiati Mundi in chat.
And you have to have those hyphens. I have an English degree. I won't see it.
Downvoting is the first one in there. He is ready to go.
Boom.
8 damage to wound Ezra, 2 recovers, and a force push.
Oh boy. So Ezra goes down in 1 hit, 8 damage, 2 recovers, and a free force push. Oh boy. I guess
Interested to see how he's going to do with these recovers here. I'm assuming he's going to heal the damage that he just got.
Hey, that's a great thing about Vader dice and recoveries. Oh, there goes Chad. Okay, you are still awake. Excellent.
Dashing up Shock T.
Yeah, and Shock T is getting that trigger off of Chiati. Yeah, yeah. Hang on, chat. We're just making sure that we get all of you listed.
Positions, hands have a hunker to crack freeze.
Okay, all right. So Mando has repositioned and given a hunker to clan crease. Sorry, chat. We're getting tired, and with the chat keeps moving up and down on us. Okay, so now Kanan is attacking back into the Padawans for his trigger. Just two damage. Okay.
Just 2 straight damage.
Remember, chat. Kiari Mundi. That gets you into the giveaway. With the hyphens. Hey, Sam.
All right. Yeah, looks where I got all the names so far down for the giveaway. Got about another 14 minutes. Knowing me, that's going to probably turn into about 20. But yeah, we're good.
It's all right. It's all right.
I am excited about this. I'm probably going to go and see if I can get see if I can bribe someone for one of their bad batch Shatterpoint cards, because those things are sweet.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I'm a little excited after seeing the showing here. I've got a cam box at home. It's not open or assembled or anything yet, but I've got one waiting for me. There we go, Rachel. All right, looks like we've got out of reserve. Oh, Rebel Commandos, that's right. Whoa. That was an interesting roll. Yeah, hey, hang on. Wait a minute. Hey, Izzy. Okay, so it turns out while we were busy doing the giveaway, everyone, Will was able to take the struggle here. Just went back to his side, no damage or anything, just scoring out here. Which, I mean, he did have a pretty strong lead here through a good chunk of the struggle, so I'm not too surprised about that.
Well, basically taking out Ezra right there and then being able to flip that point is really what did it, because that gave him the 4 points plus the momentum from the wound there. So yeah, pretty solid start here for him. So what we're looking at as far as points are concerned, there's the 2 on the bottom over here, and then the 2 on the bottom right, and then the 1 on the top left as far as the points that are.
All right, so Commandos are doing a focus attack into the Padawans. And Todd's checking on some things, making sure we've got the state of the table correct, since we were distracted getting you ready for your giveaway.
Solid start overall. I mean, he's looking great. 3 blocks, okay. I mean, but that's just a lot of dice coming down the pipe here. I mean, there's not too much you can do about that.
Yeah, focus fire from those Commandos. They can hit pretty hard.
You sure can. I mean, so 4.
Get these ones. All right, so just waiting on results here. Looks like it's 40 on the tree. Okay, so disarm, pin, and 5 damage, which that 5 damage will wound the Padawan learners. But Todd's usually happy about that when he sees Padawan learners wounded. Doesn't matter what side of the table they're on.
It really doesn't. I mean, that's that. You having wounded Padawans really does help Kiadi Mundi do what Kiadi Mundi wants to do. So I know that sounds wrong, but it's okay. It's going to help.
Okay, and then the second shot is going straight into Jedi Master Kiadi Mundi.
Which is a dangerous thing, because if there's a fail in here with that amount of dice,
which
you
probably
are going to deflect some damage there.
Yeah, which there probably will be. Yeah, hang on. It's the end of the day, so players are moving a little quick here.
So 4 blocks, though. I don't. Yeah, there is a fail in there. Blocking for 2 down the tree, it looks like, on Kiadi Mundi. See if he decides he's going to use that super deflect that he has as well.
All right, just waiting for results, going down the combat tree there. And looks like we got another shove to resolve.
3 damage down to 2 because of Keanu's expertise. He recovers 1. Disarm and pin.
So 2 damage, disarm, pin. All right, that's what we got there. Technically, it's 3 damage, but there's a recover on Kiadi's expertise, so it's going back down to 2.
All right. Yeah, so basically he's going to be at 4 damage. Not a whole lot to worry about there. Doesn't look like he did the deflect on that.
That does, if I remember right, that does cost a force, so...
Yeah, so...
Rebel Commando's days after being deflected.
Yeah, oh, he did. Okay, so he did go ahead and
okay.
deflect into him.
Oh, all right. So
which
he did.
will go ahead and daze them, and he gets a momentum on his turn, not on his turn.
Wait. All right, MCP players. You mean they're wounded, right?
Wounded, yes. Sorry.
Okay. Don't worry, Chad. I got you. I'm like, dazed. What are we talking about here?
And of course, the only option that he had at this point in time was to go with.
Yes, as OB2 likes to do a lot when I play him. He's just sitting in the back, sipping his tea, watching the younglings get murdered, doing nothing.
Yeah, he was good. And we are getting a refresh over on Chris's side, so he's going to go ahead and refresh his deck right here.
Very bad check.
All right. Yep. So refresh deck. So Obi looks like he's going to go ahead and run at this point in time. We have a lot of activity down at the bottom over there, bottom left point. Basically, I should say the center bottom point. So a lot going on. So he does the run. Now he's going to do another move action straight into the fray with everyone else, which is probably kind of where you want Obi to be, just so he is going to have his mind trick online for all of those different models. So he is going to be moving basically kind of into the range where he is able to put a shot, or it being within range of the dead younglings, really what it is, or I should say the wounded younglings that we see over on the top of the garage over there. All right. And they're just going over, looking backward at a couple of information here before they make another. Before it looks like Obi-Wan will probably make that attack that he was looking at making. From the con exclusive, that's the Vader from the con exclusive, and that's Ahsoka.
Yeah, that's so dope.
And then I have the.
That's awesome.
Yep. So Obi is basically going to take 2 damage to get the Vader dice. Attacks into Kanan here. Kanan with 2 blocks and just 1 expertise. Not looking that great for him. The blue blocks is going to go ahead and remove the 3 blocks basically. So 3 down the tree into Kanan is a pretty decent attack basically. And yeah, looking good. So he's kind of debating on how he wants to sit there and distribute all of this.
Is it a very good table or is it a weak table? They make it a less asks for ARG. Basically, Ross is like, give me the list, I'll see what I can do. And if I wanted to make one of 20 tables, that's not.
All right, looks like he's definitely going to get a shove in here in order to make as part of this attack. So kind of looking at where he wants to shove everybody, how he wants to move Kanan around the table and everything along those lines. All right, and definitely, I mean, I can't express enough. I believe that all of the sales that they had for online for the Vader are gone at this point in time for that Vader Ahsoka box. 5 damage and a shove into Kanan. So basically kind of just moving him into a different position. I don't know how much we're going to be looking at seeing at wounds going forward at this point in time. But yeah, really looking like that now refreshing the deck in the Force on Will's side is kind of a very important thing. And right off the rip, we see Mando, who immediately goes into reserve for Kanan. So primary, probably not what he wanted to see. Knowing that this is struggle number 2, he would probably have wanted to see those in struggle 3. But this is... Sometimes you just have to go with what the deck gives you. And basically kind of mulling over his options at this point in time, trying to see what is going to be best for him, what he wants to do with Kanan, how he wants to utilize the movement that Kanan has available. Does he want to move a Spectre? Does he want to move himself? What is the most ideal movement for himself to do? Especially with that priority point being back where the wounded Padawans are, that is definitely a good spot to go at this point in time. Exclamation point raffle. Was that what are you trying to send me a hint over there? We're not quite, I am actually on time. Not hitting it at all. So let's see. Alrighty, and we are looking at about 1 minute away, so make sure you definitely put in that Kiadi Mundi in the chat to be entered into the raffle. If you're wanting to know what we are raffling off, it is all of the prize support that is in the prize wall. So basically you're looking at all the acrylics, all of the foil and alternate art cards that they have, as well as those the plastic cards that they have of all of the Princess Leia box, the Some Rescue box cards. All right, so let's take a look and see. Trying to figure out what the decisions are for these guys.
Bottom attack was into OB2. OB2 deflected it onto Mundi. 5 max attack onto
All right. Yeah. So basically, what was going? They were going into Obi-Wan, forcing him to use Jedi Mind Trick if he wanted to, kind of putting that into his ability, into him on the decision on Will. Will decided to go ahead and utilize Jedi Mind Trick for 2/4, so it's now only going to be a 5 dice attack going into Cam. Yadi Mundi basically fantastic attack, no damage, nothing going through. Kind of a pretty good activation for Will as far as he's concerned because of how he was able to sit there and take care of that. All right, first and right off the rip is Kiadi Mundi. With the point being that bottom point being the prime priority point. So kind of a choice here of what he wants to do with all of these. Looks like he's going to use the ability. He was thinking about putting it on. Yep, looks like he's going to use that on the Padawan learners. Go ahead and dashing them kind of forward. And really what you're looking at for that, it does help having the range for Kiadi's ability. Just kind of giving that bubble there. And basically removes the pin that is on the Padawans so that when they do wake back up, they are only going to have that disarm. Because they do still have a pin on them, or a disarm on them. All right, and looks like basically kind of looking to see if he does do a climb action, if he's going to be able to get up on the point afterwards. Looks pretty tight, but I depending on how that terrain is, he should be able to get there. We'll see what happens. Looks like he's within 2. From what I can tell, yeah, definitely is within 2 on there. Okay. All right. Yep. And basically kind of just looking to see what he wants to do. I think he's just going to take cover at this point in time. Yeah, just taking cover just to kind of flip that point back in his favor. And so it looks like I don't think he's going to lose that point just because of all of the wounds that are on over there. And it looks like he's lining up the potential of just doing a force push, just to kind of just spend the force to do a force push straight as far back as possible. Kind of like what he does here. And I have Jake jumping in to join me as Aubrey had to step away for a moment.
Aubrey's answering some questions for those who need it, but I know the necessary work that needs to be done, so I can help get a little bit of commentating done. Ezra on the card flip.
All right.
And now the priority goes to the block.
That will be the top point over on the
top left point there.
Yep. So it has Ezra. Looks like he's probably, he does go ahead and activate Ezra. No, sabotage.
Either.
So waking Ezra up at this point in time. Now he has the 1 wound on him. Basically kind of looking at what he wants to do. So Chris really has to make a move here. It's at center. Only has 1 point at this time. Ezra is down at the bottom of the screen here, so it does have a chance to sit there and flip 2 points.
And you said this is waking Ezra up?
It is waking Ezra up. Ezra was wounded already. or injured. Now he has that wound on him.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm catching up on the board state. I was just outside getting some sun.
And it looks like he's using the.
There's a spins 2 force to put a pin onto the Padawan learners.
Yep, spending 2 force to put the pin on the Padawan learners using the his ability.
I can't remember it off the top of my head. Which is crazy. I play Spectres all the time. I should know this. Unreliable informant.
Yep, unreliable informant to do some damage this is the second time he's used it this game. It's interesting because you just don't see the unreliable informant being used very often.
I actually use it in my force economy quite a bit. I try to think about at a time that I could use it. It's just, it really depends on who you're playing against. Sometimes that dash is really helpful. Sometimes it's not going to provide you what you need. Like, if I don't ever use it against the Dark Troopers, I think the Dark Troopers can kind of work their way through it. They're immune to pin, so it's just going to be like a 1 in 3 chance for you to actually pull it. Todd stepping away for 2 seconds. I'll just keep you guys updated on what's going on. Ezra turns can usually take a second. Him being a tiebreaker, it really can make you think about what you want your decision to be, because you really should be thinking about taking and claiming a point on his turn. So Ezra's turn is done. We're going to go ahead and have a Shatterpoint pulled by Will. Shatterpoint is going to go to Shock T.
Dashing up Vader 1.
Vader 1 is getting that dash from Shock T, and then she'll be able to jump herself. I don't know about you, but this looks like a prime force repulse target.
Looks like a really. Absolutely, it looks like a really good force repulse target. Absolutely. All right. So we went ahead and did the raffle here, Mr. Metallico. Thank you for joining in. Went ahead and did the raffle. You did get into that at the last minute because I didn't announce it, so I'm going to go ahead and do the drawing at this point in time. And let's take a look. And the winner is Logan Herbs. Thank you very much. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly or name correctly. Congratulations, you have won.
So Shakti is going to go ahead and focus, use Vader's Fury. Not Vader's Fury. She's going to get Vader dice. 11 dice attack going in.
So congratulations, Logan, on our winner. If you're in the Discord, you can definitely go ahead and reach out to me. Let me know a good name and mailing address to send that to, and I will get with AMG to mail those out to you as well. Always having a pivotal Shatterpoint activation.
8 damage, strain, and a disarm coming into the Clan Kreese. Immediate wound off that. They only have 7 health.
Just an amazing activation here. I mean, and the interesting part about the whole thing here is that, like, you're really just kind of, especially if you win Struggle 1, yes, you are trying to win Struggle 2, but really if you're trying to put yourself in a position to win Struggle 3, because basically Chris has to fight to win Struggle 2, and it's a uphill battle at this point in time.
On top of that, the thing that I've noticed on Sabotage whenever I play it, and this is part of the reason why I enjoy it, is I typically don't win Struggle 1. I'm in it for the long haul with the type of armies that I play. I like playing Republic and I like playing Spectres. So they're usually not set up to win a Struggle 1.
No.
But what you can do is if you win Struggle 1, you can just deteriorate your enemy as much as possible during Struggle 2, make it last as long as possible. Don't focus on winning it, but make it so that their Struggle 3 is going to be the hardest it possibly can be.
And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's really putting the pressure on to make him sit there and... And Mando definitely coming back here with his revenge trigger.
Yep, Mando was able to heal the conditions off of Clan Kryze, move a little bit, and then Kanan just jumped.
Yep. So now we definitely got back to center, which gives you more momentum. Looking at all of this, looking at this, it definitely he has the fail, so it's going to be that back point as well. Really looking to just get that priority point and one more point, and then probably a wound, and you can definitely go on to struggle number 3. So that's where Chris's mindset is probably going into this, is how can I get that priority point?
Oh, wow. Looks like I was gone long enough for there to be a big dog pile over there.
And that's going to be what kind of happens here. So has Mando in... Mando's still in reserve, going to go with Clan Kryze, the Mandalorians over there. Yep, so they're going to basically move, focus, like they're going to move up with their boats. Move, oh my goodness. So and go ahead and give a quick punch here.
Oh boy, Shakti, oh, nada.
No,
Wow.
nothing there. The good, and again, 4 expertise here is going to be pretty solid attack. It's going to at least get rid of that crit.
Yeah, one of those crits is going to go away. Oof. Man, Shakti is so good, Todd.
Yeah, she's been pretty solid here.
I gotta get Shakti on the
And
table.
nothing again. Basically, Shakti just
Wow.
defensive powerhouse. I mean, basically, the Jedi are on display here right now. They are.
Yeah. Well, we saw this yesterday. I mean, the cam list is doing some work here.
And that was pretty brutal right there.
Yeah. No, that is
for Chris. That was just brutal because all he did was get the priority point. Now Vader comes up.
Ooh. Da, 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 da. I don't think I've ever seen Clan Kryze do that poorly before. Oof. My Mandos.
And Vader's just kind of sitting up there on that 1 point already. Priority point being the expertise, which Will already owns. So at this point in time, he already has 3 points. That's getting him to 1. I don't know if there's a way to get him all the way across the board to get to that 4th point and get a wound.
Uno momento.
So we'll see what can happen here. I'm not 100% sure, but he's definitely kind of weighing his options. Looks like Vader is going to kind of dash off of that point. Is what he's weighing off if he wants to dash and move. He's definitely cannot get all the way across. He definitely can't get all the way across, unfortunately, to go ahead and do that full attack. But we'll see. Well, he's going to see what he can get done, without a doubt.
Whoopsies, forgot I was on mute there for a sec. All right. Woohoo.
Looks like Logan decided to join our Discord just so he can talk to us. All right, Logan. Hopefully you can send me your information there, and if you're in the Discord, just message me, and I will try and get that stuff into you. Or you can always message me through Facebook as well, just right there. Sweet. Thanks, Logan, for sending me your information. I will send that on over to the wonderful people at AMG and have them get that mailed out to you as well.
And good catch there, Sam. This is round 4. It's the end of the day. I know I have I have run into that problem myself because I have I've played a similar list where I had Sabine in Clan Crease, and yeah, it's pretty easy to run into that sort of mistake.
Yep, and we just kind of have to let it happen. We are not the judges. We cannot act like judges. And that's one of those things. Once it all happens, I mean, and
Ooh, Vader. Vader is coming for the Clan Crease Mandalorians. They are exposed from ARFs, and then
And-
that roll just happened.
yeah.
I think Clan Crease is about to do a Django impression in the arena.
All I can say is I am very happy that we know all the 3-1s are going to get into this, into the finals, because this has been a brutal struggle too for Chris. I mean, it's not over yet, but oh my goodness, poor guy. It's just and he had a smile on his face at least. He wasn't upset about it. He's been happy. I mean,
Yeah, we're seeing good sportsmanship here, because you're tired. It's the end of the day, and then that just happened to you.
oh, so brutal,
Oh boy,
so brutal.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the anvil, and sometimes the hammer hits you with an anvil. Something like that.
10
11
damage.
That's
10
too
damage
much.
and shoots
That's
up. Yeah, so that puts the Kreese down again. That's the second wound into the Kreese. They're down for the day, I think, is really what it comes down to. Just a quick check here. It looks like
Wow.
Rizik Sage ended up finishing 2-2. We have a 3-1 at Red Wolf, so Red Wolf will be into the finals at 3-1, because we know all of our 3-1s are going to be getting in. Robert Ashley at 2-2, Paul Mag at 2-2. So all of the results are starting to come in. None of the other than Red Wolf is at 3-1. He's about the only one that we know of that's definitely into the finals, because all 3-1s are definitely going to be getting in. So just kind of keeping you updated as far as what's going on out in the field here.
Yeah, we'll start to see more results coming in, but I expect to see a little bit of slowdown from our players. These last round is going to take a little bit longer. Those of you who haven't been in one of these tournaments, I mean, stamina is one of the key components of doing well at an event. We're talking, 8 hours of Shatterpoint here.
Right, exactly. 8 hours of Shatterpoint is a lot of hours of Shatterpoint, if you didn't know that.
if you didn't know that, it's almost like a full day of work.
It almost is.
All right. Just doing scoring now, and it's a momentum party again. So look at that.
So
the
here-
momentum is full.
As if he can, and you're telling me there's a chance. Really, let's see what the role is here. If he gets an expertise,
Right?
he gets an expertise. That's 2 points. So right now, basically a wound or just flipping one of the points with Mando is going to get him what he needs to. So basically, Mando coming out of reserve. I feel like he has to do this. Probably wanted to save Mando for Struggle 3,
Nah,
but you need to win Struggle 2.
Yes.
Is really what it comes down to. You just need to win Struggle 2.
And Clan of 2 gonna come into play here, I would think. So just checking in, chat. A little quiet over there. I know this is riveting. How's everybody doing?
Yep. So yeah, basically looking at what he wants to do with Mando here, I think basically he might just be choosing violence at this point in time, trying to sit there and I'm going to punch my way into Struggle 3 is I think really kind of what we're thinking, but looking at the amount of dice that he.
All right, going into Mundi.
Yeah, I mean that might be the easiest target here. Mundi's got a little bit of damage on him already, so I think that's kind of what the thought process is, and he's got quite a bit of dice going in here. So let's take a look at what the results are. 3 blocks.
All right,
looks
just
like
waiting
what-
for results.
Yep.
Is that? I can't tell. That looks like some crits there. It looks like crits. Ooh, the glare.
3 damage and a push, but Mooney got recovered on his expertise.
So 3 damage down to 2 with the
Heal.
that he's going to have on Mundi and a shove. Is that going to be enough? to get the other point.
Yeah.
Flips the point, and that's really the key piece of
Oh,
everything here.
there it
He
goes.
was able to flip the other
Yep.
point, going into struggle 3, and that really was the key part here for Chris. He definitely needed to do that. Anyone's game going into.
Mission critical. Mission critical.
Wow.
All right, and mission critical as we go into struggle 3.
Well then, okay. This is gonna be interesting. Ooh. A little cottage. That's fun. See, that's one of my favorite things about this game and other similar games. The terrain just speaks to me. I don't know. I like the little buildings that we get to run around on.
Fair enough. The inner nerd in Aubrey is always coming out, and that's fine. We'll allow for it.
Y'all should see the look on Todd's face. He's bemused, I believe, is the appropriate expression.
Okay, I'll go with it. I don't have the vocabulary of a English majoring librarian, so I'll allow it, I guess.
You've been jocasted.
There we go.
All right, so some cubes went down there for a second. Oh boy. Burrows and badgers. Wait, that does sound familiar. I think I've seen that in my LGS before, but yeah. Little animal dudes running around North England. Okay, all right. I feel like cottages are appropriate there then.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so
All
it
right.
looks like a run from OB2. Yeah. So
So basically, yeah, he's going to use run on Mundi, putting him back onto the point, which is an excellent move. That's one of the really key things with Obi. He can move people around, and of course, Mind Trick if he has it. He punches okay. I mean, he's already used Mind Trick once this game to kind of keep himself alive. So he's pretty healthy right now.
yeah, I'm gonna have to dust off my Vader 1 and OB2 here. These lists are looking pretty fun here.
They are looking pretty good. I'm pretty impressed by everything we're seeing so far.
Oh, so OB2 is using Vader dice to swing into Ezra here, everybody. He moved in between those the Rebel commandos that were down there.
And I do like the sportsmanship here with Will. Every time he sees a cocked dice, he definitely points it out and asks his opponent what he wants to do here. So definitely some fantastic sportsmanship as we're going throughout the day, making sure that he is communicating effectively with his opponent.
And it can be easy to forget that this late in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So nice to see. Nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. So four blocks after we convert the expertise, putting us with only 3 down the tree.
Thank you, chat.
All right, so getting some shoves in there.
Yeah, the thing about OB2 is he's pretty consistent.
4 damage and 2 shoves when it's all said and done. And we'll dash. Ezra will be getting his dash after this. All right, looking good. He's like counting up the points here.
And there goes the
Gets the
mission-
momentum
yeah.
for the wound and scores 4 points.
Yeah.
This is
wait, they are in mission critical, right? Yeah.
what's that?
They're mission critical.
And
got
mission
called, right?
critical. So no, it wasn't the wound. It was just the one for mission critical. You are correct.
Just making sure.
Right.
Remember, it's been a long day, and Todd has not stopped.
Yeah, I try not to. All right. Other results are coming in. Lamb Chop right now is showing as the highest ranking 2-2 player. Don't know how that's going to end up working out for the day, but he is sitting at 2-2. Like I said, there is at least 1 2-2 that's going to be end up getting in based off of the numbers that we had today for the top 16.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to see more results and see how everybody's strength of schedule is. It's gonna come down to the end here.
It definitely is. All right. Now there's an uphill battle for Chris here. I think he's up against it, but we'll see what happens. So he's got Bo that came up. I mean, Bo can move around quite a bit, get to some of the points he has, and she's got her a lot of great abilities. But she isn't known for being able to manipulate 2 points, and I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking at not accomplishing at this point in time.
Yeah, that's the problem. She's got great mobility, but you're only affecting one spot with her.
Exactly.
Also, oops, oops, all sabers, very nice. Fulcrum as her 5th brother, Vader 1, Obi 2 Padawans. Oops, all sabers.
I like it. I'm looking forward to I'm kind of hesitant to put Ahsoka start working on Ahsoka. That's why I went with Vader to start with, because I really want to make sure I put some work into her and make her look really good. I think she's
these models are so pretty. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Looking good. I mean, I like the start that I have on Vader to go with here. Just got the base coat on him. I put it up on Facebook for those who might be interested to see where it is. But basically just got the black down, the dark gray on him for right now. All right.
Jumped up and is looking for 7 dice into the ARFs.
7 dice into the ARFs here. 2 blocks with the expertise turns into 3. Looks like a pretty solid attack here. I don't see any fails in there.
Yeah, there's no fails on that one. Look at that.
So the 3 come away, but 3 down the tree is still good. Into ARFs, who are, pretty weak right now with the 7 damage. Looks pretty good. He only needs to do 4 more to wound him, I think, anyway. 4 damage and a push. Yeah.
ARFs go down.
ARFs go down. So that's a good start for him.
Yeah, it makes those that coordinated fire a little
Makes it
pricier
a little
to
more
use.
expensive. But having the live bodies, I think, is the biggest part. Getting rid of those live bodies right now.
Because again, we are in mission critical, so chances of getting them back up, we'll see.
But yeah, it's been
doing scoring. We got the
day.
momentum from the wound, momentum from mission critical.
Yeah, been a great day so far. I'm pretty excited about where we are and what's been happening and everything. So I don't know, Aubrey, what are you thinking?
Oh no, this has been a good day. We've again we've had some we've seen some really good gameplay, some really good sportsmanship. Oh yeah.
And here comes the Padawans. He has Shot T in reserve. So it is going to be the Padawans no matter what, as far as what we can see here. In order to, the only out that he has for a win is to basically flip that point back and get a wound. I don't see that happening with...
No,
there's not really a good target for the Padawan learners to sit there and take somebody out. They would have needed somebody kind of beat up a little bit. So I think that's kind of what they're thinking on with everything else right now.
Yeah. We just got the thumbs up from Chris. He's like, this has been a really good game.
Yeah, it's been a great game. And that the comeback on Struggle 2 has been fantastic. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. It's really the biggest thing, like I said, with what Will's looking at. He's kind of going into the tank a little bit, but that's to be expected.
Right. This is coming down to the wire, so you're gonna see the players thinking a little bit harder.
And this is round 4 of a very long day. I mean, they've been here all morning, playing for quite a bit of time.
Again, I was tired after the intensity of that second round, and I wasn't even playing. I was just the one watching.
Right. Basically, just moving the Padawans around, trying to get them into places. I mean, that point on the top right where the failure priority point is a pretty important point. Like, there's no one up on the same level as that point right now.
Yeah, and they're not quite getting there right now, but I'm guessing we're seeing probably attack into that's Bo-Katan there. Yeah.
I would assume so. Yeah, Bo just it just is down basically. So, I mean, she is not contesting the point because
Oh,
she does
right.
have
Oh, right.
2 wounds on her.
Padawan suffer 2 damage to get Vader dice. First set going to Ezra.
Okay.
Okay.
So the other one will be going into Ezra with Vader dice, basically like probably just trying to get the wound here.
I got a word for you, Todd.
Uh-oh.
Internecine conflict, Jedi versus Jedi. It's when brother turns on brother.
Internecine conflict. Okay.
I might be saying it wrong. I've only read the word.
All right. Fair enough. Looks like he's still got 3 with Vader dice into Ezra.
Man, that is interesting. You usually see a bit more punch with the Vader dice, but instead we're seeing about the statistical average, right? About 3 successes.
And
on
keep in
these.
mind, Padawan's statistical average probably was only going to be 1 success to begin with, so he did.
Ouch. Yeah, they are more of a defensive unit than an offensive unit, sure.
Stopping 3 at the tree to leave Urza on 1 and 2 shoves.
So basically leaving Ezra on 1 with 2 shoves, basically making sure not to get the wound trigger.
Right.
But basically looking for the shoves, pushing Ezra way off the point here.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I know in our dice games we get a little trigger happy and we're like, yes, I want the wound. But nope, that's the smart play here.
Play here, yeah, definitely like not getting those triggers. I mean, we're not worried too much about tiebreakers. He's going to be top 3, regardless of if he gets the win. So I don't think he's worried. Like when it comes to seeding, not too worried about it.
Second attack into bow, coordinated fire and expose.
Coordinated fire exposed. I must be wrong about. I was looking at Clan Kreese.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, all right. We're doing our best here.
All right, and some more results coming in. Daniel Johnson he's at 3-1, and Avery Ryan also won at 3-1. So they are going to be to the top 32 on their 16 side of their 16 bracket. So looking good for everybody here so far. Again, so not going for the wounds on any of this. He's really just trying to kind of do all the great things that go along with hitting people in the face.
All right, so 4 damage, and then now we've got the win.
And the wound's okay, I think, on this side, just because like you're getting that and the wound and the momentum that wins the game. The momentum from I forgot to take that into account. Oh
my. Yeah, the mission critical.
I forgot to take that into account when I was looking at it.
Wow.
But yeah, what a game.
Whew. Oh boy.
Amazing game here.
And just like that is the end.
Right.
Although we still got some other games going.
Definitely got a lot of other games up in the mix for sure. Pretty excited about like looking into like what the potential is. Gonna have some really great games going on both sides of this bracket of 64 or 32. So half of some March Madness for sure. The March Madness brackets are definitely happening at Adepticon.
For those of us who don't do the sports ball, Todd, is that good?
It is. So March Madness is the NCAA basketball tournament. They have 68 teams. They have a first 4 gets down to our 66 teams. Anyway, basically it's the big basketball tournament, and we are right in the middle of the Sweet 16s going on for basketball tournament. Well, we have our Sweet 32 starting tomorrow.
That's like a quinceañera, right?
Something close to that, but the quinceañera is still not 16. So
I'll say hi really quick.
All right, everybody's going to go and congratulate our winners here, and let them know, and both of our competitors, I should say here. It's pretty fantastic to see these guys. So let me go ahead and bring you back to looking at myself all by myself over here, because Aubrey likes to leave and can't sit still. That's Aubrey, though. We know this. Aubrey's got a little bit of anxiousness and can't sit still, and I'm okay with this. I'm used to it at this time in my life. All right, and so basically looking at it, we got some of those starting to come in. Looks like Chris Sampson won as at 3-1. Will Maurer, as you saw here on stream, won as well. So he is our first undefeated player, definitely in to the top as we see. Let's see if there's any other 3-1s. Chris Powell, of course, who is here as well. He is 3-1 and will be in no matter what. I believe I did mention Daniel Johnson. Looks like he won is at 3-1. And of course, Red Wolf, which I mentioned earlier. So still got a lot of games getting played out in the field here. As far as what the options are, again, I'll put the link for the Longshanks if you want to kind of follow along with what's going on with all of the wonderful games out in the field and see who's going to finish out in the top 16. When will I be interviewing tomorrow? It is, off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's 6 o'clock tomorrow evening local time is when I am scheduled. Again, I am at the mercy of Mr. Schick and his schedule, but he's really great at being there. Tomorrow will be interesting with having 2 flights instead of 4 rounds of 32. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. You have the 2 different flights of 16. Each one will go down until there is 2 left, so you're going to have 3 rounds on both brackets. I will be pulling games from probably both sides as we go. So it'll be interesting to see kind of like that, how they do the rounds of 32. They're doing that with all of the games here for AMG. I've noticed, I was talking with some of the guys in Legion, some of the guys. Every game is having 2 different heats with the top 16 and combining them for a final 4. So I kind of like the format. It's a little different, something a little different than I think people are used to. But I think it's something that works, especially with like having a 4-day tournament and the format that we're looking at doing. So overall, I think it's been a great first 2 days of Adepticon. I'm really excited about this and what we've been seeing so far. And like I said, Mission Critical, with being about 15 minutes into Mission Critical at this point in time, we should start seeing a lot more of the results coming in. Nothing really jumping out to me at this point in time. I want to go and kind of look at like where we're at with the statistics of the day. We did have quite a few players. Kanan and Mando were like the stars of the day, having 34 and 33 games respectively for Kanan and Mando. 26 games played for Aiden, 25 for Cam, for Coyote Mundi. He really did see a lot of play today. Again, and we are going to be seeing him in quite a few lists that went undefeated. 2 went undefeated today that played Coyote Mundi. Will over here, he played Coyote Mundi in 3 games with Vader and ended up winning all 3 of those games. So he had a good run with Coyote Mundi. As I was saying earlier, I think he is kind of the person to watch out for in all of these games and everything along those lines. And for this particular event, I think this was like kind of the coming out party for Coyote Mundi. And rounding out like some of the other ones, we did see Moff Gideon get played 22 times. PLC, Princess Leia coming to the last, got 19. Obi-Wan got 19 times, 19 games. We see that Clone Sergeant Hunter, he ended up getting 17, as well as Armorer. Vader 1 are definitely coming in as well. Vader 2, both of them seeing quite a bit of play. We had 12 Heras, 12 Maul, so like a lot of representation. 13 Anakins. So between Anakin and both Vaders, we did see a lot of play there. Looking at 39 times that we've seen a variant of Anakin coming out and showing, hitting the table. Very exciting to see kind of all of that going on. Yeah, and just a lot of people out here playing, enjoying the game. Pretty exciting stuff as far as I can see here. All right, yep. Looking at everything, so kind of seeing how everything's kind of starting to pan out as far as looks like Dork Esquire as well has finished 4-0 to join Will Maurer as the 2 undefeateds that we see so far. Chris Sampson finishing 3-1 for the day, so he will definitely be in. Josh Lee, Sarah Krull also 3-1 as in. Sir Rusty 3-1, he's going to be in for the day. Still with one of the undefeated games, we have Matt Bronson, who we saw on stream last time. He's going up against Matt Booker. So the two of them are playing for the last undefeated spot out in the field. I can see them from now, like basically them playing back and forth. Amon for Kusho, one of the ANG representatives, kind of watching from the sidelines too. So it's pretty interesting, like just the amount of attention that one's getting over there. A couple of notable 2-1s that we're waiting to see results on. Iceman Dan, he was sitting at 2-1. A lot of people know him. Spitfire, who we saw earlier on stream. Brendan Johnson at 2-1 as well. So those are the notable 2-1s that are kind of there. We also have Craig Norrick, who we saw on stream earlier. He's at 2-1. Mountain Mike at 2-1. Nick Rader at 2-1. So quite a few people kind of on the bubble that might be able to get in. Evan Must Play Faster Rit is definitely at 2-1 also, and Rudy at 2-1. So we got some people that kind of hanging in there that might be able to sit there and give us a little bit of a run and everything along those lines. Like I said, we are going to have a 2-2 player that's going to be able to get themselves into the game and potentially play as well. So we'll see where this is starting to shake out, but it's really starting to kind of find our way to the end here. Like I said, Lamb Chomp right now still showing as that's Liam, one of our locals, still showing as the top 2-2 player. So
I bring news. Did Chris already input his game?
He did. Chris won, so he is showing his number currently in third place. That will definitely be dropping once we get the results of the undefeated game between Matt Booker, our defending champion, and Matt Bronson. So the Matt's over there going, and it looks like he's putting in a game. I see him on his phone.
Yes. Spoiler, I just saw the ending of that game. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's two amazing players. We did see Matt Bronson on stream last game, and he was a fantastic player.
Yeah, he was.
Matt being one of our locals, we've had the opportunity to see him all the time, so we know how good he is. And like anybody that was watching last year when he was on, also got to see some amazing play. So yeah, we're.
You want the spoiler alert?
Sure, let's go for it.
All right, so let me set the stage. It comes down to a single attack roll of a Dev Trooper onto Haas, and gets annihilated. Yeah, getting Haas, and he got annihilated really bad. And it caused Matt to lose a point, and then off of that, he got a reposition, and he causes to lose a second point. So Matt ends up losing the third struggle.
Okay.
But it was a really good game. It had a lot of spectators on the sidelines watching the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going. I noticed from all the way over here, I could see that there was Kaman Kusro was watching from AMG. So yeah, a lot of people kind of like really interested in that. Like I said, Matt's going to draw a crowd. Booker's going to draw a crowd no matter what, just being the defending champ. But he's still in for the day. Currently sitting in number 6, so he is, as far as the seedings go, pretty high up there. Actually below Samson. So basically a lot of the players from the West Coast are going to be avoiding one another based off of what I'm seeing.
That's
here. Really, I think the only two that really can impact what's going to happen are the remaining 2-1 games that we have out there. Are really going to be all that can impact what's going to be happening with the current game. So
we're going to have up to 4 West players, right, making it, I believe.
Potentially. So really the big games is Nick Rader is playing Evan Ritt. That's going to be kind of impactful as well. And then Iceman Dan is playing, I believe, Mountain Mike would be probably who he would end up playing. Yeah, so those two themselves are really going to dictate kind of where the seedings go and who's going to be getting in. So that's kind of what we're waiting to see, how those are going to roll out and what the results of those are going to be. So trying to be impartial here, but it's kind of difficult to do. So let's see. Yeah, still no results on those two. I don't know. It's been, like I said, been pretty exciting so far seeing some of the results as they're coming in. Like I said, I don't know, so far as what we've seen played, no big surprises, I think, for most people, other than that Kiadi Mundi. I think a lot of people were kind of either down on him, not believing that he had what it takes to be where he is, and everything along those lines. But looking at, just going back again, looking at the top list here, only one undefeated player had Kiadi Mundi today. That is the current 3 seed. But
Yeah.
again, we had the top 2 seeds from the other.
And we watched Will play.
We did. Will was
Yeah,
over here
Will
playing
was
on
over here.
stream. Yeah, so it's
A really good player, and the Kiadi Mundi and Vader 1 combo is just really dangerous.
very, very dangerous. I mean, and Kiadi has like quite a bit of heals, so he can just heal a lot of that Vader
Heals
damage
and advancing other characters. It's such a unique list, and since Vader 1 is Galactic Republic, you know,
Right.
it just figures into more adding dice or having an actual attrition.
He isn't. He's not a Jedi, so it does. He doesn't give all of the benefit. But I mean, when you are looking at, okay, you can add dice to Padawans, you can add dice to Kiadi Mundi, you can add dice to Shock T. It starts to really add up all of the different things that you can do. I mean, you could go as far as like even you have the ARFs if you want to. Some people could go as far as even putting another lightsaber user, another Jedi with one of the Padawans under Vader. You could go like a dark, like have a Ahsoka there or something along those lines. Of course, he didn't hear. He had he had Obi-Wan, who is another Jedi as well. So you had 4 Jedis in this list with the Padawans and with Shock T and everything else. So there's a lot of different things you can do around with making all of this work. But he made it work. He did great things.
It was I mean, this Kiadi Mundi list that we saw, I forget his name, but that we saw Will play. It was interesting. I mean, all his secondaries performed very well. Obi-2 used his Jedi mind trick. Shock T popped off, taking off a back point to win Struggle 1. It was really interesting, and I was there for the whole thing. It was really cool. Shout out to these 2 players. They were really magnificent. Had such a good vibe to them. I will quote them as saying, "I'm surprised we've won 3 games. Let's just have fun." And they both agreed, and they just laughed it off, and they were just rolling dice, having fun.
Both these guys, you're both in day 2, so good luck
Yeah,
to both of you guys.
so-
I guess technically day 3. Congratulations on Gaken day 2, man. No, you
You're
got
welcome,
it,
brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it was a really fun game to watch, and it was fun to watch the Mandos come on stream again. I don't know.
I know you have a love
very
affair with
soft spot.
Mandalorians.
But yeah, no. Struggle 1 was really what seemed like a lot. So many positioning, and then I completely forgot that Ezra breaks ties.
Yes,
Forgot
he does.
that was on her kit, and I would watch Will being annoying. It's like, I gotta kill that little young brat. I was just like, all right, yeah, you probably do. And the Padawans also have unique abilities to them as well.
All right, so Nick Rader ended up
All
winning
right.
his match, and he's going to be
Let's
at 3-1, making his way in.
go.
So yeah, quite a few Arizona players. Like I said, we're maybe a little impartial here.
I'm biased. I'm not even gonna hide it. I'm biased. If I can't hide my love for Mandalorians, then I'm not gonna hide my love for the West Coast.
Right. So yeah, looking pretty good here. Basically, the last 3-1 match that we're looking at is going to be Iceman Dan and Mountain Mike.
So
I will say, looking at that, it is going to, no matter what, is going to knock Lamb Chop definitely out. So it looks like Spitfire is probably going to be your 2-2, depending on how tiebreakers work between the Iceman Dan and the Mountain Mike game. That might be able to bunch whoever
Darn.
wins that one up to be the 2-2 that gets in. I am not sure.
I don't wish ill on the top 16, but I hope one of them gets sick and Liam just subs in.
Well, that's one of the things they're going to confirm at the end here is if anybody that baited will not be able to play tomorrow, and that's going to be one of the things that they're going to be looking into for sure. So, but yeah, looking at it now, I don't see any of this changing. Matt Bronson is definitely going to be, looks like the top seed going in with Dork Esquire as the number 2, Will Maurer as number 3 seed. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, what we see going out for the rest. Let's see. It is closing in on 6:30. I think we're probably going to just get out of here for the night so that we can kind of get ready for getting up to the reveal.
We're going to wear tuxedos, right? That's what
if you better run back to the hotel because I don't have one with me. I'm going as you see me. So if you brought a tux with you, you better get out there, get ready. Again, go on, check out Professional Casual for the reveal. They're going to have that all available. Other than that, I want to thank all of you guys. A big thanks for watching. We will be back tomorrow. Games are going to be starting a little later at 9. So expect like 9 our time. So expect me probably about a half hour beforehand to sit there and get on and start talking, get everything set up. We're going to get a new table on here. Figure out what they want to put there, but we'll get a table changed out and we have some exciting, fun stuff to do. So thanks again, everybody, for watching. You guys have a great rest of your evening.
Good night, folks.